Chapter 838. 0838 Chapter counted in 0838 Sylvie's entire body quivered as a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. But she immediately understood that if she retreated, it would be over. Therefore, she ordered loudly, "Everyone, listen up. Kill Lucifer with me. Only if he dies will you have a chance to live. There's no point in running away." The group of martial artists behind them were originally so scared that they didn't dare to make a move, but after hearing Sylvie's words, they realized that they could only risk their lives to have a chance to survive. As a result, some of the old rulers and holy knights stopped running and retreating. They gathered their cultivation and surrounded Yifan. Sylvie spread out her arms, releasing a blazing demonic power. The dark magic power turned into countless pairs of demonic claws, whistling towards Yifan. "I'll control him. All of you, attack!" Sylvie commanded loudly. For a time, in front of Yifan were manic dark tentacles, and in the surroundings, there were more than 10 experts attacking Yifan from different directions. Yifan stood on the spot with his sword, calmly watching all of this happen. He didn't seem to have any reaction. But just as everyone was about to reach within 3 meters of him, Yifan suddenly moved. Yifan held the true steel sword in his hand, and a sword intent cut off the incoming dark magic. At the same time, he took a step to the left and slashed at a holy knight. That holy knight originally thought that he would need another 2 meters to attack, but Yifan had actually arrived behind him in the blink of an eye. The holy knight didn't even notice what had happened. In the next second, his head flew off his neck. Yifan was like a dragon and a tiger. Facing the people who were surrounding him, he forcefully used his speed and barbaric impact to fight them head-on. He didn't want to dodge, nor did he care to dodge. In his eyes, these people were already no different from dead people. Clang! Yifan directly cut off the blade in a martial artist's hand. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he chopped off the martial artist's head. With another swing of his body, the weapons of the 2 martial artists behind him were also cut off. At the same time, their bodies were cut into 2 at the waist. Yifan's figure shuttled back and forth like lightning. Sylvie's magic was unable to put any pressure on him. 1 man and 1 sword, unstoppable. Every time he attacked, at least 1 life would be taken. Under Yifan's sword, it was difficult for these body refinement realm martial artists to even have the strength to fight back. In the distance, the people of Inferno could only see Yifan's figure moving in an instant. His sword rose and fell, and blood splattered everywhere. In less than half a minute, 20 to 30 martial artists who came to encircle them were lying on the ground. Those warriors who had yet to step forward were already scared out of their wits. None of them dared to attack. However, Sylvie did not give up. She continued to mobilize her demonic power in an attempt to restrain Yifan and absorb his life force. At the same time, she summoned 3 magic arrays and used the dark thunder to deal with Yifan in the sky. Unfortunately, with Yifan's speed, all of these attacks could be avoided. Once the nether thunder tried to harm others, Yifan could even use the true steel sword to block it effortlessly. Facing the almost invulnerable Yifan, the holy knights and the martial artists of the old days were in despair. No one cared about Mi Jiaolai, who was groaning in pain, and no one was willing to help Sylvie as cannon fodder. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The martial artists of both sides began to flee in all directions. Catch up to them. Not a single one of them is allowed to run. Seeing this, Aziz knew that they no longer had any intention to fight. It was time to take advantage of the victory to pursue them, so he shouted loudly and led the remaining Netherworld guards and martial warriors to chase after and annihilate the remaining enemies. For a time, outside the castle, only Yifan and Sylvie were left fighting. Yifan had just fought with Oleg, so he could clearly feel that the increase in his level of swordsmanship allowed him to fight with even more ease. At this moment, facing Sylvie, he was no longer afraid. He walked towards his former mistress, wanting to completely end her. Sylvie, on the other hand, slowly retreated. Lucifer, I am the disciple of Shakyamuni. If you kill me, you will offend Shakyamuni. You have to think this through. Yifan didn't say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Do you think you can live if you kill me? Can those comrades beside you, those women of yours, live? My master will avenge me, Sylvie said with her eyes wide open. Without any hesitation, the sail suddenly sped up and stabbed towards Sylvie's sword intent. Sylvie hurriedly condensed a whirlpool-like dark energy shield, but this shield was unable to block the penetrating force of the sword intent and instantly collapsed. Pfft! A hole appeared in Sylvie's chest. She let out a blood-curdling scream, and just as she was about to cover her wound to heal it, she saw that Yifan had already arrived in front of her. Sylvie's face was deathly pale. A sword light appeared in front of her eyes, so fast that she couldn't tell. It was like a storm. The sword thrusts were like raindrops, continuously striking Sylvie's body countless times. When Yifan's last sword strike landed, Sylvie discovered that her 2 arms had already fallen to the ground, her mouth was open, and it was difficult to breathe because her throat had also been pierced by 2 wounds. Her body was densely covered with puncture wounds. Her internal organs had all been pierced. Blood gushed out crazily, and Sylvie's entire body was dyed red. Because she was unable to make a sound, Sylvie was in so much pain that she wanted to die, but she was unable to shout out. This kind of feeling, which was worse than death, caused her beautiful face to become incomparably sinister. Yifan looked at her expressionlessly and finally opened his mouth. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a bone-piercing chill. I know. The demon in your body can help you recover. I'll wait for you. Once you're done, I'll kill you. Sylvie's eyes revealed a vicious look, but she still released the power of the demon in her body, speeding up her recovery. Her arm returned to her wound and healed. The wounds on her body also stopped bleeding and returned to normal. Although her face was ashen, and her entire body had aged by at least 20 years, with wrinkles and white hair on her head, she was still alive in the end. Lucifer. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Sylvie gasped for breath and said sinisterly. Yifan narrowed his eyes, not wanting to say anything more. He raised his sword, planning to kill her again, using evil to control evil. He wanted to let her taste all the pain, until she didn't want to live anymore. But at this moment, Yifan suddenly felt dizzy, as if he didn't have any strength left in his body. How could this be? Leaf the Sail staggered a step back, the true steel sword supporting itself on the ground, its body on the verge of collapsing. It was as if he had suffered a heatstroke. His body was extremely uncomfortable, as if he could faint at any moment. Sylvie laughed maniacally and kicked Yifan to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Lucifer. This is what happens when you look down on me, Sylvie. Since I dared to destroy your nest, could it be that I didn't think of a way to kill you? How is it? Is it very uncomfortable? This is specially prepared for you, a genetic poison that only works on you in the entire world. How do you feel? Leaf Fan Xian's face was pale, and his entire body was sweating profusely. Touching his incomparably heavy heart, he suddenly realized something. It's Zhuge Tianming. It was arranged. Only now did Yifan realize that from the very beginning, the heavens I had already calculated the situation that he was in. Zhuge Tianming had obviously secretly collected his genetic specimen and made this poison, giving it to Sylvie to use. Chapter 839. 0839 From the very beginning, the heavens I knew that even if Sylvie and Mi Jiao Lai joined hands, they might not be able to defeat Yifan. Therefore, he directly thought of the genetic virus method, borrowing a knife to kill someone. It had to be said that although the heavens I did not directly send anyone to participate in this operation, the control behind the scenes was even more powerful than the actual sending of people. Yi Fan was even more deeply aware that Zhuge Tianming's fear of him had already reached the point where he had to get rid of him. In order to avoid one day in the future, Yi Fan would help Su Qingxue return to the Ghost Valley, so he might as well make the first move. Sylvie regained the initiative and laughed complacently. So what? How is it? It doesn't feel good, does it? As she said that, Sylvie kicked Yi Fan again, causing him to fall to the ground. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in sweat, and the true steel sword had also disappeared back into his ring. Every muscle in his body seemed to not belong to him, and his tendons and veins were numb, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Lucifer, I will definitely take your head today, but before that, I will let you taste the feeling of being riddled with holes. Sylvie sneered, her eyes filled with viciousness. With a wave of her hand, a sharp sword that had fallen to the ground appeared in her hand. Sylvie condensed a ball of dark energy, attached it to the sword, and stabbed towards Yi Fan. However, halfway through the sword, it was suddenly grabbed by Yi Fan. Air! Yi Fan struggled to hold on to the sword, his arms trembling. The genetic poison had almost caused him to lose control of his body, as if countless ants were nibbling away at his body. Seeing that she was unable to stab down with her sword, Sylvie flew into a rage out of humiliation. She grabbed the sword with her other hand and continued to exert force. I want to see how long you can last. Yi Fan used all his strength, using his hand to pinch the sword, and at the same time, began to circulate the martial arts that he did not intend to use. Disintegrate. There was no way out, the only way was to disintegrate and fight. Yi Fan didn't know if the disintegration tube would work or not. Although his body would become stronger and recover faster after disintegrating, he was poisoned this time. Logically speaking, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to resist it. A surge of energy surged within Yi Fan's body. Compared to the previous times he disintegrated, Yi Fan discovered that the originally faintly discernible golden energy within his body had become even more obvious after this period of cultivation. It was as if strands of golden threads were flowing through his limbs and bones, flickering in his blood. For a time, a golden halo appeared on Yi Fan's body, and his eyes gradually flickered with golden flames. A terrifying pressure spread out from Yi Fan's body. Sylvie's body clearly stiffened for a moment. Yi Fan was clearly lying on the ground and she was holding onto a sharp sword, but now, she was suddenly afraid. How could this be? She saw that Yi Fan's body was continuously emitting wisps of steam, as if the blood in Yi Fan's body was burning. The surrounding ground, feeling the pressure brought about by Yi Fan's disintegration, actually directly cracked and collapsed. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was both surprised and happy. As soon as he disintegrated, every cell in his body seemed to glow with a strong life force. That mysterious golden energy removed all of the gene toxins and evaporated them out of his body. This was scientifically inexplicable. Yi Fan simply didn't understand why this golden energy was so domineering and powerful. This energy that originated from his body was like a guardian god protecting him. Feeling the endless power returning to his body and once again controlling it, Yi Fan wished he could roar towards the sky. Clang! Yi Fan grabbed with his hand and directly broke the sharp sword into 3 pieces. With the other hand slapping the ground, Yi Fan's body rose from the ground. At the same time, he lashed out with his leg, sending Sylvie's body flying more than 10 meters away. Like a cannonball, Sylvie crashed into the stone wall. Her body had just recovered, so she didn't know how many bones she had broken. Yi Fan walked towards her, the muscles on his body flowing with a golden light, like a majestic war god. Just this aura alone caused Sylvie's face to be filled with despair. No. Impossible. You. How could you? She couldn't understand how even the genetic poison couldn't kill Yi Fan. Could it be that there was a problem with the Heaven's Eyes information? Zhuge Tianming had tricked her. In fact, even if Zhuge Tianming were to come personally, he wouldn't be able to explain all of this. This was because this golden energy far exceeded the knowledge of the Heaven's Eye. Yi Fan walked in front of Sylvie and felt the woman's frightened gaze. He lightly said, "Don't be afraid. I'm no longer interested in torturing you, because I have another goal." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan had already smashed Sylvie's head with a palm. Yi Fan didn't even give Sylvie any chance to beg for mercy before he took her life. The White Queen, who had no fighting spirit, was just a loser waiting for death. After chasing after the deserters, Aziz and the others, who had returned to the vicinity of the castle, saw that Yi Fan had killed Sylvie, and all of them felt very satisfied. "Boss, we've killed 2 legends today. We've won this battle." The Leviathan laughed heartily. Just as the group of people were about to cheer, Yi Fan turned around and frowned. "With so many brothers dead and injured, how can we talk about winning or losing?" When everyone heard this, they immediately calmed down and had complicated expressions on their faces. Yi Fan dispersed his disintegrated state, sighed, and said, "Burn Sylvie's corpse. We must ensure that it is burnt to ashes. There is a demon residing in her body. Although I destroyed her head this time, I can't give her any chance to recover her body. Boss, leave this to me." The Leviathan brought the 2 men and immediately began to burn them on the spot. As Muntis glanced at Mi Jiaolai, who had lost too much blood and fallen to the ground. "Boss, where's that guy? He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Chop off his head and send it to the sacred royal court. Let their god king take a look. As for the corpse, throw it into the sea to feed the fish," Yi Fan said. The group of people had long since gnashed their teeth in hatred. Hearing Yi Fan's instructions, they immediately rushed to chop off his head. They didn't even forget to wake Mi Jiaolai up and torture him before making a move. Never in his wildest dreams would Mi Jiaolai have thought that he, the dignified archangel of the sacred royal court, one of the legend rank experts, would actually die such a miserable and humiliating death. "You can't live for your own sins," as Muntis said as he watched Mi Jiaolai's head being pushed into the sky with a spear. At this time, Yi Fan had already walked to Sally's side and picked up the unconscious woman. "I'm sorry. I'm still late." Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. The shame in his heart was indescribable. "Boss, quickly come and take a look at Mammon. His condition is even more serious than Sally's." Aziz ran over and said. Chapter 840. A Reign of Terror 0840. Mammon's cultivation had yet to reach the body refinement stage, so he was naturally heavily injured by Sylvie's nether thunder. When Yi Fan arrived beside him, the big black fatty's aura was already weak and his gaze was somewhat lax. "Boss, his body is very weak. It seems that the dark magic of that poisonous woman, Sylvie, has corroded him," Aziz said with a heavy expression. Actually, there was no need for Aziz to say it. Yi Fan was also very clear that he was holding Mammon's pulse, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He could clearly feel that Mammon's life was already like a candle in the wind. Being hit by a legend rank expert was definitely not a joke. Even though he had escaped death many times in the Holy War, this time, Mammon was not so lucky. The weak Mammon's eyelids trembled, as if he realized that Yi Fan was right beside him. A hand covered in blood grabbed Yi Fan's wrist with great difficulty. "Boss. Fortunately, before I leave, I can still see you once." The corner of Mammon's mouth curled up. Yi Fan forcefully grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, you must hold on. I will think of a way to save you." Hi. Yi Fan tried his best to think of a way to save Mammon's life, but even the information he had read about the Earth axis could not be used at a time like this. He was a human, not a god. It was impossible for him to save any kind of injury. Mammon was already at the end of his rope. This kind of damage to his entire body was too tragic, unless he cultivated the demon summoning technique like Sylvie and relied on a non-human power to revive, but that was obviously not realistic. Heh. Mammon's voice became lower and lower, unfortunately. I can no longer give my brothers. Send planes, send artillery shells, boss. I'm on the island, in my own residence. There was a document hidden under the desk. There were all my connections to my family, my ammunition warehouse. All of my subordinates' contact information. When Sally Yi wakes up, let her take over my business. Continue to do it for you. 4. Mammon opened his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he no longer breathed. At the side, Azazel, Asmontis, and the others all had tears in their eyes. Their hearts felt as if they were being cut by knives. They beat their feet and stomped their chests, shouting to vent the grief and anger in their hearts. Yifan squatted beside Mammon's corpse, as if his soul had been sucked out. His eyes were empty for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Yifan stretched out a hand, closed Mammon's eyelids with a trembling hand, and stood up expressionlessly. Everyone, listen up. Yifan turned around, his throat low, but every word was sonorous. The people of Inferno stopped grieving and looked at him one by one. Yifan stretched out his hand and pointed at the distant sea. Pain and sadness can't bring us anything. Old ones, sacred royal court, their ships are still floating on the sea that belongs to us. Their people are still in their own territory, waiting for us to perish, waiting for their legendary experts to bring back the good news of victory. 6 years ago, we sacrificed countless brothers and defeated them. Today, 6 years later, they came to our territory and killed our brothers who were as close as brothers. We are not gods, we cannot save our dead brothers. But, they say that we are demons, so let us, in the way of demons, carry out a blood sacrifice for our dead brothers. Azazel, Asmontis, and the others all revealed fanatical fighting spirit. They couldn't help but raise their fists high and shout, Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Yifan's eyes were red as he loudly ordered, Leviathan. Send all your ships over. The Magnesium army has already scrammed. The next battle will be a purely underground war. I want you to sink all of those guys' ships. Other than your damned cuttlefish pirate flag, I don't want to see any other flag floating on the sea. Do you hear me? I vow to complete the mission. My prince. The Leviathan punched its chest, its face ferocious. Azazel. I don't care where all the troops of Bahamut are in the world right now, and I don't care what they're going through. I want them to destroy all the sacred royal court's holy halls in the world within 2 days. Destroy all the strongholds of the old rulers. I want to plant the star flag of Bahamut in their churches, in their strongholds. Azazel knelt on one knee. Yes. My prince. After Yifan gave the order, he walked down the mountain and waved his hand. Asmontis, come with me. Asmontis, who was waiting for orders, asked, King, where are we going? Bring all the assassins you can bring, and follow me. Kill. In the central plains of China, in a mountainous area shrouded in clouds and mist, there was a hidden territory that no one knew about. There were some mountain farmers and herb gatherers who would know of this place. Legend has it that it was the place where immortals lived in seclusion. Some mountain climbers and explorers wanted to enter but were unable to. Some fainted for no reason and were sent out of the mountain range. Some went around and around, unable to enter the depths of the mountain. The Dream Cloud Mountain was the location of the Ghost Valley, which was known as the Omnipresent. A large number of ancient buildings, with the characteristics of various dynasties, were located on the mountain, scattered all over the place. Water wheels, pavilions, ropes, gangways, and all sorts of chains and mechanisms used to transport items and documents made this place look very classical and mysterious. A large number of Ghost Valley members had served the Ghost Valley for generations. The Ghost Valley rarely recruited new members from the outside in order to ensure their own concealment and loyalty. Every day, there were busy intelligence personnel walking back and forth. With the progress of the times, not only were there primitive messenger pigeons, but there were also network communications. The Ghost Valley even had its own independent hacker team. No one knew how all the information about the Ghost Valley came from, and even the Ghost Valley's Heavenly Master didn't know everything. Because there was too much information about the Ghost Valley, there were dozens of stewards in charge. Each steward had their own set of intelligence gathering plans and methods. These stewards rarely cooperated with each other and did not interfere with each other. Even the Ghost Valley's Heavenly Master had no right to interfere with their work. All stewards were only responsible to the Elders Guild. The balance between the Heavenly Master, the Elders Guild and the upper echelons of the Ghost Valley, as well as the two great families of the Ghost Valley, made it difficult for every force in the Ghost Valley to have a conflict. It was precisely because of the stability of the Ghost Valley that they were able to maintain their intelligence work more efficiently. This was also the foundation of the Ghost Valley, which had been passed down for thousands of years. In the center of the Ghost Valley, there was an irregular tower. It was made of all sorts of irregular polygons and was over 100 meters tall. It was surrounded by a large number of huge iron chains, maintaining the stability of the tower. This tower was called Dubhe, and it was the center of power of the Ghost Valley. On one of the floors of the Dubhe Tower, in an antique room that looked like a study, a scholar with a feather fan and a silk scarf was leisurely sipping tea and flipping through a book. At this time, a ghost slave dressed in black walked in from the door and knelt on the ground humbly. "Master, I just received information that the King of Hell has rushed to Purgatory Island. Mijia Lai and the White Queen have both been killed. I don't know why, but Lucifer doesn't seem to be affected by the genetic poison. His strength is still a mystery and can't be estimated." The scholar, who had a leisurely expression, frowned. He was stunned for a few seconds before slowly standing up and putting down the book. He walked to the bleachers outside the study and looked at the vast and busy Ghost Valley in the fog. The man seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 841. A Land of Extreme Cold. 0841 Purgatory Island. The smoke dispersed and everything returned to calmness. The women, children, and some of the people who had been hiding underground and in the caves all came out one after another. They began to move the broken stones, the broken trees, the holes, the corpses of the dead, and the reconstruction of their homes. No one felt happy that they had survived, because their lives had been exchanged at the expense of their former family. The island was filled with sadness and anger. When they heard that Lord Lucifer had already launched a global war of vengeance, all of them were looking forward to something in their hearts. At this moment, a private plane landed at the airport of Purgatory Island from afar. A golden-haired little brother wearing big sunglasses walked down from the plane. It was Beryl, along with Al and Ronida. One of the Netherworld guards in charge of the airport stepped forward and said, "Sir Beryl, Miss Sally is waiting for you in the castle." Beryl nodded and patted the guard's shoulder. He then turned around and said, "Princess, Doctor, let's go. I'll take you to see Sally. She has the final say here." The three of them walked towards the castle in the town. Air looked around curiously. When she saw some of the destroyed buildings, she revealed a sad expression. "This place is very beautiful, very peaceful, and aloof from worldly affairs, but those people. You just have to destroy all of this." Ronida sighed. Ayer said, "Dr. Ronida, how are you? Is it too tiring?" "I'm fine. I didn't suffer any physical pain. I was just imprisoned for a few days." Ronida shook his head. Inside the castle, he entered Sally's study and saw Sally and a few of the island's craftsmen discussing how to repair some of the island's facilities. Sally's severed arm had already grown back. Although her face was a little haggard, she had already recovered. Seeing Beryl bring the two women in, Sally indicated for the craftsman to leave first. Sally, long time no see. It seems like you'll be busy. Beryl smiled and sat on the sofa. I'm just doing my job. I can't follow my king to kill people. I have to do my best to rebuild Purgatory Island. Sally smiled and said to Al and Ronida, Princess, Doctor, please take a seat. Since my king has said that you can rest here for a few days, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Al said gratefully, Thank you, Sally. I've troubled you. It's nothing. This time, I'll have to trouble the princess to bring the doctor out from the Magnesium Army. I've always been curious about who exactly Air is, but I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful princess. Sally said sincerely. She was used to being called beautiful, and she knew that she was very beautiful. However, the Sally in front of him was not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Praising her like this was a bit embarrassing. Sally, don't say that to me. It's embarrassing. I think you're the one who's beautiful. Your hair is so beautiful. Aya was rather envious. She had never seen such silver hair, which was as beautiful as moonlight. Li Yi smiled faintly and walked in front of Beryl. Beryl, you're already in the house. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Ah. Beryl scratched his cheek, unable to explain. Without saying a word, Sally reached out and took off the sunglasses from Beryl's face. Beryl immediately covered his eyes awkwardly, but he was still seen. His eyelids were swollen and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had cried too much. Li Yi sighed faintly and returned the sunglasses to him. No one will laugh at you. You don't have to cover it up. Beryl forced the corner of his mouth to move, as if he was smiling and crying at the same time. Mammon. That damn fatty, he left just like that. I can't believe it. Not only did Mammon leave, we lost more than 20 brothers and sisters this time, Sally said. Beryl wiped his face, sniffed and said, If it wasn't for Boss telling me to stay in the Magnesium country and help Princess Al to save Ronida, I wouldn't even know what had happened here. I should have fought with my brothers. But, I didn't even get to see Mammon for the last time. Your strength is not even comparable to Mammon's. Staying here is simply a dead end. You might as well stay in the Magnesium country. Your specialty is communication, not fighting, so my king's decision is not wrong. Sally said. Beryl gloomily cried, Little Sally, this is too hurtful of your self-esteem. Although I am a little weak, I have the same heart as my brothers in life and death. I'm just telling the truth. You helped Princess Al find the doctor and save her. This is very important. We, Inferno, cannot let our friends be arrested because of us. Only when the doctor is safe can the king be at ease. Sally said. Beryl sighed, I didn't help much. I just led the way. Princess Al can do it by herself. At this time, Al asked with concern, Sally, where is Yi Fan now? I heard on the plane that he personally brought his men to take revenge. Yes. Sally nodded, this time, we will split into 3 groups. The Leviathan sea demons will deal with their sea power, and Azazel will lead the Bahamut from all over the world to destroy their branches. My king has personally led his men to the headquarters of the old rulers and the sacred royal court. This time, they have lost a large number of experts, and their 2 great legends have also been killed. Their hearts have scattered, and they will not be my king's match. Aya frowned and said, I'm just worried. Shakyamuni Apocalypse will interfere. After all, the White Empress is his disciple. From the information that has come back, Shakyamuni Apocalypse hasn't made any movements. For the sake of a failed White Empress, he probably doesn't want to do much. Aya was still a little worried, but she could only nod. I hope so. In the far north of Europe, there was a mountain range that had been covered in snow for 1,000 years. The sun shone through the thick clouds and shone down on a majestic palace built on top of a mountain. The palace was incomparably grand, and its entire body was made of huge gray stones. It was unknown how many years it had experienced. This place was deserted, and aircraft from all countries were prohibited from passing through this area. It was hard to imagine what kind of person would be able to live in such a forbidden zone for life, a place that seemed to be above the heavens. Puff! Puff! Stepping on the deep snow, a burly, bearded man wearing a bearskin vest, exposing his arms, and an exquisite long saber at his waist walked alone to the entrance of the palace. The cold outside, which was dozens of degrees below zero, seemed to have no effect on him. That door was made of gold and silver. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide. On top of it was a black dragon totem inlaid with black crystal. Its aura was astonishing. The 19th seat of the Research Academy, Ocean Oleg, requests an audience with the Shakyamuni. The bearded man was Captain Oleg. Not long after he finished shouting in a rough voice, this incomparably heavy door slowly rose. Chapter 842. Anomaly 0842. After passing through the huge golden door, there were hundreds of steps in front of him. It was as if they were stairs leading to the heavens. What was rather miraculous was that there was not a single speck of snow on the gray stone steps. If one looked carefully at the sky, they would be able to see a faintly discernible screen of light above the palace, enveloping this place. As soon as the snow came into contact with the light screen, it naturally evaporated, unable to fall into the palace. Oleg obediently walked up the steps to the main hall of the palace. Outside the hall, on the huge round stone pillars, there were reliefs of ancient gods. Some were fierce, some were loving, and some were solemn. Oleg walked into the hall. The ground was made of huge square stones. These black stones were inlaid with countless colorful gems. If one were to look down, they would discover that the ground of the entire hall was the resplendent starry sky above their heads. In the quiet hall, soft white crystals covered the stone pillars, illuminating the entire space. It was sacred and dignified. Walking all the way to the innermost part, one could see that there were less than 30 chairs made of gold placed on both sides. Each of these chairs had a different shape and were exquisite workmanship. At the very top, there was a throne made of a huge piece of brightly colored crystal. However, there was no one on the throne. The only person Oleg could see in the hall was an old woman wrapped in white clothes and a white headscarf. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her body was shriveled up. This old woman's eyes had long since disappeared. She was actually a blind person. She was standing at the bottom of the steps in front of the throne, leaning on a black walking stick. In front of her, there was a spinning crystal ball floating in front of her. The crystal ball, which was twice the size of her head, seemed to have escaped gravity and floated steadily in the air. Prophet, Oleg respectfully bowed his head. He did not dare to neglect this old woman in the slightest. I'm very ashamed that I was unable to complete the Shakyamuni's task. It seems that I won't be able to bring Princess Ai into the research institute through marriage this time. Oleg said. The old woman nodded and said in a hoarse and aged voice, I know. I know everything. The Shakyamuni also knows. Oleg raised his head, frowned, and said in bewilderment, Since you already knew that I would not be able to bring Al back from Lucifer, why did you send me there? Because. My eyes can see you, but I can't see that child. The old woman sighed. Oleg was stunned. Could it be that you can't see Lucifer's fate? Is he an anomaly? The old woman was silent for a moment before she said, He shouldn't have been an anomaly, but he has already become an anomaly. I still can't figure out what happened before he returned to China. A force that shouldn't exist in this world had disrupted the child's destiny and destroyed what should have been a fixed destiny. I know you can't bring Her Highness Daisy back, but I don't know if Lucifer will hand her over. So, I still suggested that Dharmaraja let you try, but unfortunately, you still didn't succeed. Oleg shuddered and his face became extremely serious. Someone can actually destroy fate. Who the hell is it? This matter has nothing to do with you. The Shakyamuni already knows that you have come to report. The Shakyamuni is currently in closed-door training, so it's not convenient for him to see you. Oleg hurriedly nodded and said, it was the ocean that spoke too much and disturbed the Shakyamuni's cultivation. The old woman nodded and said, I know you still want to report the matter of the White Queen, Sylvie. It seems like Sylvie was unable to capture Sally. Instead, she has already made an irreparable mistake and is now dead. In less than 3 days, the foundation of the old rulers will be destroyed. Oleg asked, I wonder, how does the Shakyamuni plan to deal with it? Originally, Sally Yi was an anomaly and could not be easily touched. Now, it involves Lucifer, another anomaly. Even if it's the power of the Apocalypse King, it's not worth it to take the risk to touch it. The Shakyamuni has already told me that Sylvie was unable to present Sally Yi to the Shakyamuni, so she is not worthy of entering the research institute. She is not worthy of any seat, and her death is not worthy of pity. The old woman's tone was calm, but it was incomparably cold. When Oleg heard this, he immediately understood what he meant and sighed in his heart. It seemed that Sylvie had died in vain. She had fought for most of her life and had the title of Shakyamuni's disciple. Even a great figure like Libsun was fooled into thinking that she could bring him to see the Shakyamuni. However, who would have known that she hadn't even earned the title of an official disciple under the Apocalypse Shakyamuni? Even Sylvie herself had never seen the Shakyamuni before. Oleg was originally worried that with Sylvie's death, the Shakyamuni would ask him to organize people to protect the old rulers. After all, that could be considered a force of the Apocalypse King. But now, it seemed that the Shakyamuni no longer had any interest in the withered old rulers. Indeed, compared to the heyday of the past, Yifan's group of demons were still around, and there were also the Black Emperor and Queen Bai, 2 legendary powerhouses, guarding them. The current ruler of the old days had lost too much blood, and there was no new blood to join in, so he was basically worthless. Looks like one of the 3 S-rank organizations in the underground world will be erased, Oleg said. The old woman shook her head, no. It's still 3. After this battle, Inferno will naturally replace old ones. Oleg was stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief, that's right. Actually, hell has never left. The old woman sighed and said, this is an anomaly, then may I ask the prophet, do you still want to bring Princess Ai back? Oleg asked. No need. It won't be long before the gears of this world's fate will turn to an even more critical moment. 19 seats, when you go back this time, study magic well and prepare for the arrangement of fate. The old woman raised her head and faced the direction of the great hall, towards the distant sky. Oleg had an illusion that this old man, who clearly had no eyes, seemed to be able to see further than anyone else. Huahai, Jiangnan Military Region. For days had passed since the day Yifan left, but Yifan still hadn't returned. In the past few days, the women didn't dare to leave this place. Although they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and the generals of the military took good care of them, and even gave each of them a separate room to live in so that no one could disturb them, in the hearts of every woman, they were actually worried about the man in the distance. Sister. Elder sister, elder sister. Why aren't you answering the phone? It was the afternoon, and Mu had something important to do, but she couldn't contact Su Qingxue. Thus, she took the initiative to run to the house where Su Qingxue was. Chapter 843. 0843 Chapter How can I not go 0843 The handle of the door was actually covered in a layer of frost, and there was even a trace of cold air coming out from the crack in the door. Mu knew that Su Qingxue's special jinqi would cause the ice to freeze. She guessed that her sister was cultivating, but this was the first time she had seen Su Qingshue's cultivation cause such a huge impact. Even the door had frozen. Just as he was hesitating whether or not he would disturb Su Qingxue and what if he went berserk, the door opened. A burst of cold air assaulted Mu Mu Mu's face, causing Mu 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 to shiver. Su Qingxue was dressed in white sportswear and was rather casual as she naturally stood there. "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Qingxue asked with a calm face. Mu 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 blankly stared at the scene in the room. It was as if the room had turned into an ice house, and there was frost everywhere. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva and ask, "Elder sister, were you cultivating just now?" Su Qingxue helplessly turned her head and looked back. "Yes, after I finished running in the morning, I went back to my room to cultivate when I was bored. Elder sister, you've been practicing for so long." "Yeah, the training time passed very quickly. I only just realized that it was already afternoon. In any case, staying here instead of worrying about your brother-in-law, I might as well do something of my own." Su Qingxue had something in her heart that she didn't say out loud. If she was a little stronger, even if she didn't drag a man down, she would still be able to go out together. She wouldn't have to stay at home and be on tenterhooks. Mu 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 pouted, "I don't have your talent, sister, so I won't be able to achieve anything." "Elder sister. You should be very powerful now, right? Even your cultivation is so noisy." Su Qingxue shook her head, "I don't know. I feel that I have a deeper understanding of the Jinqi in my body and am more proficient in using it. However, I don't know exactly what kind of training I'm doing." "Don't talk about me, why are you looking for me? You're shouting so loudly, can't you make a phone call?" Mu 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 felt wronged and said, "I called a few times, but I couldn't get through." "Did you turn off your phone?" "No." Su Qingxue took out her phone from her pocket and swiped the screen, only to find that it was out of battery. "Elder sister, put your phone on you. Your true qi is so cold, who knows how many degrees below zero. Your phone will run out of battery very soon," Mu 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 said. Su Qingxue suddenly understood and couldn't help but pat Mu Mu Mu's head. "You still know this, but I didn't expect that. I'm sorry." "It's fine, let's hurry to the conference room. Sister Rower brought back news from brother-in-law and told us to go over," Mu 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 said. When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't say anything else and immediately followed Mu 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 to a meeting room. Ning Zimo and Du Yuner were already there, and the generals of the military were also seated. What surprised Su Qingxue even more was that the military advisor, Xiao Linfuan, had also come. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Linfuan greeted with a smile, but he didn't seem to have shaved for a few days and didn't look very happy. Su Qingshue's heart sank. "What happened? What happened to my husband?" "Sister Su, don't be nervous. I just contacted my teacher. They have already returned triumphantly from the sacred royal court. The godly king abandoned the royal court and ran to the magnesium country to seek refuge. This time, Brother Yifan brought people to take care of the headquarters and branches of the sacred royal court. Although they didn't kill everyone, they were already dead in name." Fog Knight said excitedly. "Is he hurt?" Su Qingxue asked. "No, they no longer have any legend rank experts. Even if they have legend rank experts, they are still no match for Brother Yifan. If the sacred royal court didn't rely on their good relationship with the various governments, the godly king probably wouldn't have been able to escape." Fog Knight said. Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally relaxed her tense heartstrings for the past few days. "Then did Brother Yifan say when he will be back?" Du Yuner asked anxiously. "He won't be back for the time being." Fog Knight shook its head. "He's not back yet." Su Qingshue's eyes reddened as she said, "He has already killed so many people in the world, doesn't he know that things will go in the opposite direction? How many more people do we have to kill? How long do we have to worry about him? She was afraid that the man's killing would cause public outrage. If she made enemies everywhere, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Fog Knight hurriedly explained, Sister Sue, don't misunderstand. My master said that Brother Yi Fan has already avenged his dead brother, so he won't continue to kill. It's just that he still has some things to take care of on Purgatory Island, so he won't be able to come back for a while. He wants us all to go to Purgatory Island. Su Qingxue and the other girls were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Fan wouldn't come back and instead wanted them to go overseas. They didn't care about this. As long as they could see the man as soon as possible and see the place that belonged to him, it would naturally be very good. Sister-in-law, let's talk about it when we meet. Xiao Linfuan walked up and said. Su Qingxue asked, General Xie, you're going too? Xiao Linfuan smiled bitterly, how can I not go to the funeral of a life and death friend? Su Qingxue finally understood why Xiao Linfuan was so haggard. She couldn't help but admire the friendship of these men. What kind of experiences and years had made them so deeply bound to each other? The millions of Kunlun mountains were like a giant dragon lying horizontally on the ground. In a valley in the mountains that was almost isolated from the rest of the world, the special geographical environment allowed this place to be surrounded by snow-capped mountains. However, the river gurgled, the forest was dense, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a paradise. This place was like an ancient town that had not been changed by time. There were antique buildings everywhere, including simple stone houses that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, as well as richly ornamented pavilions. The crisscrossing roads divided the thousands of houses here into more than a dozen areas. At the highest point of the mountain, there was an ancient building that was built halfway up the mountain. There were no roads that could lead to this place. If one wanted to get to the boss building complex, they would need to use movement techniques to sweep over the rugged cliffs and cliffs. It was extremely thrilling. At this moment, in the middle of these buildings, in a small courtyard, the Dragon King, Yi Longting, was quietly meditating. He had returned to the clan the day before yesterday, wanting to meet his father. However, his father was comprehending martial arts and was staying on the snowy peak. He couldn't disturb him, so he could only wait here. Almost 2 days had passed, and Yi Longting did not eat or drink anything. He did not dare to have any dissatisfaction as he calmly cultivated. At this moment, an old servant with a head full of gray hair and wearing a simple black robe pushed open the door and came out of a room. Second Master. The old servant smiled amiably and said, Master has come down from the snowy mountain and is waiting for you in the study. Yi Longting hurriedly stood up, patted the snow on his body, and said, All right, Uncle Yi-kun, I will go in now. He took a deep breath. Although he was meeting his biological father, he was still a little nervous every time he met him. There was no helping it, these were the few epic experts in the world. Even if they were father and son, there was still a lot of pressure when they met. Especially since Yi Longting knew that in terms of martial arts, his talent was not as good as his elder brothers. He was not even as good as many of his peers and juniors in the clan. This time, if it wasn't for that matter, Yi Longting wouldn't have come back in such a hurry and rashly looked for his father. Chapter 844. 0844. When he opened the door of the study, he smelled the rich fragrance of mutton coming from inside. Yi Longting only took a sniff and felt hungry. Yi Longting was not surprised that there was actually the smell of mutton in an antique study. This was because this study was very unusual. At a glance, there were not many books on the bookshelves on both sides of the study. Instead, there were bottles and jars of all kinds of spices and seasonings. Large ingredients, pepper, dried mushrooms, wolfberries, garlic, dried kelp from the seaside, seaweed, and all kinds of ingredients for cooking were available. In the corner of the study, there were some pottery pots. These pots were not planted with flowers and plants, but with some chives, leeks, and other small dishes. It was more appropriate to call this a kitchen than a study. Yilongting smiled knowingly when he saw the brass hot pot on the sandalwood desk. Father, Yilongting very obediently lowered his head to the man inside the desk. Second brother, I haven't seen you in years. Come and sit. The man who was standing behind the desk, holding a sharp kitchen knife and cutting thin slices of lamb, casually called out to them. His mind was completely focused on cutting the mutton. He was wearing an apron and had a very focused expression. This mutton, I slaughtered it when I went down the mountain today. It's very fresh, and it's just right to eat it. The rest was brought back down the mountain by Kun. I still have some left. When I boil it in water later, I'll make some hand claws. Later, I'll dip it in garlic and salt and pepper. You've been away from home for a long time. There's no such taste of mutton in the capital. Just by talking about making mutton, the man felt that his mouth was already filled with the fragrance of meat. He enjoyed it very much. He was cutting a piece of fresh mutton. Usually, he had to cut it into thin slices. It was only convenient after it was refrigerated, and most of them were cut by machines. However, when the man raised his hand and the knife fell, it was as if he was casting some kind of spell. There was no obstruction as it entered the meat. Every piece of mutton that was cut was like a translucent red veil, as exquisite as a work of art. Looking at his father cutting the lamb, Yilongting's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He remembered that when they were young, when their mother was still alive, his father would often display his knife skills in front of them. As he cut, he would show off to his mother. Perhaps the people of the world would never have imagined that the weapon that the epic ranker, who had lived for several hundred years and was a martial god of his generation, used the most was not some rare divine weapon, nor was it some special weapon. Instead, it was a small kitchen knife. Father's knife skills are still as superb as ever. I'm afraid I'll never be able to reach Father's level in my entire life. Yilongting sighed as he shook his head. Silly boy, you and your brother don't like to be chefs, so why are you talking about knife skills? The man chuckled. Besides, this kitchen knife is not for practice, it's for use. With that, the man handed a plate of sliced mutton to Yilongting. Here, try it. Thank you, father. Yilongting picked up his long chopsticks, picked up some mutton and put it into the hot pot. Father, I came back this time to discuss some urgent matters, and I wanted to ask for your opinion. What is it? The man asked casually. At the same time, he walked to a nearby bookshelf and picked up a string of garlic. Yilongting took out a piece of information that he had hidden on his body from his coat pocket and spread it on the desk. It was very simple. It was just 2 pieces of paper, one was an identity document, and the other was an examination report. Father, take a look, what do you think? How should we deal with this child? Yilongting asked cautiously. The man broke off a garlic and began to peel it. After looking at the 2 pieces of paper, he said, Have you asked your big brother about this? I feel that this matter involves the foundation of our Yi clan. The future prosperity and decline will still need to be decided by you, father. Yilongting said seriously. This is bad. The man suddenly shouted. Yilongting jumped in fright and hurriedly stood up and said, What's wrong, father? You unfilial son. Why didn't you fish up the mutton? This is getting old. The man quickly put down the garlic and picked up the mutton in the hot pot with his chopsticks. His eyes were filled with heartache. Such a good mutton, but it's been cooked by you. Second bro, what are you doing? Yilongting's expression stiffened as he helplessly sighed. In the end, in his father's eyes, this matter was not as important as the mutton in the pot. Father, I was wrong. I'll eat it. Yilongting didn't dare to say anything else and ate the roasted mutton in big mouthfuls. After he finished eating, he didn't dare to continue. It was better to ask about it first. Father, do you think? How should I tell Big Brother about this? Yi Longting asked. The man said calmly, this is your big brother's business, don't ask me. You're not young anymore, and you've been the Dragon King for so many years. Do you still need me to teach you how to speak, Aya? This garlic is a bit shriveled, it's not fresh. I'll change it to another braid of garlic and see. The man muttered to himself and went back to stirring up the garlic, as if this matter had passed just like that. Yi Longting nodded, Father, I understand what you mean. I will go find Big Brother later to explain this matter. Coincidentally, it's almost the day of the Hidden Dragon selection. There are a lot of things that I need to talk to Big Brother about. Understand. Understand my ass. You brat, you don't even know how to boil meat, what can you understand? You made me angry when you came back. Get out. Let Akun bring some garlic in, the garlic here won't do. At this moment, the old servant, Yi Kun, pushed open the door and came in with a plate of roasted mutton with a smile. Master, this lowly one heard it. I'll go get some fresh garlic for you right now. Yi Kun said. The man smiled and said, your old ears are really good and bad at times. Here, these 2 braids of garlic have sprouted for a long time. Take them out. Yi Kun took the garlic and asked, did you lose it? Why did you lose it? Since it has sprouted on its own, find a piece of soil and plant it. The man smiled. Sigh, all right, this little one will go find a place to bury it. Yi Kun said with a smile. Yi Longting was stunned for a moment. He looked at the garlic on the table, then looked at the 2 braids of garlic that Yi Kun had taken out. On Purgatory Island, a plane slowly landed. The ones who walked down from the plane were Su Qingxue, Xia Linfuan, and the others. The girls were all attracted by the scenery here, while Xia Linfuan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Qingxue. Sister Ning. You're here. Not far from the airport runway, Al walked over with a smile, along with Sally and Beryl. Shu Qingxue smiled at Aira and nodded. Soon after, she was attracted by Sally's leaf. Chapter 845. 0845 Chapter The Setting Sun 0845 Li Yi expressionlessly looked at Su Qingxue for a while. After nearly half a minute, neither of the 2 women moved their gazes away. The people beside them all felt that there seemed to be a secret competition between them, so they didn't dare to speak loudly. In the end, just as Li Yi was about to speak, Su Qingxue took a step forward and said, You are Li Yi, right? Li Yi nodded, Madam, do you recognize me? Yi Fan mentioned you a few times and said that you are very beautiful, so I guessed that it should be you. Su Qingxue smiled. These words seemed to catch Sally off guard. She was different from Ai Air. Growing up in the environment she grew up in, and even if she was beautiful, not many people would praise her. In fact, she heard people call her a monster more than praising her beauty. Therefore, when a great beauty praised her appearance, Li Yi naturally felt a little strange in her heart. However, this way, the atmosphere was no longer awkward. Madam, you flatter me. Please follow me to the castle and have dinner together. Li Yi found a few mountain off-road vehicles that were easy to climb and brought everyone to the main island. Beryl and Xia Linfuan sat in the same car, as if they had endless things to talk about. They asked this and that, causing Xia Linfuan to have the urge to jump out of the car. Su Qingxue and Feng Yuing sat together with Li Yi in the car at the front. The 2 of them looked at Purgatory Island, which was as dazzling as flames under the setting sun, and were lost in thought. Feng Yuing sighed with emotion, if I could live in such a place for the rest of my life, it would be pretty good. She had previously gone on a business trip with Helena, but this time, she had just returned. When she heard that Yi Fan wanted them to come to Purgatory Island with him, she happily met up with the other women. At this moment, Feng Yuing was very glad that she did not miss such a scenery. All the islands here belong to Inferno. Su Qingxue asked. Li Yi shook her head. No, this place only belongs to the king. Hearing the determination in Li Ye's words, Su Qingxue fell silent. The car drove into the market. There were busy people everywhere on the road. There were old people, children, smiling people, and sad people. When they saw Sally and the others, they all respectfully nodded their heads in greeting. There were also quite a few children who curiously looked at Su Qingxue and the others, guessing what their relationship was with the sovereign king of hell. I heard that the island was severely damaged this time, but why didn't the building seem to be damaged? Was it fixed so quickly? Xiao Linfuan looked around and asked. Belphegor chuckled and said, now we have a super expert as an ally. With her around, isn't repairing the house a matter of minutes? Xiao Linfuan was stunned for a moment before he smiled in relief. That's right, with Al here, repairing the house through particle control was indeed very easy. When they arrived at the completely new castle, everyone got off the carriage and followed Sally into the castle. As soon as they entered the castle, Su Qingxue and the other girls felt as if they had traveled through time and space to several or even more than a dozen centuries ago. A huge crystal lamp made of gold illuminated the interior of the castle. As for the red sandalwood, mahogany, and other carvings of art and furniture, it was possible to smell the fragrance of high-quality wood everywhere. Paintings could be seen everywhere on the walls. The works of Cézanne, Pissarro, Van Gogh, and other masters of art history, as well as the works of Dong Qichang, Wang Wei, and the calligraphy saint. Any one of these famous paintings would be able to set off an uproar in the world's collection world. However, here, they were like decorations for ordinary people. Ancient and luxurious styles existed side by side, and all sorts of customs interweaved between the East and the West could be found here. Su Qingxue had long known that Yi Fan was very rich, but it was only at this moment that she realized how rich her husband was. Sister, this seems to be Van Gogh's Starry Sky. Is it real or fake? Mu was also a student of the art department, so he naturally had some understanding of these paintings. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Sally said, Miss Mu, this is Van Gogh's authentic work. As for the one in the New York Museum of Modern Art, it's just a high imitation. This painting was given to our king by the special envoy sent by the President of the United States. Mu covered her mouth. Sister Sally, do you know my name? I know all of you, Sally said as she continued to lead the way in. Leaf even Su Qingxue felt the immense pressure of wealth, let alone the other women. Feng Yueying, Ning Zimo, Du Yuner, and the others were especially careful as they walked, afraid that they would destroy the authentic works of some famous person here. When they arrived at a huge dining hall, a huge stone table made of marble appeared in front of them. It could seat more than 30 people. Aziz, Asmuntus, Leviathan, and the others were all waiting there. Leviathan's wife and daughter were also there. When everyone saw Su Qingxue and Xiao Linfuan's group, they all warmly welcomed them. Everyone first greeted Su Qingxue and the other girls. After all, they were Yi Fan's people, so they didn't dare to neglect them. Ha! Mo Fei, you brat, you still dare to come back. In this war, you hid in China and didn't spill a single drop of blood. You're really a thief. Leviathan went up and gave Xiao Linfuan a punch. Xiao Linfuan's chest was hit. He coughed and smiled bitterly. I want to come too, but I can't help, it's fine. Even without you, I would have already sunk the ships of the old rulers and the royal court. Ha 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 ha. Leviathan laughed. Asmuntus muttered, isn't it because I brought people to support you? You didn't even notice that someone touched your butt. What are you so proud of? We're brothers, can't we even brag? Leviathan curled his lips, causing the others to be amused. However, when the brothers met again, although they all had smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with desolation. One after a round of warm greetings and conversations, everyone began to take their seats. The sumptuous food was placed on the table, and it was already very appetizing. However, Su Qingxue didn't care about what to eat for dinner. She looked around and asked, "Sally, where is my husband?" They came here because they were worried about Yi Fan, but Yi Fan actually didn't appear. They couldn't help but worry if he was injured or something. The king is at the Sunset Cliff. When he thinks about things, he likes to go there alone, Sally said. Does he know we're here? Su Qingxue asked. Li Yi shook her head. I didn't inform him, because the king doesn't like to be disturbed. Su Qingxue frowned and said, he called us here. What is he thinking about outside by himself? Don't tell me we have to wait for him to come before we can eat. Then when will we go? Li Yi lightly said, we can wait. Madam and the others can eat first. Xiao Linyuan said, sister-in-law, let's eat first. It's fine, boss is often like this. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then stood up and said, where is the Sunset Cliff? I'll call him back for dinner. Everyone couldn't help but quiet down. They looked at Su Qingxue, then at Sally. As expected, Sally frowned and said in a cold voice, Madam, the king is thinking about something and doesn't like to be disturbed. How do you know that he must be thinking about something and not want to come back for dinner? Maybe he was just lost in thought and actually liked to have dinner with us. We haven't seen him for so many days, Su Qingxue said seriously. The king is not that kind of person. His heart is in the wider world and he doesn't care about eating at all, Sally said. How do you know? Su Qingxue asked. Li Yi looked straight at the other party and said, because he is our king, I understand him. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and insisted, tell me, where is the Sunset Cliff? The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense, but no one dared to interrupt. After all, one was Yi Fan's butler, and also like Yi Fan's little sister. His position in Yi Fan's heart was not ordinary. Chapter 846 0846 Chapter Changing the topic 0846 At this moment, a voice came from the side of the passageway, go out from the south gate and you'll be there. It'll be easy to find. Dr. Runita. When Su Qingxue heard this voice, she immediately recognized it. She looked over and saw Ronita, who was wearing a white coat, slowly walking over with his hands in his pockets. Long time no see, Miss Su. I just so happened to be here. Ronita said with a smile. Su Qingxue nodded, thank you. After knowing the direction, Su Qingxue was about to walk out. Seeing this, Sally frowned, but in the end, she didn't stop her. When Su Qingxue walked to the door, she paused and said, to you, he might be your king, but in my heart. He's just my husband who eats breakfast with me, eats dinner with me, and lives together. Su Qingxue walked out, and everyone in the dining hall became silent, each of them deep in thought. Leah clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and didn't say anything. Ronita patted Sally's back, all right, let's sit down first. Lucifer will be back soon. Leah looked at her coldly, why does the doctor think so? Ronita shrugged, because. Isn't it a happy thing for everyone to eat together? Walking out of the south gate of the castle, through a forest of coconut trees, one could see a steep cliff. 5 or 6 square cliffs, and below them was a 100-meter cliff. It was almost the highest point on the island. Here, one could see the complete setting sun, as if the horizon was right in front of them. When Su Qingxue walked to the sunset cliff, she didn't see anyone in a trance. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that a figure was lying flat on the grass. Huff! Lu! Just as Su Qingxue was about to call out, she heard that the man was actually sleeping. He was sleeping so deeply, so heavily. Just by listening to the snoring, one could tell that it was a snoring sound that came from a very tired body that had completely relaxed. Su Qingxue immediately understood. Logically speaking, with Yi Fan's strength, it was impossible for their plane to arrive. He didn't know, and it was also impossible. She walked so close, but there was no reaction. The only reason was not that Yifan deliberately did not want to see them, but that he was too tired and had actually fallen asleep. Perhaps it was because this was his territory, his safest harbor, that Yifan let go of all his defenses and immersed himself in his dreams. Qingxue hesitated for a moment and felt that it was better not to disturb the man. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Yifan ask, "Who?" Fan Xian sat up and turned his head. His drowsy eyes saw that it was Su Qingxue, and he smiled in relief. "Wife, it's you. When did you come?" Shu Qingxue couldn't bear to, "I still woke you up." Fan Xian wiped his face and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've gone to sleep so wholeheartedly. I haven't rested for the past few days. Today, I knew that you guys were coming, but I actually didn't wake up." Shu Qingxue walked to the man's side, squatted down, and said, "This is the first time I've seen you sleep so deeply. I can't even sense it when I'm so close. How hard are you working?" Yifan laughed self-deprecatingly, "My body can take it, but the consumption of energy is quite tiring. Didn't you say that you killed the White Queen and Seraphim? Why are you still so tired?" Shu Qingxue helped the man remove the grass from his hair. Li Fan Xian shook his head, "Although I know that the sacred royal court and the old rulers are no longer our match. But, I still have to raise my spirit by 120%, I don't want any more brothers to leave, so there can't be any mishaps." Shu Qingxue touched the man's cheek with a pained expression. He hadn't even shaved his beard, and it seemed like he had gone through a lot of vicissitudes of life after not seeing him for a few days. These past few days, although it was revenge, to a man, there was no happiness at all. Even if he killed the enemy and destroyed their lair, so what? The dead could not be revived. "Hubby, I miss you," Shu Qingxue said faintly. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then opened his arms and hugged the woman, letting her head rest on his shoulder. "After the funeral of those brothers, we'll go home, Shu Qingxue nodded. The two of them hugged each other quietly for 2 to 3 minutes. They didn't say much, but they could feel each other's connection. Suddenly, Shu Qingxue thought of something important and said, "Oh right, hubby, I'm here to call you to dinner. Everyone is here, waiting for you." When Fan Xian saw the afterglow of the setting sun, he realized that he had slept for most of the day, so he patted his butt and stood up, holding Shu Qingxue's hand, and said, "All right, I'm really hungry. Go back to the castle and let my wife have a taste of my island's cooking. They are all top chefs in the world, all of them are chefs from Michelin 3-star restaurants. They took the initiative to cook for me. How is it? I know you're very powerful. You're as rich as a country. In your eyes, I'm poor and have no face. Are you purposely trying to provoke me?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man. Fan Xian chuckled. As he walked back, he rubbed his nose. "I can't just let my wife keep treating me as a temporary worker, a substitute in the game. I have to have a side that's worthy of my wife." Shu Qingxue pouted. "I'd rather you were a handyman, so that you wouldn't have to worry so much." Li Fan Xian heard that there was something in his words, and said, "What's wrong? Who made my wife angry?" Shu Qingxue said indifferently, "Nothing." No, there must be something. "Wife, quickly tell me, I'll help you vent your anger." Yifan patted his chest. Shu Qingxue lightly snorted. "It's not like it's a big deal, I just wanted to call you back for dinner, but Sally insisted that you were thinking about something and couldn't be disturbed. She refused to tell me where the sunset cliff was. I just want to find my husband for dinner. Is it that hard?" When Fan Xian heard this, he basically understood the situation and smiled in relief. "Don't be angry with Sally. She's younger than us, and when she knew me, I was different from now. I'm not angry with her, am I that petty?" Shu Qingxue asked. Yes, my wife is broad-minded, so of course she wouldn't care about such a small matter. Yi Fan hurriedly coaxed. You better not tell Sally that I brought this up, in case she thinks I'm talking bad about her behind her back. Did you hear that? Shu Qingshui reminded. Fan Xian wanted to laugh in his heart. The small struggle between these women was really childish, but his face was serious. Of course, I definitely won't talk too much. Shu Qingshui continued, Today, I finally understand why you care so much about Sally Yi. She is indeed as beautiful as a goddess, and her temperament is also good. If an ordinary man were to see her, his soul would probably be hooked away. Li Fan Xian was on guard, and very carefully said, Sigh. After all, we've known each other since we were young, just like my little sister, so of course we have to take care of her. Is it really just a little sister? Shu Qingshui asked. Of course. After being together for so many years, if there really was anything, it would have happened a long time ago, wouldn't it? Yi Fan hurriedly said righteously. When Shu Qingshui heard this, her expression slightly cleared up. She held on to the man's arm, Then I have to treat her better in the future. After all, she's my husband's sister. Li Fan Xian chuckled, secretly rejoicing that he didn't say anything wrong. He quickly changed the topic and said, Wife, I haven't seen you for a few days. How did you break through to the Xiantian realm? Chapter 847. 0847 Chapter He thought of a question. 0847 Yi Fan smiled. What, you don't know yourself? Didn't anyone mention it to you? Su Qingshui happily said, No one told me. I was wondering why my body felt so much lighter, and I could breathe for a longer time. So it was because my cultivation level increased. Yi Fan nodded. It was probably because the others didn't know much about Su Qingshui's cultivation, and no one would rashly mention it. Moreover, although the Xiantian realm was considered pretty good in the ancient martial world, the people around him naturally felt that it was very ordinary. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to underestimate the cold Jinqi in Su Qingshui's body. He didn't know if there would be any qualitative change in her Jinqi once she reached the Xiantian realm. Hubby, then am I really talented in cultivation? Moo still hasn't felt any Jinqi, but I've actually reached the Xiantian realm in just a few months. Su Qingshui was a little complacent. Yi Fan said sincerely, You are indeed very talented, I feel that. Wife, your talent is even higher than mine. When I first cultivated my inner force, it took me more than a year to reach the Xiantian realm. Back then, when Yi Fan trained in the heavenly life water and reached the Xiantian realm in a year, it had already greatly shocked the Black Emperor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Su Qingshui's cultivation speed was a monster. However, Yi Fan had also seen a lot of things. He had spent 3 years to cultivate again, but he was still able to surpass his past self. Then, Su Qingshui's speed was not surprising at all. If I can advance and retreat with you in the future and kill enemies together, that would be great. Su Qingshui murmured. Yi Fan reached out his hand and stroked the woman's hair. Idiot, I worked hard to cultivate and hunt down enemies all over the world just so that you guys wouldn't have to experience any bloody storms. You only need to think about self-protection in your cultivation. As for the rest, don't think about it. I don't want my woman to go around fighting. Then why did Sister Ning let her kill people? Su Qingshui was unconvinced. That's just a small fight. I'll only allow it if it's within her control. Yi Fan said. Then I can also help you within my control. I didn't say that I would fight with those super experts, so I can't beat them either. Su Qingshui said. Li Fan Xian didn't want to argue with a woman about this. He sighed and walked back to the castle's dining hall with her. Everyone waited for about 10 minutes. Seeing that Su Qingshui had really called Yi Fan back, the two of them held hands and looked at Sally with a complicated expression. However, Li Ye's expression didn't seem to change. She just stood there silently, respectfully waiting for Yi Fan to take his seat. Fan Xian smiled, waved his hand and said, "Sally, don't have so many rules, just do whatever you want. Look at how they're all sitting, why are you standing? They are the king's family, I am just the housekeeper." Sally said with an expressionless face. Fan Xian's expression stiffened. Just by thinking with his toes, he knew that Sally was tactfully expressing the dissatisfaction in her heart. But he had no choice. He couldn't say a lot of words to coax her in front of everyone, so he could only pretend that nothing had happened and sit down. "I'm sorry, I made everyone wait for me," Yi Fan said. Boss, you went to China for a few years and got married. You're really different from before. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Ha 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 ha. The Leviathan laughed. Fan Xian smiled and took the lead to raise the golden wine cup that had already been poured. "Come, for the sake of the living to reunite here, for the sake of avenging the dead, let's drink a cup." The wine cups on the dining table were all made according to the cups of the ancient royal family. Gold and silver were the main ingredients, and they were inlaid with gems of various colors. As the craftsmen were all masters of the present age, any one of them was worth millions or even millions. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't mention these things. To him, these were just ordinary cups and cutlery. The dozen or so people at the table all raised their wine cups and drank with emotion. "You're not allowed to drink. Children, students, what kind of wine are you drinking?" When Mu was about to drink, he was stopped by Su Qingxue. "Sister, just let me drink a little. This seems to be a Romani Conti, hundreds of thousands of bottles." The girl's face was filled with desire. "You can't drink any wine. You can drink it after you graduate," Su Qingxue lectured. Mu pouted, "I've long since become an adult. I can't even drink wine." Big sister is so stingy. Everyone was amused when they heard this, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. It was as if there was an endless amount of things to talk about during dinner, and it was almost midnight before they dispersed. Sally arranged different rooms for all the girls. Most of the rooms in the castle were empty, so it was quite easy to find a place to stay. Yi Fan and a few of his old brothers chatted in the hall for a while about the arrangements for tomorrow's funeral. They planned to go back to their rooms to rest, but they heard Al calling him. "Yi Fan, I have something to tell you. Can you come out with me for a while?" Al asked. Xia Linfuan, Aziz, and the others all looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. Su Qingxue, Ning Zimo, and the other girls, who were sitting on the sofa, also had complicated gazes. Ayer seemed to realize that it was a little strange to talk to a man alone at this time. Her face flushed red and she said, "No. No, don't misunderstand. There are some private matters, I need." That's, Ayer didn't know how to explain. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have mentioned it. "Princess Ayer, you don't have to explain. The more you explain, the darker it gets. You are the dignified brother heir. It's normal for you to talk to our boss about something important. We won't doubt it." The Leviathan laughed. She didn't want the other women to be depressed, so she said, "Qingxue, Sister Ning, Yuing, don't misunderstand. I'm not like Yi Fan." It was fine if he didn't mention it, but if he did, he would have a guilty conscience. Yi Fan wiped his forehead and said, "Let's go out and talk. There's no need to explain so much." He was afraid that if Ayer continued to speak, something would really happen. Ayer was very helpless. She was dragged by Yi Fan to the sunset cliff. "I'm sorry, Yi Fan, I accidentally said the wrong thing," Ayer apologized. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was still as silly, innocent, and cute as ever. "All right, it's a small matter. Now that it's just the two of us here, what do you have to say to me?" Aya nodded and took out 2 colorful crystals from a small bag she carried with her. I think Selena stole these 2 things from you, right? Leaf Fan Xian was stunned. Indeed, these were the 2 stones that were stolen from him. They were the source of energy for the Copper Man. Where did you find it? Selena's submarine was found in the sea near our Adept Association. Our people found these 2 stones and handed them over to me. I didn't have a chance before, so I forgot to give it to you. I don't know if others can see this thing, so I found you and gave it to you in private. Aya said, I saw that they were placed in a locked box, so I thought that it should be very crucial. Leaf. Chapter 848. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. 0848. Yifan had never figured out what kind of material these 2 stones were. Ever since he saw that the walking stick of the clan elder of the Zhou family village also had one embedded in it, he guessed that it wasn't an extremely rare item. After all, a large clan had more than one village. If an elder of the Zhou family village had this kind of stone, then it meant that many other villages or clans had this kind of stone. Since that was the case, Yifan felt that he might as well break it down and see what was so special about it. Are you sure you want me to break it down? Al asked again and again. Yifan thought for a moment, then hid one of them and said, let's break it down and see what the situation is like. All right. Al didn't care. She took back a stone and threw it into the air. When the particle decomposition ability began to be used, the stone began to emit countless fine, colorful rays of light in the air. Through this light, Yifan immediately felt a surging and vigorous aura that made people feel a huge sense of oppression. Ow! Go away! Yifan shouted. Aya also realized that there might be danger inside, so she quickly retreated. The stone fell to the ground, as if nothing had happened. There seems to be something hidden inside. Its structure is very stable. It might take me a lot of time to break it down, Al said with lingering fear. Yifan frowned and said, this stone, back then, supported the bronze man and beat me into a sorry state. It seems that there is indeed a very strong energy inside. When Al heard this, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. She muttered thoughtfully, stone. Energy. Leaf Fan Xian looked at the woman muttering to herself and asked, what's wrong, Al? Did you think of anything? Ha! Al raised her head, dodged her gaze, and said, oh. Nothing, I was thinking, should I continue to break it down? Leaf Fan Xian hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it. Such a small stone, the energy contained inside is so strong that it makes my liver tremble a little. It's better not to touch it for now. For safety's sake, it's indeed better not to touch it. Yifan sighed and put away the stone. It was better not to bring this thing with him at the moment. Otherwise, if it exploded or something, he would be blown to death. It was safer to leave the stone on Purgatory Island while he was on his way back. Speaking of which, when Serena stole the stone, she probably didn't even figure out what it was because it couldn't be explained with science. The Sail returned to the castle, hid the stone in an underground storage room that only he could enter and exit, and returned to his room. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, he discovered that there was someone inside. Yifan sensed it and was immediately overjoyed. Wife. Yifan opened the door and went in. However, what greeted him was a delicate cry. Ah! Shu Qingxue was so scared that she quickly covered her upper body with one hand, but her slender arms were unable to cover up the beautiful scenery. Only then did Yifan realize that the woman had just finished showering and was wearing her underwear. She hadn't even worn anything yet. Although it was just a glimpse, Yifan had already seen it. He opened his mouth and stared blankly. Shu Qingxue was both embarrassed and angry. Her face was burning as she said, "What are you looking at? Get out." "But this is my room." Yifan pretended to close the door as if nothing had happened and said, wife, didn't you come to sleep with me? What? Shu Qingxue realized that Sally must have tacitly arranged for the couple to be in the same room. Leaf as the sail walked, it unbuttoned its clothes, threw away its shirt, and began to take off its pants. Wife, don't be shy. We're already an old couple. If you don't show it to me, could it be that you're going to show it to other men? Yi Fan's eyes stared at the woman's pink underwear as he whistled in his heart. Shu Qingxue hurriedly ran to the bedside and carried the man on her back. She picked up a blanket and wrapped it around herself. Don't take it off. You sleep in another room. Why? This is my room, the entire Purgatory Island is mine. I'm in my own house, sleeping in the same room as my wife, and I'm not allowed to sleep. Yi Fan said confidently. Shu Qingxue righteously said, you promised me that you would propose. You only did that after the official wedding. Don't tell me you don't keep your word. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I didn't do anything. Wife, did you think wrongly? I didn't. Shu Qingxue's face was pink, and she didn't know what to do. I don't care. You go sleep in another room. Li Fan Xian sighed, shook his head and said, all right, since my wife insists on saying that, then I will respect your intentions. Li Fan Xian silently picked up his clothes and pants, turned around and walked out of the door. As he walked, he muttered, it seems like Ying Ying's room is on the east side. Ning'er's is on the opposite side. Let's go to Ning'er's place first. Halt. When Shu Qingxue, who was beside the bed, heard this, she hurriedly called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned around, wife, what's wrong? You. Shu Qingxue thought for a moment, then turned her head and said, I'm afraid that others will think that I'm too pretentious. I'm not such a stingy woman, you should sleep here. Li Fan Xian was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was filled with hesitation as he said, that's not good, right? After all, we haven't officially held a wedding yet, I'm not such a casual man. Yi Fan. Are you trying to anger me on purpose? Shu Qingxue asked with her eyes wide open. Yi Fan quivered and stopped when he saw that it was good. He pretended to smile foolishly and said, of course not. Then thank you, my wife. I'm going to take a bath, hee. Although the castle looked simple and unadorned, the equipment inside was actually at the level of the world's top hotels. Not to mention anything else, the bathwater here was all underground hot springs, and the bathing pool was also quite spacious. The hot bath was indeed comfortable, but when he thought of his wife lying on the bed, such a black-haired beauty with a figure that could make one's blood boil, Yi Fan couldn't soak in it for long. After a simple wipe, he walked back to the room naked. Just as he was about to pounce on the bed, the scene in front of him caused his face to turn green. Shu Qingxue, who was wearing a pink silk pajamas, had a serious expression on her face as she laid out the last layer of bedding on the ground. The woman stood up and said to Yi Fan, you can sleep on the floor. In any case, your body is strong, so you won't catch a cold. Yi Fan realized that he was still a little too inexperienced. Wife, is there a need for that? My bed is 4 meters wide, Yi Fan said with a bitter face. If you want to sleep, then sleep. If you don't want to sleep, then go practice. Don't think that I don't know that you don't really need to sleep. Shu Qingxue snorted lightly and then went into bed. Turn off the lights, I don't know where the main switch is. Shu Qingxue said. Yi Fan looked at the bed, then looked at the woman on the bed who had her back facing him. He silently walked to the bedside table and turned off the light. Chapter 849. 0849 Chapter What's the hurry? 0849 Shu Qingxue cried out, what are you doing? Without waiting for her to turn around, Yi Fan had already hugged her waist from behind, and his chest was close to her back. Yifan's powerful arm pressed down on the woman, and he whispered into her ear, "Don't move, I'll just hug you to sleep. If you move a few times, I'm not sure what I'll do." He originally thought that Su Qingxue would struggle to fight against him, but he didn't expect that after saying this, Su Qingxue only snorted lightly and didn't resist. Yifan was happy to be at peace. He took a deep breath and had no place to put his left hand, so he could only move it to the woman's head. This move caused Su Qingxue to let out a "yeah" sound. "You're pressing on my hair." "Oh, oh." Yifan carefully moved his hand away, and at the same time helped the woman stroke her hair. The room became quiet. As the two of them listened to each other's breathing, Yifan couldn't help but move his nose closer to the woman's shoulder and say, "Wife, why is your body so fragrant?" "No way, I don't smell it." "You're already numb to your own smell, so of course you can't smell it." "What kind of animal am I?" "What do you mean by smell?" "Oh, your body fragrance." Yifan smiled awkwardly. While he was talking, his right hand pretended to move up from the woman's abdomen as if nothing had happened. During this process, Su Qingxue symbolically moved her arm, but she didn't say anything. Yifan immediately knew that he could continue his attack. Not long after, his hand was placed on the part of his dreams. Hearing the soft, sticky, nasal sound of the woman, Yifan's entire body felt as if it was on fire, and he began to heat up. Although he already knew that Su Qingxue's figure was not ordinary, he didn't feel it so directly. He really didn't expect it to be so outlandish. Yifan mustered up his strength. While enjoying it, he also wanted the woman to be unable to take it anymore and directly lose. When the time came, the woman would beg him for it, and he would naturally be able to push the boat along with the current. However, after almost 20 minutes, Yifan had already passed the stage of excitement, but Su Qingxue still didn't have any more reactions. Fan Xian sighed regretfully in his heart. It seemed that he had underestimated Su Qingxue's mental fortitude. He could only silently place his hand back onto Su Qingxue's abdomen. It was better to sleep. It was good enough that he could hug her to sleep, Yifan comforted himself. However, not long after, Su Qingxue's smooth and delicate hand actually took the initiative to grab Yifan's hand. After that, the woman placed Yifan's hand on the inside of her pajamas. Yifan's entire body quivered. Su Qingxue actually wanted him to directly touch it from the inside. Was it not satisfying enough through the pajamas? "Wife, do you want it?" Yifan asked. In the darkness, Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled as she said, "I heard that after a massage, it will become bigger. I want you to massage. I feel it's quite comfortable." "Isn't yours big enough?" Yifan asked. "It's not enough, do you want it to be bigger?" Su Qingxue's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Hiss. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. Should he laugh or cry? Although he could enjoy it for a while, he had to hold it in most of the time. It was too torturous. "If you don't want to massage me, then forget it." "Humph." Seeing that the man wasn't moving, Su Qingxue pushed his hand away. Yifan quickly stuffed his hand in and said, "Press, press, of course press. If I don't help my wife press it, could it be that someone else will do it?" With such a job, Yifan couldn't give it to anyone else. That night, Yifan was destined to be unable to sleep well. He had been riding on a roller coaster the entire time, going up and down, constantly tormenting him. The only thing that made Yifan happy was that his relationship with Su Qingxue had clearly improved. Although he hadn't passed the last hurdle, the woman had already accepted him, both mentally and physically. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone in the Purgatory Island group gathered at the beach below the sunset cliff. Old people, children, the injured, women, no matter who they were, they all rushed here. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. All the bodies of the dead were cremated here. A sad farewell to the past and a funeral filled with expectations for a new life in the future finally came to an end as all the ashes floated into the sea. It was impossible for them to stay on Purgatory Island for a long time. After all, they all had things to do. Yifan didn't forget that there was still a heaven's eye waiting for him in the country. Moreover, he promised Chu Yunyao that he would help the Chu family with the hidden dragon selection. Therefore, Yifan directly told the people of Inferno that he planned to return home in the afternoon. Aziz, Asmuntus, and the others understood. After experiencing this battle, they were determined to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen their team. They had been on the island for a long time. Everyone sat in the castle, eating lunch while discussing the various deployments around the world. Just by listening to this, Su Qingxue and the other girls felt that they were very far away from them and didn't dare to say anything. "King, there are some requests to come to Purgatory Island to see you. They have been sent over. There are already more than 30 petitions. Who do you think is suitable?" Sally was the busiest. She arrived at the dining hall late and handed a tablet to Yifan. Yifan frowned, took the tablet and swiped at it. He was too lazy to look at it any longer and asked, "Who are they?" Sally said, "There are the top 100 richest people in the world, the heads of listed groups, the leaders of consortiums, and some of your old friends from more than 20 countries, including enamel, and magnesium countries, as well as some aristocratic families who have been on good terms with Inferno for 6 or 7 years, and some of your old friends. Boss, now that our Inferno is a real S-class organization and has annihilated the old ones, those guys are anxious to show their loyalty and give you gifts," the Leviathan said happily. Yifan glanced at them and said, "I don't have time to see them, so tell them not to come." Then the gifts and money they gave, accept them all. Yifan said without hesitation, only after accepting the gifts will they feel at ease. Besides, if we don't accept these things, we will give them to the enemy. Everything we accept will be donated to the families of our brothers who died in battle and to the areas that have been destroyed in this global battle. Leah nodded. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Yifan saw the woman pick up the computer and leave. He frowned and stretched out his hand to slap Leah's buttocks. She turned around with a complicated expression, "King. Did I do something wrong?" Li Fan Xian smiled, "Eat first, then go to work. What's the rush, isn't it just to receive tens of billions of dollars?" Pfft. Moo Moo Moo, who was sitting at the table and drinking the soup, spat it out. Chapter 850. A pretty bold man 0850 Yifan smiled, "Why are all of you looking at me like that? According to the statistics from the table that Sally gave me, it's worth more than 20 billion. It's not like I'm spouting nonsense. Brother-in-law, isn't it too easy for you to get money? You can get so much just by taking a gift." Moo 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 exclaimed. Yifan smiled and shook his head, 20 to 30 of the richest people and consortiums in the world, what can a gift of more than 20 billion be considered? They won't even need a month to earn it back. Shu Qingxue muttered, "This is too infuriating. You're so rich, yet you still spend my money every day in Huahai. Other people's families are supported by men." Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Wife, you didn't ask me for money. If you ask me for it, I'll give it to you." Sally bit her lower lip and said, "Wang, I'm not hungry. I'll go take care of these things first." Li Fan Xian frowned and said, "Sally, are you angry with me? I told you to eat, so just eat. You keep calling me Wang Wang Wang. Can't you learn from San and call me Big Brother? You're trying to make me angry, aren't you?" Li Yi looked at Yifan with a wronged and resentful expression, then slowly found a seat to sit down. "Sister Sally, this is for you. The tuna salad is so delicious." Moo 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 took the initiative to bring a plate of salad over. "Sorry. I don't eat this." Sally pushed the salad away. Moo 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 pouted, "It's really delicious, I've already eaten 2 plates. Little girl, it's not that Sally doesn't like the salad you eat, it's that she only eats vegetables and doesn't like to eat any meat, including fish." Yi Fan explained with a smile. This was the first time the girls knew about this. Ning Xuemo blinked and said, "So Sally is still a vegetarian." Li Yi made herself some plain vegetarian salad and took a bite. She shook her head and said, "No, it's just that I don't want to eat it." "Why?" Moo 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 was puzzled, "The meat is so delicious." Shu Qingxue seemed to be deep in thought as she patted her sister's thigh. "Why are you asking so many questions?" The Sale took a piece of bread, sprinkled it with truffles, smeared it with jam, and personally delivered it to Sally's plate. "Come, eat more. Although your physique is good, you are too thin. It won't do if you don't grow meat." Yi Fan said with a smile. "Thank you, King." Sally picked up the bread and quickly finished it in a few mouthfuls. "Why are you in such a hurry to eat?" After sweeping the salad on the plate, Sally stood up and said, "I'll be going first. Everyone, please enjoy." The woman took less than 2 minutes to finish the entire meal. Fan Xian speechlessly watched Sally walk out of the restaurant and sighed, "Why do you keep throwing a tantrum?" Xiao Linfuan swirled a glass of red wine in his hand and lit a cigarette in his other hand. He leisurely said, "Boss, you haven't returned to Purgatory Island for so long. This time, you only stayed for a few days before leaving. Aren't I at my wit's end? I can't just stay here and retire before I'm done with my business. There are quite a few people who are watching me die." Yi Fan picked up his wine cup and took a sip. "Hubby, go and talk to her more. She's a young girl, staying alone on this island and helping you take care of the rear. As an elder brother, it's only right for you to care about your younger sister." Su Qingxue said. Eldest sister-in-law is still the most righteous. Boss, you really have to care more about Sally. The Leviathan said happily. The others also nodded. As Muntis said, "If it wasn't for Sally supporting us, I'm afraid that we would have been in deep trouble this time." Li Fan Xian looked at his wife in admiration. These words were really good, not only expressing her magnanimity, but also clearly pointing out that it was a brother-sister relationship, not some other concern. Yi Fan also had something to say to Sally, so he got up and went to Sally's study room to find the woman. Sally, who was planning to contact someone on the phone, was surprised to see Yi Fan looking for her. "King, what's the matter?" Li Fan Xian waved his hand. "Let's go, accompany me to a place." Li Yi put down the work in her hands and followed Yi Fan to the basement of the castle. When they arrived at the basement, Sally already knew where Yi Fan was going. "King, are you going to see Angel?" Li Fan Xian nodded. "I originally wanted to wait until I found a way to revive her before I went to see her. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the face to face her. However, I'm going to leave, so I still want to see her before I leave." As Yi Fan spoke, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary stone wall. He knocked on the wall a few times with a special rhythm, and a stone was moved away, revealing an iris detection device. Yi Fan stood over, and after scanning, the stone wall turned, revealing an internal hidden space. After walking in, the interior space immediately lit up, and the stone door closed. This was a secret laboratory. When Yi Fan first created it, its only use was to protect Angel's safety. In the middle of the laboratory, there was an independent energy device that supplied a biochemical protection pod. It was filled with the biochemical liquid created by the elephant head god back then, and a girl with long flaxen hair who looked like an angel was lying peacefully inside. "Angel. I'm sorry, I haven't come to see you for so long." Li Fan Xian walked to the side of the biochemical cabin and gently brushed past the transparent cabin surface. His eyes revealed countless thoughts. Li Yi stood quietly at the back, not making a sound. After a while, Yi Fan turned around and said, "Sally, do you know what angel is to me? Li Yi raised her head and expressionlessly replied, light. That's right. Yi Fan walked in front of the girl, placed his hands on her shoulders, and said, to me, angel is unique in the world. Because without her, I would fall into a bottomless abyss. She was like a firefly that suddenly appeared in front of me in the boundless night. Even if she was very small and insignificant, she made me understand that in this world, besides darkness, there was also light. There was a trace of loneliness in Li Ye's eyes as she said, I know, to the king, angel is the spiritual power in your heart, and that Miss Su is your soul mate. I shouldn't have acted like that in front of you. You didn't belong to me in the first place. I took myself too seriously. Li Fan Xian smiled and reached out his hand to touch Sally's silver hair. That silky smooth hair immediately became a little messy. Silly girl, let me ask you, do you know who else in this world can enter this room besides me? Li Yi was stunned for a moment before replying, that's right, you, other than me, only you, Sally, can unlock the door to this room. Li Fan Xian said seriously, there are a lot of my life and death friends and confidants, but none of them can come here to see Angel. Why? Because only you, Sally, are the people I can entrust everything to without hesitation. She had originally thought that the reason Yi Fan allowed her to enter this place was just to make it convenient for her to manage and clean this place. She didn't expect that there was actually another deeper meaning to it. Yi Fan grabbed the woman's hand and placed it on his chest. Listen, Sally. You said that Angel gave me light. That's right, she let me know that there was still light in my heart. However, what truly allowed me to climb up step by step from the OLD1's dungeon, grow up step by step, and survive in the dark swamp of the underground world? It was you. Sally Yi. Angel gave me hope, and you made me forget what despair was in the darkness. It was because of you that I was able to come this far. Without you, there would be no me, let alone any hope, so... In this world, only you have the right to enter and exit this room as you please, to see the weakest part of my heart. Li Fli's eyes reddened as she looked at the man. A mixture of sweetness and sourness made her speechless. Yi Fan forcefully hugged the girl, patted her back, and said, silly girl, don't be jealous of anyone, and don't let your imagination run wild. You are already the only one in my heart, there's no need to fight for anything, do you understand? Li Yi leaned against the man's chest and nodded. Tears flowed down her face. King. Sorry. I was wrong. Li Fan Xian pretended to be unhappy and frowned. Just how long are you going to call me King? What did you call me before? Don't tell me you don't know how to call me that. A hint of red flashed across Sally's charming face. Big brother Yi Fan, that's right. Yi Fan laughed heartily, and the stone in his heart finally dropped. He was afraid that Sally would let her imagination run wild. After all, this child had been treated unfairly since she was young, and it was very easy for her to get stuck in a dead end. After seeing Angel and unraveling the knot in Sally's heart, Yi Fan felt that it was time to return to China. In the afternoon, Yi Fan brought the women and Xie Linfuan away from Purgatory Island. As for Ronida, he was disheartened by the kidnapping of the Magnesium Army. He planned to be a medical consultant for Inferno on the island to solve the problem of the combatants' injuries. On the other hand, Ayer was able to return home because she had broken off her engagement with the duchy. This surprised both Yi Fan and Ayer. The Doomsday King had actually given up, and they didn't know if there was a special reason. When they returned to Huahai, it was already nighttime. When Yi Fan and Su Qingxue returned home, they discovered that there was a guest's car parked outside their house. Yi Fan sensed it and couldn't help but reveal a playful expression. Hubby, who is it? Su Qingxue asked. Chapter 851. 0851 Chapter Think About It 0851 Walking into the living room of the mansion, Su Qingxue saw 3 men sitting inside. Aunt Jiang was sitting there with a serious expression. Seeing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue return, she hurriedly stood up and said, Yi Fan, miss, I won't let them in. They insist on coming in, I can't stop them. Su Qingxue immediately recognized one of them, a man in his 40s. It was Su Wei, whom she had met at her hometown cemetery. He, Mr. Lucifer, I am Su Yi of the Ghost Valley's Su family. My useless second son, Su Wei, once had a small misunderstanding with you. Today, my eldest son, Su Zhen, and I have brought this kid here to apologize to you. Please forgive me. An old man with a kind smile on his face was dressed in a long green robe. He was the current leader of the Su family in the Ghost Valley, Su Yi. According to seniority, Su Yi should be considered Su Qingxue's second grandfather. Although he was an adopted son, he was still a member of the Su family. However, after experiencing the incident last time when Su Wei was sent to snatch the Ghost Valley ring from the cemetery, Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't have any good impression of this second grandfather. In beside him, there was a short-haired man who was slightly older than Su Wei. He was his eldest son, Su Xian. Obviously, the Su family already knew about Yi Fan's identity. In the past few days, the commotion caused by Inferno in the world had also spread to the country. Even if ordinary families and organizations didn't know about it, the Ghost Valley would definitely know about it. When the Su family saw Yi Fan, they naturally followed the rules and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Su Yi felt Su Qingxue's cold gaze and laughed. Qingxue, this is the first time we've met. I know you have some misunderstandings about second grandpa, but please listen to my explanation. We are a family, all for the future of the Su family. In order to restore the prestige of the Su family, all of this has its own difficulties. Humph. Nonsense. If it wasn't for Yi Fan, we would already be dead. What kind of family are you talking about? Aunt Jiang was filled with righteous indignation, but Su Qingxue stretched out her hand to stop her. Aunt Jiang. Don't talk about this. Aunt Jiang was helpless. Miss, they have ulterior motives, you must not be soft-hearted. Su Qingxue nodded. Auntie Jiang, let me handle it. You can rest first. Although Aunt Jiang was full of anger, she could only retreat after hearing Su Qingxue's words. She returned to her room and didn't want to see these Su family members at all. Sit. Su Qingxue stretched out her hand and said calmly. From beginning to end, Fan Xian didn't say much. He didn't know how Su Qingxue planned to treat these relatives. If she wanted to kill them, it would only take a single sentence, so there was no need to say much. With Yi Fan's current attitude towards the Ghost Valley, or rather, with the Ghost Valley's attitude towards him, there was no need to talk. Therefore, it was more appropriate to leave this matter to Su Qingxue. It seemed that this woman had her own considerations. Su Yi also noticed that Yi Fan's attitude was very cold. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, all right, I'm really sorry for suddenly coming over today. I've disturbed your rest so late at night. It's not sudden, right? You guys know that we'll be back today, right? Su Qingxue said. Ha! Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Then second grandpa won't beat around the bush. Indeed, we were waiting for you guys to come back, Su Yi said. Then what are we waiting for? Su Qingxue asked. Su Yi signaled her eldest son with her eyes. Su Zhen understood and took out a small USB from her waist and placed it in front of Su Qingxue. Because the Su family's three father and son were all dressed in retro attire, their belts could be stuffed with some small things. What is this? Su Qingxue asked. Su Yi said, inside, there is a map of the Ghost Valley, including how to enter the Ghost Valley, the layout of the Ghost Valley. There was also the current management of the Ghost Valley, the members of the Zhuge family, the information about our Ghost Valley Su family, and the information about Elder Yuan. It can be said that even the dragon's soul does not understand the internal information of the Ghost Valley, but I got some air to sort it all out and I plan to give it to you. Suitsun said, Qingxue, as long as you have this information, you'll be able to grasp the situation in the Phantom Cove swiftly. It will be much easier for you to return to the Ghost Valley. Return to the Ghost Valley? Su Qingxue asked, you want me to go back? Su Yi said with a serious face, Qingxue, to be honest, when your great-grandfather adopted me, he didn't want me to fight for power. He wanted me to guard the Su family's foundation in the Ghost Valley. Unfortunately, your grandfather and father don't have any cultivation talent, but you are different. I can see that you are already in the Xiantian realm, and you are married to the legendary expert, the King of Hell. With this aptitude and connections, it's definitely not a problem for you to return to the Ghost Valley and become the leader of our Su family. The key is that you are still holding the Ghost Valley ring. Seeing the ring is like seeing the Valley Master. No matter how powerful Zhuge Tianming is, he doesn't have the ring, so he can't say anything about the rules. Suitsun said. Su Wei hurriedly smiled and said, I offended you back then, but Qingxue, we truly feel that you are the hope of the Ghost Valley Su family. That's why we came to apologize and show our sincerity. Hearing this, Su Qingxue was not in a hurry to get the USB. She pondered for a moment and asked, you guys want me to return to the Ghost Valley and become the head of the Su family, then what can you guys get? Or rather, what do you want? Su Yi smiled bitterly and waved his hand, Qingxue, you're worrying too much. What else can we expect? Us father and son, including our bloodline, are all hoping that the Su family can once again become the master of the Ghost Valley. The Zhuge family is becoming more and more rampant. They don't put us in their eyes, and only you and your wife can truly suppress them. As long as you can restore the prestige of the Su family, I, Su Yi, will bring my 2 sons and my grandchildren to live in seclusion. I will no longer be involved in the disputes of the Ghost Valley. That's right. We also know our own limits. In the Ghost Valley, we have always been suppressed by the Zhuge family, and we are indeed too tired. Suitsun said with a bitter face. Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked, does Zhuge Tianming know that you guys are here today? Oh, don't worry, we have our own intelligence manager. This time, we specially hid it well and won't let the Zhuge family find out. Su Yi was very polite to Yifan. Then do you know that the heavens I secretly helped the White Empress and the others deal with me this time? Yifan asked again. Su Yi hurriedly waved his hand with a serious expression and said, Sir, this matter was all done by Zhuge Tianming. We had absolutely no idea. If I knew, I would have told you long ago. I only hate that in this Ghost Valley, almost all the resources are controlled by the Zhuge family, and we only found out later on. Is that so? Yifan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 852. 0852 Suitsun and Su Wei still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Su Yi. Su Yi stood up and said with a smile, all right, we came here today to express our stance. In the future, Qingxue, if you want to return to the Ghost Valley, we, the Su family members who stayed behind in the Ghost Valley, will fully support you. If there's anything you need or want to ask, leave our contact information in this information. We're all family, so there's no need to be polite. Su Qingxue replied indifferently and didn't have any intention of getting up to send them off. Su Yi and his son silently walked out of the house, closed the door, and drove away. When the car left the residential area of Egret County and reached the road, Su Wei finally couldn't help but scold, this little bitch, relying on her marriage to Lucifer, she's actually so arrogant in front of us. If it wasn't for her man, even her bones would have been rotten in the mud. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Second brother, under the eaves, we have no choice but to lower our heads. If we want to deal with Zhuge Tianming and continue to have a foothold in the Ghost Valley, we have to borrow the power of Inferno. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That Lucifer would definitely go against the Zhuge family for Su Qingxue. Once the two sides fight, the Zhuge family will be doomed. At that time, we will become the meritorious officials who assist Su Qingxue, and they won't be able to do anything to us. Su Qingxue is just a little girl. If she wants to lead the Ghost Valley, how can she convince the masses? She still has to rely on her father and us, as well as so many elders on the same boat as us. At that time, in the Ghost Valley, we will actually have the final say. Suits and grinned. But this Lucifer is not easy to deal with. If he were here, we would never be able to raise our heads in front of Su Qingxue. Su Wei frowned. Lucifer is a big tree that attracts the wind. Sooner or later, there will be others who will deal with him. First, I'll borrow his blade to kill the Zhuge family. When the time comes, I'll borrow someone else's blade to kill Lucifer. Why not? Su Tsun said. Su Yi's eyes were gloomy as he laughed in a low voice. You two are underestimating that little girl too much. Before, we were like fire and water. Today, we went to say this. Do you think that she would believe us all? In order to gain her trust, we still have a lot of things to do. Just today alone, we came here with our lives in danger. If we want to achieve great things, we must live on the edge of a knife. Father is right. Just now, I was also worried that Lucifer would directly vent his anger towards Zhuge Tianming on us. Su Tsun nodded. Su Yi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Don't panic, Lucifer and Su Qingxue are not simple-minded people. They should also know that if they want to take revenge and return to the Ghost Valley, they need us to lead the way and support them. So, for the time being, we are safe. The next key is to gain Su Qingxue's trust. It would be best if we could give her some favors. Only then will our plan be safe. Su Tsun and Su Wei looked at each other and thought about their next plan. The sky was filled with stars and a gentle breeze. On the balcony outside the study, Su Qingxue leaned against the railing, rubbing the USB disc in her hand with a thoughtful expression. Honey, do you want some Coke? Yi Fan came to the balcony. He took out 2 cans of Diet Coke from the fridge and gave one to Su Qingxue. This was what he wanted to drink, so he asked Aunt Jiang to buy it and put it in the fridge. Su Qingxue looked at it and shook her head. Why are you drinking Coke so late at night? Even if you have a good body, you are still too reckless. Hee, if you don't drink, then I'll drink. Yi Fan enjoyed himself and gulped it down, burping happily. Su Qingxue helplessly looked at the man and asked, What do you think Su Yi and his son are plotting? Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders indifferently and smiled. In the eyes of lions and tigers, what are a few smelly mice plotting? Is there a need to think about it? You mean, no matter what they are thinking, you will eat them? Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian frowned and shook his head. It's too smelly to eat, just slap it to death. It seems like you don't believe what they said at all. Su Qingxue said with a faint smile. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and hooked it around the woman's shoulder. Wife, I don't care who is in charge of the Ghost Valley, but the Zhuge family must be eliminated. As for Su Yi and the others, they were just trying to fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits of a fisherman. This kind of guy, you can never trust them. Su Qingxue nodded. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Yi Fan's phone ring. It's so late at night, who's looking for you? Su Qingxue frowned. Li Fan Xian was also puzzled. He took out his phone and looked at it, hurriedly trying to hide it. However, Su Qingxue still caught a glimpse of it and snorted, Answer it. I haven't seen you for so long, I probably miss you. Li Fan Xian smiled awkwardly. The one who called was Chu Yunyao. He pretended to walk back to the house as if nothing had happened, went around to his room, and picked up the phone. Little Yao Yao, what's wrong? You can't have forgotten, right? Chu Yunyao said snappily. What did I forget? The people from our Chu clan who are going to participate in the Hidden Dragon selection will return to Hua Hai in the early hours of the morning. Aren't you going to meet them? Chu Yunyao questioned. Li Fan Xian slapped his forehead, only then did he remember that the day had arrived. Before he returned home, he still remembered, but when he came back, he forgot. Oh, it's already early in the morning. Why don't we let them find a place to rest first? I'll look for them when the sun rises. Aren't we going to participate in the selection the day after tomorrow? Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He still wanted to give his wife a massage tonight. Chu Yunyao was silent for a few seconds, then lightly asked, "Do you have any objections to me?" "Ah. What do you mean?" Yi Fan was confused. "Why didn't you call me when they all went to Purgatory Island?" Chu Yunyao asked. Li Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. So women cared about this. Don't misunderstand, I'm not jealous. I'm not that bored. I'm just very curious, what kind of special technology does your island have? Chu Yunyao explained, but no matter how she listened, it seemed like she was trying to cover it up. Fan Xian sighed, "Little Yao Yao, I just thought that you were in the capital, doing research. Since you were quite safe, I didn't call you. Next time, I'll definitely bring you there alone to make up for my mistakes." "Humph, do you think I care?" "It's up to you, I don't want to go to your place either. I'll go to the airport to pick them up myself. Don't come either. In any case, this is a matter of our Chu family. The training is over, so I'll just bring them to the selection. You can go back to your work." After Chu Yunyao finished speaking, she directly hung up. Yi Fan listened to the beep-beep sound on the phone. How could he not feel that the woman was actually unhappy? Clenching his teeth, Yi Fan ran to Su Qingshua's study, gave the woman some instructions, and then ran out of the house. Ever since Yi Fan had raced with Zi Han twice, he was too lazy to drive when he went out at night, so he directly ran to the airport. Halfway there, he remembered that women seemed to like to drink milk tea, so he went to a milk tea shop that was open at midnight and bought 2 cups. After waiting for more than half an hour at the VIP passage of the airport, he saw Chu Yunyao wearing a camel-colored windbreaker walking gracefully. "Little Yao Yao." Yi Fan glanced at the pair of black stockings and knew that the woman had arrived. When Chu Yunyao saw the man, she was obviously a little surprised. With a cold expression, she said, "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to stay at home with your wife?" Yi Fan thought to himself, although massaging the madam is also comfortable, it's not as good as going into battle with a real knife and a real spear. Chapter 853 0853 Chapter No Rest 0853 Chu Yunyao looked at the man's complacent expression, then looked at the milk tea. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. She inexplicably wanted to hit him, but she also felt happy. The woman herself was a bit conflicted. She didn't know what kind of emotion this was. Although there were a lot of changes in his mind, his expression didn't change. On the other hand, Lu Bingjun, a disciple of the Divine Flame sect who came with Chu Yunyao, covered his mouth and laughed. He pinched his orchid fingers and said, "Mr. Yi is really considerate, it's so sweet." Although Lu Bingjun was praising him, no matter how he heard it, it would still be twisted. "Shut up, do you need to comment?" Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at Lu Bingjun. Lu Bingjun pouted. His face was full of stubble, and his pouted expression was rather strange, so annoying, "You won't even let me say it." Chu Yunyao simply took the milk tea, took a sip, and said, "Let's go, their plane is almost here." Li Fan Xian was also used to Chu Yunyao's cold face in private, so he didn't mind. It just so happened that he also wanted to see what the results of the Chu family's group of youths would be. During this period of time, he had been busy with his own matters and hadn't paid much attention to those youths. As the head instructor, he really did have some suspicions of being a shopkeeper. When they arrived at a VIP reception room, the two of them entered and found that there was already a man in a shirt and tie, dressed as a successful person, waiting there. It was Chu Yunyao's cousin, Chu Yunqing. Along with him was Chu Yunqing's bodyguard, Lu Bingjuan's boyfriend, Chen Liangyue. The short-haired Chen Liangyue was still as neutral as ever. When she saw Lu Bingjun, she even blinked. "Darling." Lu Bingjun immediately ran over and hugged Chen Liangyue, looking like a little bird. Chu Yunyao didn't expect Chu Yunqing to come. "My little brother, aren't you negotiating a cooperation abroad?" Chu Yunqing's brows relaxed as he smiled faintly. "Yun Tian has returned from his training. I finished my business ahead of time and rushed over to pick him up. After all, it's your own little brother, you're quite attentive." Chu Yunyao sat down and said, "No matter what, this matter is related to the reputation of our Chu family. On the other hand, elder sister, you invited your lover to train the young talents of our Chu family. I haven't seen him do anything for the past 2 months, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Chu Yunqing glanced at Yi Fan. Fan Xian was too lazy to talk to him. He sat on the sofa and looked at Lu Bingjun with interest, kissing his boyfriend, Chen Liangyue. Chu Yunyao said, "Don't worry, in this world, I'm afraid there's no one more suitable than Yi Fan to be a teacher." "Oh, then we must see what the results are." Chu Yunqing sneered. Fan Xian scratched his head and said, "I didn't even ask, did they all come back alive this time?" Chu Yunyao frowned. "What? Don't you know about them?" "I didn't ask, I only arranged for them to be sent back home," Yi Fan said. He basically handed everything over to Aziz to handle. Chu Yunqing's face immediately darkened. "Yi Fan, if anything happens to Yun Tian, I will definitely not let you off." Li Fan Xian spread out his hands. "Before I went, I already said that the first path was the most difficult, so it's normal for them to die. It's not like I forced them to go. Besides, even if Chu Yuntian dies, what can you do to me?" "You." Chu Yunqing's expression was unsettled, but he was more anxious. He was afraid that his youngest brother would be missing from the group of people who would walk in later. Chu Yunyao also complained, "You're too careless, at least ask if there are any casualties." Li Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, even if I don't ask, the result won't change. I'll know later." A few minutes later, a private plane landed smoothly. A group of young people without much luggage walked in through the shortcut. Chu Yunyao had already greeted them, so she didn't check them after entering the pass. She directly brought them to the VIP resting area. When the group of people entered the room, Chu Yunyao, Chu Yunqing, and even Lu Bingjun and Chen Liangyue's expressions changed greatly. Compared to 2 months ago, the cultivation of the 9 youths that walked in had clearly increased. Their progress was astonishing. Some of them were tanned, some of them had short hair, some of them had sturdy bodies, and some of them had scars on their faces and bodies. But the most important thing was that the temperament of these 9 youths had completely changed. Originally, although they were all martial artists, they had all grown up in the Chu clan and the Divine Flame sect. They more or less had the aura of a young master and a young miss, and they were still a little immature. However, at this moment, the 9 of them no longer had any signs of being young and inexperienced. Each and every one of them was calm and reserved, like a sharp blade hidden in a scabbard, hiding a cold edge. Especially Chu Yuntian and Wu Jingyu, these 2 youths who had gone to the Blood Clan's prison, the 18 levels of hell, seemed to have been reborn. Originally, Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunqing could see through their younger siblings with a single glance, but now, they were completely unable to see through them. Fan Xian glanced at this group of youths and had a rough idea of what was going on. In short, the effect was still passable. Yun Tian. Chu Yunqing stepped forward and grabbed his little brother's shoulder. "Brother, I'm back." Chu Yuntian didn't seem to be that excited, but his tone was very sincere. Chu Yunyao counted the people twice and said with a frown, "Where's Wang Shan?" "He's dead," Wu Jingyu replied coldly. Compared to the young and inexperienced girl from back then, the current Wu Jingyu, facing Chu Yunyao, was not lacking in aura at all. Chu Yunyao was stunned. How did he die? The manager of the 18 levels of hell told us that he was tricked by someone on the 9th floor, plotted against, and then sucked dry of blood. Wu Jingyu said very calmly, as if she didn't feel very sad. Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunqing both felt a chill in their hearts. There was only one explanation for Wu Jingyu talking about Wang Shan's death so casually: she was already numb. In that place, only by constantly facing death would this young girl no longer have any fear of death. Deceit, betrayal, plot, sneak attack, in that place where life was not respected at all, they could not have any mercy. In addition to raising his cultivation and increasing his hard strength, he also had to let his mind grow as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might be played to death by others. When you guys came out, which floor were you on? Yi Fan lit a cigarette and casually asked. Chu Yuntian said with a face full of respect, "Mr. Yi, we are all on the 7th floor." After experiencing this experience, they already knew that Yi Fan's status and influence in the world were quite admiring of Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled. "It's a level better than I expected. It's almost close to the body refinement realm." Only now did everyone know that Chu Yuntian and Wu Jingyu were already half a step into the body refinement realm. It had only been 2 months, yet they had advanced by leaps and bounds. Chu Yunyao was also pleasantly surprised. A half-step body refinement realm, at this age, would definitely be at the top of any famous sect or sect. Actually, this was the burst of potential that only a person would have in a desperate situation. Yi Fan felt that this was very normal. "Alright, it's fortunate that 9 people can come back. You guys are all very tired, go to the hotel that has been arranged to rest," Chu Yunyao said. Chapter 854 0854 Chapter Go Straight to Sleep 0854 When Chu Yunqing heard this, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Even if it's made of iron, after training outside for 2 months, shouldn't he take a break? Don't tell me that Mr. Yi doesn't understand the principle of going too far." However, without waiting for Yi Fan to say anything, Chu Yuntian opened his mouth and said, "Brother, we're not tired. We've been sitting on the plane for a few hours, so we've rested enough." The other youths also nodded. Although they looked a few years older than before, their eyes were still full of spirit. "Mr. Yi, please continue to guide us," Chu Yuntian said sincerely. The group of people behind him also looked at Yi Fan eagerly. Chu Yunqing looked at his little brother and the group of youths in astonishment. He was speechless. He suddenly realized that in these 2 months, the growth of these youths had far exceeded his imagination. Leaf, however, Fan Xian smiled. "That's finally the case. Alright, there are plenty of empty wastelands outside the airport, let's go straight over. It's so late at night, can't we find a training field? There's a martial arts dojo below our cloud group," Chu Yunyao asked. "The war will not start in the martial arts dojo, and the enemy will not approach you in broad daylight," Yi Fan said. When everyone heard this, they nodded in agreement. During this period of time, they had faced the truly cruel underground world, so they could better understand Yi Fan's meaning. The group arrived at an open area outside the airport. This place was originally a rice field, but because of the construction of the airport, it was abandoned. "Mr. Yi, are you going to give us some pointers?" Chu Yuntian asked in anticipation. Among this group of youths, he had become the leader. Yi Fan shook his head. "I'll fight with you guys, you won't be able to learn anything." After all, back then, the sect leader of the Divine Flames sect was also defeated by Yi Fan in one move. They really didn't have the qualifications to spar with Yi Fan. "Just let that Lu Bingjun spar with you guys," Yi Fan said. When Lu Bingjun, who was snuggling up to Qin Liangyue, heard this, he said coquettishly, "Why are you looking for me? Cut the crap. If I tell you to go, then go." Chen Lianghua lectured. Lu Bingjun looked a little wronged, but his boyfriend asked him to do it, so he had no choice but to do it. Originally, Chu Yuntian had planned to go up first, but he was rejected by Yi Fan. Under Yi Fan's instructions, a few disciples with relatively low strength began to fight with Lu Bingjun one after another. As soon as the fight began, Lu Bingjun was taken aback. That was because although these young men's cultivation bases were still in the Xiantian realm, their battle awareness and the way they used their moves were filled with a practical style. What they had learned from the Bahamut mercenaries was to use the most effective combat skills at all costs to kill their enemies. On the battlefield, a moment of benevolence and a missed move could result in a tragic death on the spot. Therefore, these young people fought very fiercely, ready to fight Lu Bingjun to the death. After a brief moment of panic, Lu Bingjun grew serious. After exchanging a few blows with them, he managed to defeat them one by relying on his superior cultivation base. As the young men became stronger and stronger, the pressure on Lu Bingjun also increased. His bathing flame divine art had gradually increased from 30 to 40% to 60 to 70%. When it came to Wu Jingyu's turn, Lu Bingjun no longer had any advantage in terms of moves. He forcefully suppressed Wu Jingyu with 90% of his power. The girl dodged here and there, and he couldn't find a chance to win. It was as if he was watching a hungry wolf fight against a rhinoceros and an elephant. Although their sizes were not equal, they relied on their nimble movements and keen judgment to persevere in battle. From time to time, they would even be able to take a bite. Chen Lianghua, who was at the side, was also dumbfounded. How is this possible? His cultivation is so much lower, yet he actually fought to such an extent. Li Fanxian smiled and said, "Generally speaking, the only thing that increases one's inner force cultivation is true qi. Although at the body refinement realm, muscles, bones, and meridians will all increase significantly, it is not to a decisive level." In actual combat, it was not only a competition of Jin Qi cultivation, but also skills, awareness, experience, and sensitivity. At critical moments, it also depended on one's spirit and fighting spirit. Although Lu Bingjun's talent in the ancient martial arts is not bad, and his cultivation is also okay, but in terms of actual combat, he might not have experienced as much as these young people in the past 2 months. Lu Bingjun, who was in the middle of the battle, was also forced into a corner. He felt that this was too shameful, and finally got angry. With a shake of his fists, a scarlet shockwave exploded from his body. Wu Jingyu was unable to dodge this time and was sent flying, falling to the ground. "Hey! Lu Bingjun, what are you doing? Spar, are you trying to seriously injure her?" Seeing this, Chu Yunyao immediately scolded. Lu Bingjun also realized that he was too reckless and smiled apologetically. I didn't do it on purpose." "You didn't do it on purpose." Chu Yunyao stared at him and said. Lu Bingjun hurriedly ran behind Chen Lianghua with a pitiful look on his face. At this time, Chu Yuntian stood up and said, "Brother Lu, I haven't sparred with you yet. No more fighting, no more fighting, I'm afraid of you guys." Lu Bingjun shook his head. Chen Lianghua rolled up her sleeves. "Why don't I try?" Just as she was about to give it a try, Yi Fan said, "There's no need to try, it's already enough." Chu Yuntian felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. "Why, Mr. Yi, I haven't shown it yet. Hold on to your strength and use it when the official selection begins." Yi Fan said with a smile. Chu Yuntian clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a strong desire, but he could only endure it for now. The results of the test surprised Chu Yunyao. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would be able to raise these people's cultivation level by a large amount in just 2 months. After arriving at the Cloud Hotel, Chu Yunyao arranged for everyone to rest first. When the sky brightened, they would rush to the Yun province where the hidden dragon selection was held. The sale very naturally entered Chu Yunyao's suite. Just as the woman took off her coat, Yi Fan hugged her waist from behind. Chu Yunyao knew what the man wanted to do, but she still had something to ask. She turned around and said, "Do you think our Chu family has a chance this time?" "What? Selection. Can anyone be selected?" Chu Yunyao valued it very much. If someone could be selected, then her position in the Chu family would be completely stabilized. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know? I haven't seen all of the disciples from the other sects and families." Yi Fan muttered in his heart, if someone like Zihan was also going to participate, then Chu Yuntian and the others would definitely not be as good as him. Let's see if there are many experts like that. Chu Yunyao slightly frowned. "I hope that in this selection, there will be fewer monsters among the competitors. Hee, little Yao Yao, it's already so late at night, let's go to sleep first. It's useless to think about these questions." Yi Fan smiled, his hand began to dishonestly reach into Chu Yunyao's clothes, at the same time lowering his head to kiss her. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Little Yao Yao, why do you feel that your skin has become even more tender?" Yi Fan was kissing, but was pushed away by Chu Yunyao. At the same time, she pressed down on his hand. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan was stunned. Chu Yunyao coldly said, "If you're going to sleep, then go to sleep." "You're muttering, what are you trying to do?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, and laughed evilly. "You're right, then let's go to sleep." Finished speaking, Yi Fan unceremoniously picked up the woman, and roughly threw her onto the big bed. Then, he pounced on her. Chapter 855. 0855. The next morning, Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao, along with 9 young people, flew to Yun province. The military specially sent a bus to pick them up and head to a mountainous area in the south. There, the Chinese military had built a secret dragon soul agent training base, and the selection this time would also be held there. As they went deeper into the mountains, the fewer people there were. There were only a few ethnic villages. There were also other cars on the road, rushing towards that area. It was obvious that they were all participants from famous sects and ancient martial arts sects from all over the country. It seems like there are quite a few people participating in the selection this year. I've already met more than 10 cars on the road. Chu Yunyao looked out of the window with a worried expression. Yi Fan looked at the woman's beautiful side profile and compared it to the woman who fought with him in the hotel in the early hours of the morning. It was a stark contrast to this dignified and noble-looking woman. "Why are you staring at me?" Chu Yunyao noticed the man's gaze and frowned. "It's so pretty, can't I take a look at my woman?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at him. "You're quite relaxed, you still have the mood to stare at me. If none of us get selected this time, then I won't be your woman." Yi Fan's face stiffened. "How can this be? The judges aren't me, how would I know who they will choose? Besides, if you don't want to, then it's not. How can I let you run away?" If this selection fails, then I won't translate the information about the Earth axis for you. You can do as you see fit." Chu Yunyao said with her hands in front of her. Yi Fan curled his lips. This woman was really persistent. It seemed that if he really couldn't do it, he would have to discuss it with the Dragon King and open a back door or something. When the car arrived at the training base, it discovered that there were quite a few hidden places in the kernel. At a glance, it was about the size of 5 or 6 football fields, and 3 sides were surrounded by mountains. The outer walls of the buildings looked a little old, but they were all very sturdy, like fortresses. Arriving at this place, one could feel the aura of ancient martial artists everywhere. Yi Fan felt that this was a bit similar to the Sai Te Assembly, not a place that ordinary people should come to. After getting off the car, a female dragon soul agent immediately came over and registered everyone's identities. Welcome, everyone from the Chu family of Tan City. This is your room card. Your accommodation is in the highest building in the south, and the cafeteria is in the circular building in the north. This afternoon, there will be a pre-selection meeting in the conference hall. Please attend on time, and we will inform you of the specific arrangements for tomorrow's selection. The female agent quickly registered, distributed the room card, and left. Chu Yuntian and the other youths' eyes lit up when they saw other young martial artists walking around in groups. However, none of them felt fear. Instead, they were all eager and full of confidence. Mr. Yi, where are we going next? Should we go warm up first? Chu Yuntian said. What are you warming up for? You haven't even eaten breakfast. It's already noon. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first. Aren't you guys hungry? As Yi Fan spoke, he walked towards the cafeteria. Chu Yunyao and the group of Chu family youths were all speechless. They couldn't help but remember that when Yi Fan first went to the Chu family, he seemed to be most anxious about eating. The reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Chu Yunyao muttered to herself. She could only bring everyone to the cafeteria. They hadn't gone far when someone called their name from afar. Yi Fan. Superintendent Chu. Yi Fan originally wanted to pretend to ignore him, but since he took the initiative to call out, he could only turn his head. What is it? I'm in a hurry to eat. Chu Yunyao also knew him, and was even more familiar with him than Yi Fan. She revealed a faint smile, Dragon King. Only then did the group of young Chu family disciples know that this mighty general was the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul. They all respectfully bowed. Yi Longting's gaze lingered on Yi Fan's face for a while, and he smiled thoughtfully. Although I heard that you promised the Chu family to help them train these children, I didn't expect you to personally come. How is it? You've been in the limelight enough recently, right? Good fellow. I've only been back home for a few days, and you've already set off a huge wave in the world. Chu Yunyao and the group of youths all looked at Yi Fan with complicated gazes. They had all heard of it, but when the Dragon King mentioned it, they confirmed the news. It was hard to imagine that such an expert who could stir up a storm in the underground world was actually like a rice bucket in front of them, wanting to eat first no matter where he went. However, it was also fortunate that Yi Fan had such an image. Otherwise, Chu Yuntian and the others wouldn't dare to speak in front of him. Yi Fan sighed. I brought my brothers to find a place to settle down and make a living. I didn't come to China either, so it has nothing to do with your dragon soul, right? Don't think too much about it. It's just that with your current status, going to the cafeteria to eat would be too unsatisfactory of you. I was just about to go eat with a few of the leaders who had come. They all admired you a lot. Why don't I take this opportunity to introduce you to them? From now on, you will be like a fish in water in China. Yi Longting said with a meaningful look in his eyes. Why was this guy getting closer and closer to him? Wasn't he afraid that after he got close to those leaders, he would turn around and eat them to death? No need, I still like to eat with my woman. Yi Fan hooked his arm around Chu Yunyao's fragrant shoulder. Superintendent Chu is a pillar of the country, so he should also go to the private room to eat together. Yi Longting said. Yi Fan waved his hand. Don't, I'm just here to watch the selection. I'm not interested in socializing. That kind of occasion is not suitable for me. However, Longting did not give up and said, extraordinary people, extraordinary treatment, what do you have to be so reserved about? With your status, no one will say anything about you. To be able to see you, those few people should be quite happy. Besides, didn't you all hope that the Chu clan's disciples would be chosen? The ones who are sitting at the same table with us today include the chief judge tomorrow. When these words came out, Yi Fan was not interested, but Chu Yunyao was moved. If he could get on good terms with the chief judge in advance and borrow Yi Fan's background to play the personal card, maybe he would be able to win tomorrow. Chu Yunyao didn't care if it was cheating or not. As long as she could help her get the position of patriarch, what was a backdoor? Since the Dragon King has invited us so warmly, we should go. Otherwise, we won't be giving the host any face. Chu Yunyao tugged at Yi Fan's clothes. Yi Fan helplessly looked at the woman. Of course he knew what Chu Yunyao meant, but he always felt that Yi Longting had an ulterior motive. Chapter 856 0856 This made Chu Yunyao a little angry. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, but if Yi Fan didn't go, of course she would be too embarrassed to go. Yi Longting also didn't expect that Yi Fan wouldn't give him any face. He couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head. His temper is really like that. Forget it, it's up to you. Li Fan Xian frowned. What do you mean by really like it? Who does it look like? Yi Longting chuckled. Nothing, I thought of someone, then I'll be leaving. After Yi Longting walked far away, Chu Yunyao said in dissatisfaction, why aren't you going? What a good opportunity to have a meal with the leaders of the highest echelons of China. Will it lower your status? Yi Fan clicked his tongue. When I eat with those people, I have to drink at every turn. I'm not even familiar with them, so why should I drink? It's just a meal, there's no need to be so tired. Then what if the chief judge has an opinion of you because you don't go? What if he implicates our Chu family? Chu Yunyao asked. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Yao Yao, don't worry. That Dragon King won't gossip. Besides, if they dare to do anything shady, I definitely won't let them off. Really? Will you fight against the upper echelons of China for them? Chu Yunyao asked. Li Fan Xian looked at Chu Yuntian and the other 9 youths and said, they accepted my special training plan and trusted me with their lives. If they did their best and should have been selected, but because of some unfair treatment, they were not selected. Then of course I would stand up for them. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she felt a little better. You have to keep your word. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pinched the woman's delicate and tender face. When have I ever lied to you? What are you doing in front of them? Chu Yunyao said angrily. Chu Yuntian and the others who were behind him were all smiling as they watched. In their eyes, it was reasonable for Yi Fan to not give the Dragon King any face. Not to mention anything else, during this period of time, most of them had been training in Bahamut. Although the situation was special and they didn't directly participate in the Battle of Vengeance, they still knew a lot about Yi Fan through the mercenaries of Bahamut. Under the influence of the Barams, in their eyes, Yi Fan's status naturally surpassed that of the Dragon King. In fact, no one in the entire China could compare to him. The group arrived at the cafeteria and found that there were quite a lot of people eating there. It seemed that most of them came early and did not dare to be negligent. This was the first time Fan Xian had seen a cafeteria filled with ancient martial artists. This feeling was quite interesting. Although after ancient martial arts practitioners reached the Xiantian realm, they could endure hunger for a long period of time, and after reaching the body refining and spirit congealing realm, they could even go 10 days to half a month without eating or drinking. However, it was still uncomfortable to be hungry. There was no need to make life difficult for his stomach. Furthermore, eating was a form of pleasure. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, there were still foodies. Even in the darkest period of his life, he still pursued delicious food as much as possible. That was why he knew some international chefs and knew how to cook. He found that the food in the cafeteria was really good. The big pot of braised pork smelled tempting. The Dragon Soul's food is pretty good. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He picked up the plate and started to sweep through it crazily. After finishing 7 or 8 dishes, he couldn't put down one plate, so he took the second. After tidying up the food, Yi Fan took another bowl and asked Chu Yuntian to help him get a bowl of pickled vegetable soup. Chu Yunyao and the others just watched him eat heartily and wolf down the food, and they felt full. The main thing was that there were too many people in the cafeteria. The appearance of a great beauty like Chu Yunyao attracted a lot of people's attention, and the way Yi Fan ate next to her really made them feel that it was a bit degrading. Here, everyone was fighting for face, who would eat like this? In addition, no one could feel the slightest bit of cultivation from Yi Fan's body, so there were immediately many people in the cafeteria pointing and laughing at Yi Fan. Hey, can't you eat a little more normally? I feel like I'm being looked at like a monkey. Chu Yunyao said speechlessly. Yi Fan didn't care. As he chewed, he vaguely said, why bother with them? Chu Yunyao suddenly felt tired. She couldn't understand, could it be that all the legend rank experts in the underground world were so thick-skinned? Mr. Yi. Suddenly, an old man with a mustache who looked to be in his 60s or 70s brought a few disciples to Yi Fan's side and politely called out. Yi Fan glanced at them, from the Taiji sect. Is there something you need from me? From the Zhen Qi, Yi Fan could sense it. The man hurriedly smiled and nodded, yes, I am Hu Lishan of the Taiji sect, an elder of the Taiji sect. This time, I was fortunate enough to bring a few disciples to participate in the selection and specially came to pay my respects to Mr. Yi. The Taiji sect was almost annihilated by Yi Fan, but they were later pulled to the Su family and formed an alliance with the Su family. Now, because of the relationship between Yi Fan and the Su family had developed quite well. Along the way, the Taiji sect also showed signs of recovery and received the attention of the country. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, it was one of the 4 great sections. Even if no top experts appeared in the short term, it would still be much stronger than the other sections. The Taiji sect already knew of Yi Fan's identity, so of course they would try their best to curry favor with Yi Fan. As soon as Yi Fan arrived at the cafeteria, they received the news and specially came over to pay him a visit. Originally, the people in the cafeteria were still mocking Yi Fan, but suddenly, they saw the elder of the Taiji sect bowing his head and bowing to Yi Fan. Who the hell is that person? I don't know. Why would the Taiji sect pay their respects to him? At this moment, the sound of some rustling conversations could be heard from the cafeteria. Some people were paying close attention to the group of people walking in from outside. The people who came were a group of swordsmen dressed in gray and white robes. Each of them carried or held a 3-foot-long green sword on their back, and they all had an extraordinary bearing. The leader was a middle-aged man with a jade-like face, long hair, and a beard. He had the style of an ancient person, and the few young people behind him also had extraordinary temperaments. Did you see that? This time, the sect leader of the Mount Shu sect, Ling Bai, is personally leading the team. It seems like they are determined to get a spot. As expected of the publicly recognized number 1 sect in Sichuan, a famous sect in the way of the sword. This aura is different. I heard that Ling Bai adopted an orphan named Jiang Xiaobai, who is his proudest disciple. He should also be here this time, I wonder which one it is. While they were discussing, they thought that Ling Bai and the others were also here to eat. However, they suddenly saw Ling Bai directly turn around and walk towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the group of people from the Mount Shu sect standing in front of him and muttered in his heart, could it be that they are here to seek revenge for what happened last time? He hadn't finished eating yet. I am the sect leader of Mount Shu, Ling Bai. May I ask, are you Mr. Yi Fan? Ling Bai cupped his hands politely, and his tone was filled with respect. Chapter 857. What exactly did he do? 0857 Chu Yunyao and the others were also puzzled. It was one thing for the Taiji sect to look for Yi Fan, but why was the Mount Shu sect also looking for him? Speaking of which, this Ling Bai was Ling Yuwei's father, and the father and daughter were somewhat similar. Yi Fan had just picked up a big mouthful of bean sprouts and stuffed it into his mouth. It's me, what's the matter? Ling Bai said seriously, I heard from my father that Mr. Yi is young, but his attainments in the martial way are so high that he admires him. Therefore I, Ling, would like to ask Mr. Yi to guide a few of my young disciples. When these words were spoken, the nearby martial artists who were quietly listening in the cafeteria almost spat out their rice. The sect leader of the Mount Shu sect actually invited a person with no cultivation to guide the elites of their sect. Either Ling Bai had gone crazy, or they had heard wrongly. Chu Yunyao, on the other hand, was unwilling. Sect leader Ling, isn't this a little inappropriate? Yi Fan is the head instructor of our Chu family, and this time, he brought the young talents of our Chu family and the Divine Flame sect here. We are competitors with you, yet you want Yi Fan to guide them. How could there be such a reason? Ling Bai explained without changing his expression, Miss Chu, you don't have to worry. Our Mount Shu sect has always been open and above board. We won't do such a disgraceful thing. I hope that after the selection is over, I can ask Mr. Yi for guidance or invite him to the Mount Shu sect. After all, this place was very close to Mount Shu, and they could reach it in half a day. My father rarely admires people in his life. The last time he returned to the sect, he was full of praise for Mr. Yi. Therefore, to be able to invite a martial arts expert like Mr. Yi will definitely benefit our disciples greatly. When Chu Yunyao heard this, it didn't matter. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, why did this old man keep praising him? He actually didn't even seriously fight with him, and didn't even use his sword. It was quite embarrassing to say that, however, this Ling Bai was a character. He dared to admit the strength of others. For the sake of the sect's development, he was willing to ask outsiders to guide the sect's elites. This kind of attitude was indeed beneficial to the sect's development. Li Fan Xian pondered. He just so happened to want to see the imperial sword technique of Mount Shu, so there was no harm in taking advantage of this opportunity. He was also an expert who had entered the sect with rapt attention, a dignified sect leader of the four great sects, and also Ling Yuwei's biological father. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to not go since he was so polite. All right then, when the matter here is over, I'll go to Mount Shu. Yi Fan said. When Ling Bai heard this, he revealed a smile, then thank you, Mr. Yi. When the hidden dragon selection is over, I will meet up with you. Right at this moment, a voice was heard, Brother Fan. Yi Fan raised his head and smiled, Zihan. Have you arrived? The person who came was Zihan, and with him were a middle-aged man and a few other young disciples. The well-dressed middle-aged man beside him immediately changed his expression when he saw Yi Fan. Zihan, do you know him? Father, why are you looking at me like that? We're friends, Zihan said in bewilderment. Friend. The man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, he is the one who killed your brother, Yi Fan. How could you be friends with him? When Zihan heard this, her face was immediately filled with shock, and she looked at Yi Fan in a daze. Yi Fan sighed silently in his heart. What he was worried about still happened. This middle-aged man was one of the 5 great sects, the eldest son of the second generation of the Wang family, Wang Luotian. Wang Zihan was his second son. When Wang Jiuxiao was killed by Yi Fan, Wang Zihan was summoned back to the Wang family. However, Wang Zihan didn't have any thoughts of power, so he wasn't willing to be the patriarch. He might as well let him participate in the hidden dragon selection, which was also a way to make the greatest contribution to the Wang family. Brother Fan. What my father said. Is that true? Wang Zihan still couldn't believe it. Yi Fan shrugged, I only just found out that your surname is Wang. Indeed, I killed your brother. Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, sneered, Wang Jiuxiao deserves it. Even if Yi Fan doesn't kill him, in order to protect himself, he abandoned the country's secrets, which is a crime of treason. Logically speaking, he should also implicate the rest of your Wang family. Chu Yunyao didn't have the slightest bit of a good impression of this despicable and arrogant former fiancé. Young Miss Chu, my son is no longer here. Why must you hurt him so viciously? Wang Luotian said in a low voice. Chu Yunyao lightly snorted, I just don't want my man to be misunderstood by others and think that he is randomly killing people. There is no need for me to comment on what Wang Zhouxiao has done. There are plenty of people in the army who know what he has done. You. Wang Luotian was so angry that his face alternated between red and white. However, Chu Yunyao's status was special, and as an elder, he couldn't go too far. When Fan Xian heard the words, "my man," he couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. He thought back to the time when Chu Yunyao stole the information on the Earth axis for him and was imprisoned, and felt even more warm. Actually, at the critical moment, Chu Yunyao wasn't as cold as she looked. Fan Xian stretched out his hand and patted the woman's thigh. "All right, this kind of thing, there is no right or wrong, only understanding and not understanding, saying more is useless." To put it bluntly, even if the Wang family hated him, so what? Wang Luotian glanced at the younger members of the Chu clan and said, "Zihan, you don't have to hold back when you meet the members of the Chu clan this time. Do you hear me?" Wang Han lowered his head and frowned, as if he didn't hear him. "I'm asking you, did you hear me clearly?" Wang Luotian raised his voice. Wang Han sighed, raised his head and said, "Father, even if you don't say it, I will still take every opponent seriously. I have something to do, so I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, Wang Han took care of himself and left first. Wang Luotian and the others from the Wang family, seeing this situation, naturally wouldn't stay any longer. After glaring at Yi Fan, they left. Ling Bai and Hu Lishan watched from the side and didn't ask any questions. After paying their respects to Yi Fan, they didn't disturb him from eating and took their leave with their disciples. However, just as the disciples of the Mount Shu sect were about to leave, Yi Fan suddenly moved. He suddenly stood up from his seat, reached out his hand, and grabbed at a fat, white guy among the Mount Shu sect disciples. The white fatty seemed to have sensed it and wanted to dodge to the side. But when he wanted to dodge, he realized that Yi Fan's speed was simply too fast. "Ah!" The white fatty cried out in alarm. In the end, he was still unable to dodge and was grabbed by the throat by Yi Fan. This scene happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. By the time everyone reacted, Yi Fan had already picked up Fatty Bai and his feet were off the ground. "Mr. Yi." This. At the same time that Ling Bai was surprised by Yi Fan's explosive power, he also didn't understand what had happened. Yi Fan looked at Fatty Bai with a gloomy gaze. "You sure have guts." Fatty Bai opened his mouth with difficulty. "So. Sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go." Chapter 858. Experts are as common as Cloud 0858. Everyone in the cafeteria was also taken aback. Only then did they know that this was Jiang Xiaobai, the legendary rookie of Mount Shu. However, this white fatty was far from what they had imagined him to be. Only then did they realize that there was a reason why Hu Lishan and Ling Bai were paying him a visit. Without waiting for Jiang Xiaobai's explanation, Yi Fan took a smartphone from Jiang Xiaobai's hand. "Unlock." The Sail let go of Jiang Xiaobai and let him press it with his fingerprint. Jiang Xiaobai coughed twice, drooped his head, and reluctantly stretched out his fingers to unlock it. When the screen was swiped open, the interface of the camera appeared in front of him. Yi Fan clicked into the photo album and discovered that there was a small video inside. The person who recorded it was Chu Yunyao. From this angle, it was actually from top to bottom, taking a picture of Chu Yunyao's side profile, including Chu Yunyao's proud altitude. Coincidentally, the clothes Chu Yunyao was wearing today were a bit slim, and a touch of alluring white could be seen at the collar. If an ordinary person saw it, they wouldn't think much of it. In this day and age, this little bit of exposure was nothing. However, the angle of Jiang Xiaobai's little video was extremely wretched. It was obvious that he couldn't wait to put his hand into Chu Yunyao's clothes. Pervert. After Chu Yunyao saw it clearly, she raised her hand and gave Jiang Xiaobai a slap. Sect leader Ling, this disciple of yours is interesting. Yifan grinned, pinched his hand, and directly crushed the phone. Jiang Xiaobai screamed, "My cell phone." Ouch! There are also many photos and videos. This. Ling Bai and the other Mount Shu disciples felt ashamed. As their master, Ling Bai's face turned green. You evil disciple. How many times have I told you that those who practice martial arts must have a pure heart and few desires? Otherwise, demons will grow, and how will they be able to reach the pinnacle? You're really unrepentant. You're asking for a beating. Ling Bai waved his fist and punched Jiang Xiaobai a few times, causing the white fatty to hug his head and beg for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Please calm down. Don't be angry. I won't do it again. This fellow admitted that he was a coward and didn't talk back at all. Every time he was hit, he would cry for his father and mother, snot and tears running down his face. He did not have the arrogance of an outstanding talent of a large sect. His appearance and temper made him look like someone who would be bullied by others. He was just like a punching bag. Ling Bai was also helpless. This guy fell to the ground after a few hits, his attitude was sincere, his tone was pitiful, there was no way to teach him a lesson. Fan Xian squatted down, looked at Fatty Bai who was hugging his head, and said with a smile, "Stop pretending. You are at the great perfection of the body refinement stage, aren't these hits just tickling you? But remember next time, it's okay to be a little perverted, but don't be perverted with the wrong person. Not just anyone's woman can be secretly photographed. If you're not careful, you'll die." Jiang Xiaobai felt the killing intent in Yifan's eyes, and his entire body trembled as he hurriedly nodded. "Mr. Yi, I will definitely discipline this evil disciple. This is too embarrassing, I will take my leave." Ling Bai glared at Jiang Xiaobai and left with his men. After all, there wasn't anything too bad going on. Yifan didn't want his relationship with the Mount Shu sect to become stiff. After all, he still had to go take a look at the imperial sword technique. When Yifan continued to eat, Chu Yunyao asked, "What cultivation level did you say that pervert was at?" "Great perfection of the body refinement stage." Yifan drank a mouthful of soup and continued to eat. "What? He is also a participant, and within the age of 25, how did he reach the great perfection of the body refinement stage?" Chu Yunyao frowned. The other disciples of the Chu family also had serious expressions on their faces. Among them, it was already very rare for Chu Yuntian and Wu Jingyu to be half a step into the body refinement stage. Yifan smiled. Just now, the Wang family's Prince Han was also at the great perfection of the body refinement stage. There's nothing to be surprised about. There's always a mountain beyond a mountain, and there's always someone better than you. You just need to use everything you've learned. Yifan muttered in his heart, "Back then, I wasn't even 20 years old when I was already focused. What's so strange about this little bit of cultivation? I really didn't expect that such a wretched fatty would have such a high cultivation." Wu Jingyu said. Chu Yuntian said, "We don't need to belittle ourselves. Since Mr. Yi has confidence in us, we should be even more confident." "That's right." Yifan smiled in satisfaction. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but say, "All of you call him Mr. Yi, he's at most 2 or 3 years older than you. Can't you call him Big Brother Yi?" Chu Yuntian and the other youths hurriedly shook their heads to show that they didn't dare. In their eyes, Yifan's status was too high, how could they be called brothers? "Sigh, let them be. As long as they don't call me Uncle Yi, everything is fine." Yifan didn't mind. After the meal, they familiarized themselves with the surrounding environment before heading to the conference hall. After all, the specific selection rules would be announced, so they still had to go take a look. Arriving at the conference hall, there were already hundreds of ancient martial artists seated, and the scene was bustling with noise. Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao found the Chu family's seats. As one of the 5 great sects, the Chu family's seats were quite close to the front, in the second row. Not long after, a group of soldiers escorted a group of people into the venue, and the scene began to quiet. Li Fanxian casually glanced at them and immediately frowned. He had seen them before in the military district of the capital. However, the few middle-aged men who walked in from behind all had impressive cultivations. At the very least, they were experts at the large success stage of spirit condensation. One had to know that if there was no water, Ghost Captain Oleg would only be able to display the strength of an early-stage spirit condensation cultivator. These men were almost on par with Oleg on the water. One of them was a short-haired middle-aged man wearing a black coat. He wasn't very tall and had a cold expression. However, the aura emitted from his body was the strongest. Yi Fan felt that this man seemed to belong to the same bloodline as Yi Longting and practiced the same martial arts. He was probably a member of the Yi family. What surprised Yi Fan even more was that Yi Feng, who had his bones broken by him, actually followed Yi Longting and walked in from behind. Yi Feng had an arrogant expression on his face as he swept his gaze across the hundreds of martial artists present with disdain. When he saw Yi Fan, Yi Feng's eyes fixed and revealed a hint of coldness, but he quickly turned his head away. Yi Fan didn't really care about this guy. On the contrary, the sudden appearance of these experts made him feel that the clans of China. There were truly as many experts as the clouds. As these people sat down on the rostrum, the meeting officially began. Yi Fan looked at the nameplate in front of those people and found out that this black-clothed middle-aged man was called Yi Longyuan. No one would have thought that Yi Fan would know the Dragon King's name. With a single glance, he could guess that he was probably the Dragon King's brother. The other people were called Xiao Fengshan, Zhou Wei, and the others. From their surnames, they just so happened to match the clan that Yi Fan knew of. These people. It was probably related to the ancient divine descendants. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. Chapter 859. It has nothing to do with me. 0859. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of him. When others stared at him, he stared at them. The two of them looked at each other for a while. In the end, Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes and moved his gaze away. What are you looking at? In terms of thick-skinned skin, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After the host of the meeting spoke, Yi Longting, as the Dragon King, made the opening speech of the meeting and introduced the people on the stage. These leaders all made detailed introductions, but when it came to Yi Longyuan, Xiao Fengshan, Zhou Wei, and the others, they only made one introduction, the judges. What surprised Yi Fan was that this Yi Feng was actually one of the judges. Although, with Yi Feng's cultivation, he was indeed qualified to comment on the participants at the scene. However, no matter how one looked at it, it felt like he was someone who had connections. In this selection, Judge Yi Longyuan is the chief judge. Whether or not all of the participants can be selected as the hidden dragon will be decided by Chief Judge Yi. I can tell everyone that the commander of the hidden dragon is this Chief Judge Yi. All of you who are selected will be taught by him in the future. Chief Judge Yi is also the Dragon King before me. His strength and qualifications far surpass mine. From this point, everyone should be able to see the importance of the hidden dragon in China. It is definitely not a unit of our dragon soul, but a powerful master who supports each other with our dragon soul. I hope that everyone, in tomorrow's selection, show off your best self and join the Hidden Dragon Army, the trump card of China. When the crowd heard this, they all went into an uproar. This was news that most people didn't know about. No wonder so many leaders had come. Furthermore, the ones who were selected could bring so many benefits to their clans and sections. Yi Longyuan's identity aroused awe and curiosity in many people. After all, the Dragon King had never revealed his name to the public. No one really knew who the previous Dragon King was. Now, I invite the Deputy Chief Judge, Mr. Xiao Fengshan, to announce the rules of this selection. Yi Longting said. Everyone was also puzzled as to why it wasn't announced by Yi Longyuan, the chief judge. However, looking at Yi Longyuan's cold expression, they could roughly understand. This chief judge didn't seem to like to talk much. Xiao Fengshan, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he stood up and said, "In this election, we hope to recruit even more young talents. We will no longer rely solely on individual cultivation and talent as the only basis. In order to make the Hidden Dragon sect more team-oriented, cohesive, and strategic, we will conduct a chaotic selection of 100 people. We will allow teams to participate in the elimination round." As soon as these words came out, a large number of exclamations came from the crowd. This was something that no one knew before. With such a rule, some disciples who were individually strong but had weak sects or families would be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, no one dared to contradict the judges, so many people could only forcefully endure it and secretly shake their heads. After all, this group of disciples of the Chu family had all gone to the mercenary army to fight together for 2 months. The degree of tacit understanding between them was self-evident, and the group battle could make up for their lack of cultivation. The woman couldn't help but look at Yi Fan and say, "Did you already know about this rule?" Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know? My luck is good. Besides, the more it's like this, the more you can't underestimate your enemy." In fact, Yi Fan had a thought. Judging from the turmoil in the underground world in the past 2 years, the power of the Doomsday King seemed to be even more active than before. Could it be because the dispute between the ancient god's descendants and the Doomsday King's authority had reached a critical juncture? So, the Hidden Dragon clan, as a troop to recruit young talents, had no choice but to first slow down the requirements for individual strength and pay attention to the team and the number of people. If his guess was correct, the Hidden Dragon sect should not only be selecting disciples from famous sects and ancient martial arts sections. Within the Hidden Dragon sect, there should be a large number of disciples from the clan. This was also why, when they were in the Zhou family village, they heard that there would be young people chosen to go to the clan to be taught martial arts. The clans of China, the descendants of ancient gods, and the Hidden Dragon sect had always been accumulating power. Xiao Fengshan continued, "In order to make it fairer for some of the smaller clans and sects, we allow them to form an alliance in private before the start of tomorrow's competition. However, each team could not exceed 10 people. Once the team members were determined, they would have to register and could not be changed. Of course, if some of the young talents were more confident, they could also form a team by themselves. In addition, once you register as a team, you don't have to advance and retreat together. We allow betrayal, temporary change of faction, and temporary alliance during the selection competition. As for how to win, everyone can knock the opponent unconscious, unable to fight, give up fighting, or leave the battle area, but you can't kill. Once you kill someone on purpose, you will immediately be disqualified from the selection. In short, this is a very open free-for-all selection. The specific rules will be sent to you in a document." After Xiao Fengshan finished introducing the rules, the meeting quickly ended. There wasn't much nonsense to be said. Everything was simple. The meeting dispersed, but most people were not at ease. Because of the rules of the team battle this time, the alliance before the match and the communication between teammates were all very important. Very quickly, some of the clans and sects that had friendly relations with each other began to discuss the issue of forming an alliance. Of course, there were also some experts who despised their peers and began to think about how to choose a stronger teammate. The Chu family and the Divine Fire cult had a total of 9 people. Moreover, this group of youths had just experienced the cruel test of the battlefield, so they trusted and understood each other very well. They did not plan to ask any strangers to join them. After all, there was not much difference between 10 and 9. Thus, the group of people left the conference hall and returned to the dormitory to rest and cultivate. The judges and leaders on the rostrum left the venue under the escort of the army and headed to the resting area. Yilongting walked to Yilongyuan's side and asked with a smile, "Brother, do you see that child? He looks quite similar to you. Whether you see it or not, it has nothing to do with me." Yilongyuan said coldly. Yilongting frowned, "Why bother?" Although it was difficult to explain what happened back then to Yi Fan, blood is thicker than water after all, and father also seems to, second brother. Yilongyuan directly interrupted him and said with a sharp gaze, "I, Yilongyuan, only have one son. His name is Yifeng, and he was born to your sister-in-law. It has nothing to do with me." Li Longting sighed and shook his head, "All right. You're the boss, you have the final say." Yilongyuan blinked and looked around. Where did Fenger go? Chapter 860. 500 years ago. 0860. Yilongyuan's face was cold. "There's no need, even if we really go to look for him, nothing will happen. Could it be that that brat still dares to become our clan's enemy?" Yilongting laughed bitterly. "Big brother, don't underestimate this child. He had already defeated 5 legendary powerhouses and killed 4 of them. Among them, the Holy Dragon Knight Alland is an expert at the great perfection of the spirit condensation realm. In terms of realm, he is not inferior to you, big brother." So what? The martial artists of the West have crude battle techniques, and since ancient times, they've never had any cultivation. Those dragon knights only rely on their dragon blood armor to hold on. Don't forget, 500 years ago, during the martial ancestor era, meteorite iron fell from the southern elixir. The Western powers came to China to snatch the meteorite iron to forge the divine armament. At that time, our father was only in his early 20s. At such a young age, he was able to pierce through the dragon blood armor of the Dragon Knight, who was known as the #1 expert in the foreign lands. At that time, the dragon blood armor of the Dragon Knight scared the other experts into fleeing. From then on, the Dragon Knights and the warriors of the other countries would not dare to easily step into our Xia kingdom for the next 500 years. Even in times of war, only guns and cannons can be seen in the West. None of their martial artists dares to invade rashly. What's so great about Dragon Knights? Yilongyuan said disdainfully. If Yi Fan was present and heard these words, he would definitely be surprised. This was because the Black Dragon Knight Dark had once mentioned that his armor had been pierced by a Xia swordsman 500 years ago. Perhaps no one would have guessed that it was the doing of a young martial god. The power of the epic stage was that they could transcend at least a century and still stand at the peak. Only then would they have enough time to forge a great cause. And the martial god had lived for at least 500 years. Yilongting sighed with emotion. "Yes, with father's wisdom and martial prowess, our Yi clan's ancient martial arts, our Yi clan's bloodline, is naturally not something that the Western martial artists can compare to. But now, although Yi Fan's status in the country is not as high as our clan's, his influence in the world is so great that it is hard to imagine the number of elite soldiers under his command. The upper echelons of the various countries all want to rope him in. If our China wants to suppress him, we will only be following the wishes of other countries, and those leaders will also be very dissatisfied. It would be fine if it was an ordinary country or power, but if the Doomsday King's power were to rope him in. With this kid's age and ability, I'm afraid he might not even put our clan in his eyes." Yilongyuan narrowed his eyes. "I don't think he would dare to do anything that would let down his ancestors." "That depends on. Does the ancestor recognize him?" Yilongting muttered as he rubbed his chin. "Second bro." Yilongyuan said in a low voice, "Remember, that person should not have been born. Even if he exists, he has nothing to do with our Yi family. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies." After saying that, Yilongyuan walked away. Yilongting sighed. After hesitating for a moment, he called over a personal guard and ordered, "Go find out where young Master Yifeng is." If there's anything, report to me immediately. Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao brought a group of young people back to their lodgings. Chu Yuntian and the others might need to train and conserve their energy, but Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao were a bit bored. Chu Yunyao originally wanted to take care of some company matters, but she had been doing research for the past few days and had fallen behind in her business. However, Yi Fan felt that it was rare for him to come to such a beautiful mountain. If he didn't go out for a walk, it would be too boring to stay in his room. Thus, under Yi Fan's strong request, Chu Yunyao was also dragged out of her residence. Isn't it just rocks, trees, and water? What's there to look at? Chu Yunyao complained as she walked downstairs. In her opinion, scenery and whatnot did not have much meaning at all. Yi Fan held her hand and said, "What scenery to see is not the key is who to see it with." There's something wrong with him. Chu Yunyao muttered. At this moment, just as the two of them left the dormitory building, a man and a woman walked over. Yi Fan had actually sensed it, but he didn't deliberately avoid it, even if he didn't really want to see that man. You have a wife at home, yet you're still fooling around with other women outside. You really aren't a good person. The one with a face full of arrogance was Yi Feng, and behind him, his cousin, Ji Xianqing, was following him as usual. She quietly smiled at Yi Fan from behind. Chu Yunyao frowned. She knew that Yi Feng was a judge, so she could only endure it for now. Have your bones been reconnected? Do you want me to break a few more for you? Yi Fan lightly replied. Yi Feng's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Thinking about that defeat, it was a huge humiliation, but he just couldn't bear it. Yi Fan, don't be too arrogant. Even if you can win against me for the time being, it will only be for the time being. The talent I possess is something you can't imagine. Moreover, this is not Hua Hai. If you dare to act recklessly here, I can guarantee that you will die a miserable death. Yi Feng sneered. Do whatever you want. Yi Fan wasn't interested in talking to him. He held Chu Yunyao's hand and walked towards the base's gate. When he passed by Ji Xianqing, he sized up the girl's clothes and discovered that she had changed into a new outfit. A white undershirt and a printed short skirt accentuated her figure and her quiet and beautiful temperament. If it wasn't for the large birthmark on her face, this girl's looks would be at least 8.5 points. She would definitely not be inferior to Chu Yunyao. What a pity. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You've changed your clothes. You're much prettier." Ji Xianqing smiled happily. She listened to Yi Fan's opinion, bought some new clothes and cosmetics, and only came out after reading some magazines. However, no one around her paid attention to her appearance. Yi Feng didn't even look at her. Only Yi Fan was the first to praise her. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Ji Xianqing pursed her lips into a smile and said in a low voice. This caused Yi Feng, who was at the side, to be so angry that his face twitched. He grabbed Ji Xianqing's collar and shouted, "You came here with me just to flirt with him." Scram! As he said that, Yi Feng pushed Ji Xianqing away. Ji Xianqing was a weak girl. How could she withstand such a rough action? She cried out and was about to fall. Yi Fan's eyes and hands were quick. He reached out and hugged the girl who was about to fall. In that instant, Ji Xianqing, who thought that she was about to fall, found herself hugged by a strong arm. Because his body was tilted, the bangs on his forehead slid down, revealing an exquisite oval face. At the same time, all the birthmarks were revealed. Ji Xianqing stared blankly at Yi Fan with her large, watery eyes. The two of them looked at each other, and the girl could clearly see her appearance from Yi Fan's eyes. However, she couldn't see that Yi Fan minded in the slightest. Even so, Ji Xianqing still reached out to cover her face and turned her head away. "Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 861. Temperature 0861 ain't you think I don't dare? There was a trace of fear in Yifang's eyes, but his pride was stimulated again. He made up his mind and immediately circulated his spirit qi. Yifan looked at him calmly, not moving in the slightest. However, being stared at like this, Yifeng froze there, not daring to make a move. He had a premonition that as long as he made a move, the man in front of him would knock him down like last time, or even crazier than last time. He was afraid, but his pride did not allow him to show his fear. Come on, why wouldn't you dare to make a move? Isn't it straightforward to hit a woman? Yifan grinned in ridicule. You. Yifeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but his hands were trembling and he didn't dare to move. Right at this moment, a reprimand sounded. Yifeng. What are you doing? Hearing this voice, Yifeng frowned and retracted his spiritual energy. Uncle Xiao, the person who came was the deputy chief evaluator of this election, Xiao Fengshan. Xiao Fengshan was dressed in red and black handmade clothes with an elegant temperament. He leisurely walked over and admonished, "This is the base of the Dragon Soul, an important place for the military, not a place to casually fight. If you have any personal grudges, go out and talk." Yifeng's eyes turned, and said, "Since Uncle Xiao said so, then I naturally have to listen." After saying that, Yifeng turned around and said to Yifan, "Yifan, I came here today to tell you that I am the judge for this election. You better show some respect." "Humph," Yifeng said. He sneered and left. Seeing that her cousin had left, Ji Xianqing bade farewell to Yifan and Chu Yunyao, bowed to Xiao Fengshan, and silently left. Chu Yunyao was a little displeased as she said, "How did you become enemies with him? Could it be that he's plotting something shady? What are you afraid of? He's just one of the judges, he doesn't have the final say here." Yifan said. "That's right. But that girl is quite interesting. Her cousin is such a person, yet he still likes to follow me." Chu Yunyao asked curiously. Yifan was also a little emotional, but this was someone else's business. There must be a reason why Ji Xianqing liked Yifeng so much. However, what he was more concerned about was why Xiao Fengshan would come here. "Vice President, what's the matter?" Yifan discovered that Xiao Fengshan's gaze had always been on him. It was obvious that this fellow had specially come to find him. "Ha ha." Xiao Fengshan laughed very amiably, "You really don't have any cultivation, just like what my daughter said, your entire body is filled with strangeness." Fan frowned, "Who is your daughter?" "Xiao Axaner is the pearl in my palm," Xiao Fengshan said. Although Fan Xian had a feeling that it might be related to Xiao Axaner, he didn't expect it to be his biological father. "Axaner has mentioned you to me several times. Although she doesn't admit it, she seems to admire you quite a bit. I also have some understanding of your deeds overseas. You are indeed a young hero," Xiao Fengshan said. Fan Xian doubtfully said, "Your daughter appreciates me. Shouldn't you hate me?" Xiao Fengshan seemed to be pointing at something as he said, "I can't say for sure about the matters of you young people, at least. My daughter, since she was young, you are the first man she would specifically mention." Yifan gave a stiff smile, "You flatter me. Should I thank eldest Miss Xiao for her kindness?" "Ha! There's no need to be so serious, you are indeed worthy of praise." Xiao Fengshan looked around and said, "There are too many people here, it's not a good place to talk. Why don't you follow me outside to find a deserted forest and have a good chat?" Leaf Fan Xian was puzzled, "What do we have to talk about?" "Young man, I, Xiao, am still the vice chief judge. It's not too much to delay your date with this lady, right?" Xiao Fengshan's tone was very gentle, making it hard to refuse. Fan Xian muttered in his heart, "Such a kind father, he didn't know how to teach such a domineering daughter." Of course, this was only his first impression. He felt that this Xiao Fengshan was a bit like a smiling tiger. All right then, Judge Xiao, please lead the way. Yi Fan said. Ha ha. You can call me Uncle Xiao. After all, you and my daughter can be considered friends. You even saved her life before, so I am quite grateful to you. Xiao Fengshan said. Li Fan Xian didn't care and nodded. Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, glanced at Yi Fan thoughtfully. This gaze made Yi Fan feel a little guilty. After leaving the training base and heading to the southern mountains, Xiao Fengshan suggested using his qin gong to quickly run a little farther. Yi Fan simply carried Chu Yunyao on his back and quickly followed Xiao Fengshan. In just a few minutes, he arrived at a high hill. Li Fei mountain stream appeared in front of him. The stream was gurgling, surrounded by ancient vines and tall trees. It was ethereal and pleasant. Let's do it here. There's also a spacious place. Xiao Fengshan stopped and turned around. Yi Fan put down Chu Yunyao and asked, Uncle Xiao, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Fengshan's gaze suddenly became sharp, and a special golden spiritual energy soared out from his body. It was the phoenix flames that the phoenix bloodline possessed. Watch this. Xiao Fengshan suddenly waved his hand, and a phoenix flame heart-piercing arrow shot straight towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't sense any killing intent, and knew that Xiao Fengshan didn't want to kill him. He was just testing him, so after pushing Chu Yunyao away, he retreated from the other side. The phoenix flame struck a rock, leaving behind a black mark. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. The temperature of the phoenix flames was actually much lower than Xiao Axian Air's, because Xiao Axian Air's phoenix flames could melt many rocks. Logically speaking, Xiao Fengshan's cultivation should be higher than Xiao Axian Air's. What was going on? Why did you dodge? I heard from Axian Air that you can use your body to withstand her phoenix flames. Let me experience it. As Xiao Fengshan said this, he waved his hand and shot out a spinning golden wheel of phoenix flames. The high-speed spinning golden wheel swept towards Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan didn't dodge. He struck out with his palm, and his palm intent directly shattered the golden wheel of phoenix flames. When these phoenix flames touched Yi Fan, they didn't have any effect. It was just a wave of heat. It's true. Your body has actually cultivated to such a level. Your ancient martial arts attainments have also reached an extremely high level of understanding. You have already comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the world and can use the power of the world. Li Fan Xian was secretly shocked. As expected of a great figure from the clan, he could actually see that he was using the power of heaven and earth. Actually, this was something he had figured out himself, but through Xiao Fengshan's words, he could see that there were indeed other powers in this world besides spiritual energy. It was just that most of the inner force cultivators focused on Jin Qi and spiritual energy, and were unable to comprehend them. Chapter 862 0862 Chapter Despise 0862 Xiao Fengshan smiled. The question you asked is related to the secrets of our clan. Is that so? Yi Fan said, that doesn't matter, I was just casually asking. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Li Fan Xian didn't really want to know. He guessed that it was probably related to his innate talent. Xiao Fengshan looked at Chu Yunyao, thought for a moment, and said, forget it, you and Miss Chu are not ordinary people, and you saved my daughter's life after all. In the future, you will definitely come into contact with our clan, so there's no harm in telling you. Actually, don't think that anyone can awaken the Phoenix bloodline. In fact, it is already very rare for a clan member to truly awaken their bloodline in 100 years. When Yi Fan heard this, he asked curiously, aren't you two biological father and daughter? Isn't Miss Xiao's bloodline also inherited from you? How could there be a difference? Having the Phoenix bloodline and being able to awaken it are two different concepts. Xiao Fengshan said, it's like having the same cultivation technique. Some people can comprehend it, while others can't comprehend it for the rest of their lives. Every clan has a bloodline that has been passed down from ancient times. Some are very powerful, while others are relatively mediocre. No matter what, the bloodline maintains our clan, and is also the source of our clan's strength. Our Shao clan belongs to the Phoenix clan. Logically speaking, all of our clansmen have the Phoenix bloodline, but in the past 100 years, only my father and Xian heir, their grandfather and grandson, have truly awakened the Phoenix bloodline. As for me, although I am Xian heir's father, I have not truly awakened. At most, I can be considered to have activated a portion of it and can cultivate semi-finished Phoenix flames. And for a bloodline talent like the rebirth from the ashes, unless it is truly awakened like Xian heir, an ordinary clan member would not be able to do it. So that's how it was. From the looks of it, there was still a huge gap between truly awakening and developing a little. However, it was fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, if he really had a huge conflict with the clan in the future, and all of the clan's disciples possessed abnormal bloodline powers, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Speaking of which, Yi Feng didn't know what kind of bloodline the Yi clan was. He didn't know if Yi Feng had awakened it or if he had just developed it a little. Thinking of this, Yi Fan asked, "Uncle Shao, then what bloodlines do the other clans have?" Shao Fengshan said with a smile that was not a smile, "I think you're not asking about the other clans, you just want to know about the Yi clan's bloodline, right?" Yi Fan's little trick was exposed, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. He chuckled and said, "I want to know more. I can't say much about that. It's not a glorious thing to talk about other clans behind their backs." Shao Fengshan said. Yi Fan nodded. He also understood. After all, this was a family secret. "Actually, the reason why I found you today is firstly to see if you are really as Xian heir said. You don't have any cultivation, but you are very strong. Secondly, I want to ask you a question." Shao Fengshan said with a profound look in his eyes. Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum. "What problem?" Shao Fengshan stared at him and said, "What do you think? What do you think of my Xian heir?" Yi Fan was stunned. Chu Yunyao, who was behind him, also frowned. At the same time, she looked at the man with a playful expression. Hiss. Yi Fan's mind flashed like lightning. This question was a little strange. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I feel that Uncle Shao, you have taught me well. Eldest Miss Shao is very outstanding. She is young and promising, and has a good character, is that so? Then do you think my daughter? Is she still worthy of you?" Shao Fengshan asked again. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his expression stiffened for a moment. He hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, Uncle Shao, you really know how to joke. Eldest Miss Shao is a dignified Phoenix girl, and she also has a golden body. How could she not be worthy of me?" "Oh. You think you're not worthy of my daughter?" "Of course. Aren't you just teasing me?" Yi Fan shook his head. Shao Fengshan said with satisfaction, "Since that's the case, then as a father, I plan to let my daughter marry you. How about it?" Cough. Cough cough. Yi Fan choked on his saliva and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Shao, stop joking. This is not a joke. My daughter is also at the age to talk about marriage, but she doesn't like the disciples of our Phoenix clan. According to the rules, different clans are not allowed to marry each other for fear of confusing their bloodlines. Not to mention, my daughter is a precious Phoenix girl. Therefore, it would be a good choice to find an outstanding man who is not from the clan to be our son-in-law. Since you've already said that my daughter is worthy of you, and you have a good impression of her, then you have no reason to reject my daughter's marriage, right?" Shao Fengshan said with a smile. Leaf only then did Yi Fan realize that this old fellow had been setting him up all this time. This was the first time he had seen a father selling his daughter like this. He wanted him to marry Xiao Axian. This was something that he would never even dream of. Ha! Uncle Xiao, I'm already married. Thank you for thinking highly of me, this matter. Let's just forget about it. That's not a problem. Our clan does not need to worry about the rules of the secular world. You can marry 2 wives at the same time, and you can even take in a few concubines in the future. In our clan, this is very normal. Xiao Fengshan squinted his eyes and smiled. I know, you like beauty. It's not shameful for a man to have this kind of hobby. It's your ability to have so many women willing to follow you. In the secular world, you might need to worry about some problems, but if you enter our Xiao clan, then all of this will no longer be a problem. Saying that, Xiao Fengshan looked at Chu Yunyao and said, an outstanding woman like Miss Chu, if she were to become a family with my Axian heir in the future, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right, Miss Chu? Chu Yunyao's face was cold as she said, I am only cooperating with him. Whoever he marries has nothing to do with me. Oh. So that's how it is. Hee hee. Xiao Fengshan laughed loudly, as if he found it very interesting. Yi Fan was speechless. This woman, what kind of personality was she playing at this time? What made him even more dumbfounded was that this Xiao Fengshan was actually willing to let his daughter marry him and share a husband with another woman. If every father-in-law was so magnanimous, Yi Fan would have been moved to tears. However, Xiao Axian's background was too complicated, and the two of them didn't have any emotional foundation. Moreover, with Su Qingshua's personality, she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Even if the Phoenix girl was beautiful, Yi Fan would never dare to marry a time bomb home. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Xiao. However, I feel that it's fine to be friends with Miss Xiao, but to be lovers. I'm afraid we're not fated to be together in this life, so let's just forget about it. Hearing this, Xiao Fengshan's face slowly darkened. Yi Fan. You keep saying how outstanding my daughter is, but I've relaxed the conditions, yet you refuse to marry my daughter. Chapter 863. Are you leaving me? 0863. Hearing this, Yi Fan's scalp went numb. Uncle Xiao, that's not what I meant. In this day and age, it's not like we're in ancient times. How can we decide who to marry just based on the words of our elders? If I fell in love with Miss Xiao, even if you didn't say anything, I would still be with her. But, we don't have any emotional foundation, how can we talk about marriage? These are all excuses. Men and women develop feelings for each other after a long time. If you marry my daughter, it will not cause you any loss. Instead, you will be able to obtain a beautiful wife like my family's Axianer. What reason do you have to refuse? Xiao Fengshan asked. Fan Xian scratched his head. Uncle Xiao, if you insist on saying that, then I have nothing to say. In short, I can't agree to this matter. This is disrespectful to my wife and irresponsible to Miss Xiao. Aren't you afraid? Our clan will be dissatisfied with you. Xiao Fengshan narrowed his eyes. Fan Xian said seriously, there are things a man can do and things he can't do. Of course, I don't want many clans to be enemies, but I also have my own principles and limits. Xiao Fengshan's gaze lingered on Yi Fan for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly laughed out loud. Good. My daughter didn't misjudge him. Fan Xian was speechless. Could it be that this guy was testing him? But why did it not sound like it? Xiao Fengshan turned around and said, pitiful parents in the world, knowing that my daughter did not see the wrong person, I am relieved. Yi Fan, I'll be leaving first. I hope that in the future, I'll have the chance to become a family with you. With that, Xiao Fengshan straightforwardly leaped up and returned to the direction of the base. After Xiao Fengshan disappeared, Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, said, "The Phoenix girl is so straightforward, her father is really shrewd." Fan Xian turned around and looked at the woman. "Little Yao Yao, you also think that he's not testing me?" "I don't know, but I feel. He's not looking for you just because he wants you to be the Shao family son-in-law," Chu Yunyao said. Hearing Chu Yunyao's analysis, Fan Xian was basically certain of his guess. This Shao Fengshan was strange. "But then again, what did you mean by what you said just now?" Yi Fan asked, "What do you mean by we are only cooperating?" Chu Yunyao turned her head and said, "That's right, we're not lovers, nor are we husband and wife. Other than satisfying each other's physical needs, isn't the rest just mutually beneficial cooperation?" The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a smirk. After being together for a long time, Yi Fan had more or less figured out Chu Yunyao's temperament. This woman clearly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She looked indifferent, but her heart was not. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and went up to hug Chu Yunyao from behind. "What are you doing?" Chu Yunyao discovered that the man's hands were starting to become restless, and he even started to kiss her neck. She couldn't help but panic. "Since you said that we are in a mutually satisfying relationship, then in this wilderness, I suddenly have an interest. You have to satisfy me." Yi Fan laughed sinisterly. "It seems like we haven't been intimate with you in this kind of environment before." Chu Yunyao hurriedly twisted her body and said with a frown, "Even if it's a cooperative relationship, I have to be willing. I don't want it anymore." "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Li Fan Xian smiled evilly, and began to push his luck more and more. Chu Yunyao was unable to struggle free. In this kind of primeval forest, not long after, her fair face started to heat up and her breathing quickened. Seeing that the woman's body had already gone soft, Fan Xian turned her around and lowered his head to kiss her. The two of them who had entered into a passionate kiss, it was as if they no longer cared about anything in this world. The trees that covered the mountains and plains, the streams and the mountain streams, the birds, beasts, fish, and bugs, all of them no longer existed. Half an hour later, at the edge of the cliff, on a bare rock, the heat had dissipated. Yi Fan put on his pants and sat there comfortably with his upper body bare. He lit a cigarette and leisurely looked at the beautiful natural scenery. One of his hands was still gently caressing Chu Yunyao's beautiful hair and her tender cheeks. There was still a blush on the woman's cheek. Li Fan Xian smiled and said, "How is it, little Yao Yao? Isn't this environment especially exciting?" "Don't talk to me." "I don't want to talk to you." Chu Yunyao closed her beautiful eyes. She was a little tired. Yi Fan indifferently smiled and shook his head, pinching the woman's cheek. After a while, Chu Yunyao faintly said, "Since you like women so much, why don't you want the Phoenix girl as a gift? She's younger than me, and prettier than me, right? Why do even you ask me this question? It's not like I like women the moment I see them. No matter how beautiful they are, they don't have any feelings for each other. How could they be together so casually?" Yi Fan sighed. Chu Yunyao was silent for a moment, then said, "Then do we have feelings for each other? Don't you know that I have a personality disorder? Will you have true feelings for me?" Hearing this, Yi Fan picked Chu Yunyao up, then placed the woman on his thigh, pressing her down to prevent her from moving. Paw! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, Yi Fan hit the woman's buttocks. "Yi! You! What are you doing?" Chu Yunyao was both embarrassed and angry. This man had just bullied her, yet he actually hit her again. Yi Fan took off his cigarette and said with a solemn face, "You actually dared to ask such a fool's question. I don't have any feelings for you. Just think about it with your great scientist's brain. Do you still need to ask?" Chu Yunyao's watery eyes looked at the man. After a moment of stalemate, she turned her head and snorted, "My brain is used to think about the Earth's axis and understand the physics theory. I don't have time to think about these boring questions. I only know how to be stubborn. Yifan shook his head, put the woman down and said, "Put on your clothes, I'll leave for a bit." After saying that, Yifan put on a t-shirt and stood up. "Where are you going?" Chu Yunyao was puzzled. Yifan took a few steps back and said, "On the other side of the cliff." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan took 2 steps forward, stood up and jumped, directly crossing a distance of tens of meters. Chu Yunyao looked at the man in shock. Like a cannonball, he shot to the other side of the cliff and disappeared into the forest. "Yifan! What are you doing? Are you going to leave me behind?" Chu Yunyao shouted twice, but did not see any response from Yifan. She could only get up and put on her clothes. Just as she finished dressing, Yifan's figure jumped back from the other side. It was as if the cliff of the abyss below him, which was hundreds of meters deep, did not exist at all to Yifan. The moment the man landed, a garland of colorful flowers appeared on top of Chu Yunyao's head. Yifan still had a cigarette in his mouth that was about to burn out. He grinned. "I saw that there were some pretty flowers on the other side, so I made a garland for you." "Ugh. It seems to be a good match. Our family's little Yao Yao has changed from a mature elder sister to a delicate and pretty elder sister." After saying that, Yifan took out his phone and took a photo of the dumbfounded Chu Yunyao. Chapter 864. 0864 Chapter Uncle 0864 Yifan looked at the woman's dumbfounded expression. It was quite cute, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. "Silly, what's wrong? You don't really think that I'm going to leave you in the deep mountains and forests, do you?" Chu Yunyao glared at him, took off the garland, and looked at it. She found that it was colorful and really beautiful, so she asked, "What kind of flowers are these?" "These flowers are amazing, let me tell you." Yifan pointed at the different colors on the flowers and said, "This yellow one is called, 'You are so beautiful,' this pink one is called, 'You really have temperament,' this blue one is called, 'Great Beauty Yunyao,' this purple one is..." Chu Yunyao couldn't bear to listen any longer and pushed the man. "Stop talking. Aren't you disgusting?" Although she was blaming the man, Chu Yunyao's face was still rosy and her heart was pounding. She didn't know why, but when she heard what was obviously nonsense, she felt as if she was drunk and her head was dizzy. Yifan smiled and put the garland back on her. "What kind of flower is actually not important. What's important is that I know very well that I like you, and I'm sure that you like me. My feelings are real, and that's enough." Chu Yunyao bit her lower lip and suddenly took out her phone. She stroked her hair and took a beautiful 45-degree selfie for herself. "Little Yao Yao, do you like to take selfies too?" Yifan thought that only a little girl like Moo 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 would like to take selfies. She was clearly so beautiful, yet she still liked the beauty camera. Chu Yunyao processed the photo and said, "Usually I don't take pictures, but since you're so diligent and gave me a garland, I'll just post it on my WeChat moments." "Hee, this is good. Do you want to show your love?" Yifan felt that it was not bad. Chu Yunyao nodded and casually said, "Yeah, let me think about it." "Just right." "Thank you, dear Yifan, the garland is very beautiful, I like it very much. Colleagues and the people in the company, I won't show it to them. Let's just show Su Qingxue and the others, let them know how much you like me." When Yifan heard this, his face immediately turned pale. He quickly reached out and grabbed the woman's arm. "Don't, little Yao Yao. This isn't too good." Chu Yunyao looked at the man in ridicule. "What's wrong? Could it be that your feelings for me are fake? Of course it's real. Since it's true, what's there to hide? But there's no need to deliberately provoke them like this, right?" Yifan smiled and said, "Little Yao Yao, you should block them a bit. A family, and everything will be fine." Chu Yunyao waved her phone in front of the man. "Idiot, in this deep mountain forest, let alone 4G. There's not even a signal, how can I send it out? Only then did Yi Fan know that he had been tricked. He raised his hand and was about to spank the woman's butt. But Chu Yunyao had experienced this time, so she quickly dodged and said, "If you hit me again, I'll post it on my WeChat moments when I get back." "No. I will directly send it to Su Qingxue personally." Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It was really technology killing people. Seeing the man's defeated look, Chu Yunyao felt that it was even more interesting. She said, "If you listen to me obediently, I won't send it out. If you make me angry and bully me, I will make your house fall into chaos." "Little Yao Yao, how could I bully you? How about this, I won't spank you in the future. Delete the photo and don't do this kind of thing, okay?" Yi Fan coaxed. Chu Yunyao put away her phone and said, "I'm not going to delete it. I quite like this photo, so I'll keep it as a souvenir." Yi Fan looked at the woman's happy expression and the natural smile on her face. He couldn't help but be a little dazed. It was rare to see Chu Yunyao laugh from the bottom of her heart, and it was even rarer to see her lively. "What are you looking at? What's wrong with my face?" Chu Yunyao saw that the man was staring at her and felt a little strange. "I just want to say that your sincere smile is really beautiful," Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao didn't even realize it herself. When she came back to her senses and understood the meaning behind the man's words, she couldn't help but feel at a loss. She stroked the hair beside her ear and said with a complicated mood, I don't know why, but I wasn't like this before." In her world, there had never been so many emotions. She clearly felt sweetness, but she was afraid that it was fake. Because she clearly shouldn't have these emotions. Yi Fan took the woman's hand and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild, you're just not used to it yet. I will make you happy all the time, and when you laugh for a long time, you will naturally get used to it." Chu Yunyao pursed her red lips and subconsciously moved closer to Yi Fan. "It's still early, let's take a walk around before going back. There's nothing to do anyway." At the Hidden Dragon selection base, Xiao Fengshan had just walked in through the gate when he narrowed his eyes and looked at a lush tree not too far away. Under the tree, a scholar with a bun on his head and a white brocade robe was looking at him with a smile. He was playing with two agarwood beads in his hands. This man dressed like a scholar looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were filled with unfathomable thoughts. "Cousin Yu, I didn't see you in the afternoon meeting. I thought you were sightseeing and were absent from this selection." Xiao Fengshan paused for a moment, then smiled and bowed. Brother Fengshan is the one who is in a good mood. He brought two unfamiliar juniors for a stroll. The scholar asked. Xiao Fengshan said with a face full of emotion, "My violent-tempered daughter, who participated in the Dragon Souls operation previously, owes that child called Yi Fan a favor. I also went to thank him in private, but I didn't expect Cousin Yu to see it." "Oh. So that's how it is. Brother Fengshan, please don't misunderstand, I just happened to bump into him," Ji Yutang said with a friendly smile. I've been ridiculed by Cousin Yu. I still have some things to take care of, so we'll meet again at the selection tomorrow." "Farewell," Xiao Fengshan said. "Brother Fengshan, go ahead and do what you need to do. See you tomorrow." Ji Yutang was also very courteous. After Xiao Fengshan left, the smile on Ji Yutang's face disappeared. He thoughtfully looked towards the forest in the distance. Just as he was thinking, a male voice began to call out to him from afar. "Uncle! Uncle!" Yi Feng brought Ji Xianqing and ran over excitedly. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you." Ji Yutang came back to his senses and gave Yi Feng a kind smile. "Fenger, long time no see. Qing'er is here too." Ji Xianqing timidly looked at her father with her big eyes and said with her head lowered, "Daughter greets father." "Father, don't be angry. I was the one who asked cousin to bring me here to broaden my horizons." "Hee hee, since your cousin is willing to bring you out, what's there for me to be angry about?" Ji Yutang sized Yi Feng up. "Fenger, I heard you were injured." Chapter 865. 0865. When Ji Xianqing heard this, she looked at her cousin with a complicated expression, but she still didn't say anything. Ji Yutang nodded. "I've already investigated the Yi Fan you're talking about." "Is that so?" Yi Feng said excitedly. "Why would uncle investigate him?" Ji Yutang stretched out his hand and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. "My only precious nephew was injured by someone. Of course I have to find out who did it. Fenger, don't worry, I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Uncle will definitely think of a way to help you deal with this Yi Fan." A trace of emotion flashed across Feng Fang's eyes, and he said excitedly, "Uncle, you're so good to me. This time, I was injured, but my father and my uncle refused to stand up for me. They seem to be afraid of this Yi Fan. Only you are willing to stand on my side, unlike my father and the others. Not only did they not kill the Yi Fan, they even taught me a lesson and said that I was in the wrong. The Yi Fan dared to contradict me and look down on our Yi clan. Even if he were to be cut into 1,000 pieces, he would still deserve it. What's wrong with me protecting the dignity and status of the Yi clan?" Ji Yutang smiled and nodded. "Fenger, you did the right thing. It's just that your father, your uncle, and the others are overcautious. After all, this Yi Fan can be considered to have some influence overseas. How can those people overseas compare to our clan? I am the grandson of the war god. What does he, Yi Fan, count for?" Yi Feng said proudly. "Ha! Good. Fenger really has guts. This Yi Fan, how can he be your match?" Ji Yutang praised. "Uncle, believe me, I'm definitely just unlucky. Even if the Yi Fan is a bit stronger than me now, when I awaken my bloodline like grandfather one day, he will definitely not be my match." Yi Feng clenched his fists and said. Ji Yutang said, "Of course. Ever since you were young, when have I not believed you? Fenger, your talent, uncle has seen it in his eyes. That Yi Fan must have taken some crooked path, which is why he's temporarily in the lead. Uncle, I really wish you were my biological father. Only you understand me the best." Yi Feng sighed. "Don't say that. Your father loves you very much. He just doesn't show it. Of course, you are my only sister's son, so I will treat you like my own son." Ji Yutang patted Yi Feng's shoulder. "Fenger, sooner or later, you will prove to your father and the others that you are the next war god." Yi Feng's face glowed red and became even more confident. "With uncle's words, I'm not afraid anymore." Yi Fan, that guy, simply didn't know what kind of opponent he had provoked. "Uncle, ever since I was young, only you understand me the best. You are also the most resourceful. This time, have you thought of any countermeasures? I want Yi Fan to die as soon as possible." Ji Yutang narrowed his eyes and smiled. "A plan. There is one. Come, uncle will tell you about it. Actually, if you want something to happen to Yi Fan, there is a way right in front of you." As he spoke, Ji Yutang whispered a few words into Yi Feng's ear. After Yi Feng heard this, his eyes immediately revealed a vicious look. He grinned evilly and said, "Uncle, good plan. With Yi Fan's personality, he definitely won't be able to tolerate it. At that time, let's see what he will do." "Alright, it's settled then. Uncle will go and help you get ready. I'll be leaving first," Ji Yutang said. Yi Feng nodded. "Thank you, uncle. Then I'll go to father's place first. Father sent someone to look for me just now." "Go." Yi Feng turned around and left. Ji Xianqing hesitated for a moment before looking at her father. She bowed and planned to follow. However, Ji Yutong pressed down on his daughter's weak shoulder and said, "Chinger, don't speak carelessly beside your cousin. Don't make your cousin angry, do you understand?" Ji Xianqing looked at her father's eyes. The two seemingly amiable eyes revealed a chill that caused her delicate body to tremble. "Daughter. Your daughter understands, and you have been obedient since you were young. You should know what to do. Go." After Ji Yutang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Ji Xianqing's entire body seemed to be covered in sweat. She wiped her forehead and jogged to catch up to Yifeng. Yifeng looked back in disdain, "Dragging your feet, why did you follow me again? It seems like uncle doesn't want to bring you along. Humph, even your biological father doesn't like you. You're really useless." Ji Xianqing lowered her head, her black hair covering her face as she pinched her skirt. "What, why aren't you saying anything? Are you dead?" Yifeng turned around and said, "I'm in a good mood right now, don't be weird with me." Ji Xianqing seemed to have mustered up her courage as she raised her head and said, "Cousin. Cousin, I think it's better if you don't agree to my father's request." Ji Xianqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but it could still be heard clearly. Yifeng stopped in his tracks and turned around with a gloomy face. He stared at the girl with a sharp gaze. "What do you mean?" Ji Xianqing bit her lower lip and clenched her fists, saying, "I don't think my father's actions are very good. Cousin should listen to the two uncles and concentrate on practicing martial arts. Get to know talented people and don't bother with Yifan anymore." "Pa!" Yifeng directly slapped the girl in the face. Ji Xianqing let out a blood-curdling scream as she covered her burning face and almost fell to the ground. Tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. "You little bitch who eats inside and crawls outside. Are you *king in love with the Yifan just like those stupid women who don't have good eyesight? Uncle is your father, and you actually suspect him behind his back. You even said that what he did was wrong. You don't even trust your own father, and you still want to speak up for outsiders. Ji Xianqing, even if you were adopted by your uncle and not his own, he still raised you for more than 20 years. Could it be that your conscience has been eaten by a dog?" Yifeng scolded. Ji Xianqing shook her head with tears streaming down her face. "No. Cousin. Listen to my explanation. I respect father very much, but I'm also doing it for cousin's own good." "Ha!" Yifeng glared and said, "You're doing this for my own good. I was injured by Yifan and hospitalized, but you want me to swallow my anger. You call this good for me? Do you have to wait for the day when Yifan kills me before you think of taking revenge for me? Oh no. I think you want to be like those women and go to Yifan's bed to sleep with him, right?" I didn't. I only like you, cousin." Ji Xianqing cried as she explained. Her eyes were filled with pain and she felt as if her heart was about to shatter. Yifeng sneered and said, "Save it, even if you and I are not related by blood, I will not take a fancy to an ugly bastard like you. The one I want to marry is Ling Yuwei, even if I take a concubine, it will not be your turn. I don't want to see you right now, don't follow me. You can go find the Yifan and tell him about my and uncle's plan, but even if he knew, it would be useless. Damned slut, your good mood has been ruined by you. Hurry up and get lost." Chapter 866. Willingly and willingly 0866. The sky gradually darkened. Yifan brought Chu Yunyao back to the base from the forest. Although Chu Yunyao liked the garland given by men, she still didn't dare to wear it back in front of many people, so she held the garland in her hand. "Little Yao Yao, let's go eat." Yifan rubbed his stomach and said, "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat, I'm not eating anymore." Chu Yunyao said. Why aren't you eating? Are you trying to lose weight? The food in the cafeteria isn't delicious, I'm not that hungry anyway. Fan Xian sighed with emotion and shook his head. You young misses really haven't suffered before. The cafeteria's big pot, the dishes cooked are so tasty. Just as he was speaking, Yi Fan suddenly saw a delicate figure sitting by a flower bed in a green belt in front of him, staring blankly by himself. Yi Fan stood still and shouted, Ji Xianqing. Ji Xianqing was shocked. When she came back to her senses and saw that it was Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao, she quickly lowered her head. However, with just a glance, Yi Fan discovered that this girl's eyes were red and swollen, and there were even red marks on her face. What happened to you? Who hit you? Yi Fan walked over. He quite liked this girl, so he naturally wanted to care about her. It wasn't that kind of love between a man and a woman, but he simply felt that this girl was kind and pure. She was a little like Du Yuner, but compared to Du Yuner, she was even more pitiful. Seeing this, Chu Yunyao said, I'll go back to my room first, you can eat dinner by yourself. She wasn't interested in chatting with a strange girl, nor was she interested in watching Yi Fan comfort other women. She might as well go to work. He sat beside Ji Xianqing and asked, What happened? Why are you sitting here crying by yourself? Ji Xianqing turned her head and said faintly, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Fan Xian frowned, but didn't ask any more questions. He lit a cigarette and started smoking by the flower bed. The night breeze was gentle. Occasionally, people would pass by, but no one paid attention to the two people by the flower bed. After about 10 minutes, Ji Xianqing turned to look at the man. Behind the bangs in front of the girl's forehead, a pair of bright and watery eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Yi Fan shook his head and threw away the cigarette butt. This was his third cigarette. I'm fine. Then why are you sitting here? Ji Xianqing asked. Yi Fan clicked his tongue, because when I feel bad in my heart, I would want someone to accompany me quietly. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to be alone. You don't want to tell me what happened, so I don't want to force you to tell me. Since you seem to be very sad, I will sit here with you for a while. Maybe it will be of some help. When Ji Xianqing heard this, her eyes flashed. She gripped her skirt tightly and asked with a choked voice, Yi. Mr. Yi, why are you comforting me? We haven't known each other for long, and we're even strangers. Maybe you've been in the clan for too long. How can you not be grateful just because you're a stranger? When I was young, I stayed in the orphanage for 2 years. There were often strangers who came to visit us and take care of us. Now, I will often go to the orphanage to visit those children. Could it be that because we are strangers, we can't help them? It was common sense to see people who were struggling to walk on the road. The driver could help carry them for a while, and the old man who needed to cross the road could also help him. At least I have some fate with you. Now that I see you crying here by yourself until your eyes are swollen, I'll spend some time with you. Isn't it just a matter of time? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ji Xianqing looked at the man hesitantly. After a long while, she said, Mr. Yi. I'm so ugly, yet you're still willing to comfort me. You're really nice. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Ji, does this have anything to do with your looks? Besides, what you look like is natural. It's not like you did anything wrong. At the very least, I can tell that compared to your cousin, your heart is very beautiful. This is very precious. I can't bear to see good people being bullied. Ji Xianqing pouted, Mr. Yi, don't say that about my cousin. He treats me very well. Li Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. After hitting you, you still say that he treats you well. You. How do you know? Ji Xianqing asked in surprise. Just thinking about it, you can guess that other than Yi Feng, who would be so rough with a weak girl like you? Yi Fan said. Ji Xianqing fell silent and lowered her head. After a while, she said, cousin, he wasn't like this in the past. Li Fan Xian didn't make a sound. He wanted to hear how different the Yi Feng of the past could be. I was picked up by my father. Because I was ugly since I was young, my family didn't like me. Although my father was kind and raised me, but no one paid any attention to me. When I was young, the first time I went to my cousin's house, there were a few children from the clan who mocked me, calling me a monster, an ugly monster. I was beaten by them, rolled on the ground, kicked by them, and they even took off my shoes. I chased after them barefoot, but they kept laughing at me, scolding me. At that time, my cousin ran over, beat all the children away, and saved me. Cousin is 3 years older than me. At that time, he had already cultivated Jinqi. He was the eldest son and grandson of the Yi family, and his status was very high. I never thought that my cousin would help such a useless person like me. He said. I'm his cousin, whoever dares to bully me is going against him. From then on, I always liked to follow my cousin. With him protecting me, I wasn't bullied by others. Ji Xianqing's eyes were filled with memories and love. To me, cousin is the person who treats me the best in the world. I know that I'm not worthy of him, but as long as I can follow him, no matter where I go, no matter how hard it is, I'm willing. Li Fan Xian listened to these words in a daze. It was hard to imagine that the loathsome Yi Feng actually had such a past. Whether it was Yi Feng who helped Ji Xianqing on a whim, or whether it was something that happened to Yi Feng that caused him to become like this, Yi Fan didn't know either. However, Yi Fan was very clear that to Ji Xianqing, this cousin was her spiritual sustenance, and no one was allowed to taint her. Ji Xianqing wiped the corner of her eyes, stood up, and smiled at Yi Fan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After saying these words, I feel much better. I'm leaving. If my cousin sees me getting close to you, he will misunderstand and be unhappy. I'm really grateful to you for not killing my cousin last time. After saying that, Ji Xianqing bowed to Yi Fan, then turned around and ran away. Yi Fan sighed with emotion in his heart. This girl, the more he interacted with her, the more he felt pity for her, and even heartache. At this moment, Ji Xianqing suddenly stopped in her tracks. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around and said, Mr. Yi, Yi Fan stood up and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Ji Xianqing's eyes revealed a struggling expression. In the end, she still said seriously, in tomorrow's selection, please remain calm and collected. Don't be impulsive. After saying this, the girl turned around and ran away. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her back was very beautiful. Chapter 867. 0867. To be on the safe side, after Yi Fan returned to his residence, he planned to confirm that there were no problems with the Chu family's youths. It was not impossible for them to target the people he brought with him. Fortunately, after walking around, he found that in every room, the young people were practicing martial arts. There was nothing unusual. When he walked to the room where Chu Yuntian was, he found that there was only one person there. Just as he was wondering, he saw Chu Yuntian walking back from the corridor. It turned out that he had come back from dinner. Mr. Yi. When Chu Yuntian saw Yi Fan, he hurriedly called out respectfully, is there something you need from us? Yi Fan shook his head, it's fine. Let's see how you guys are doing. It seems like you're the only one who went to dinner. Chu Yuntian said, yes, I feel that it might be better for tomorrow's selection to relax a little. Practicing for a night won't have much effect. Mentality is still very important. I'm leaving, you can busy yourself. Yi Fan patted Chu Yuntian's shoulder and said. However, Yi Fan didn't walk far before he saw Chu Yuntian follow him and say, "Mr. Yi, I never had the chance to tell you that Jingyu and I are very grateful to you for letting us go to the 18 levels of hell." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled. "I just don't have time to train you guys, so I'm just lazy. Besides, you guys risked your lives to come out, so I didn't help you at all. But without you, we wouldn't have had the chance to go to such a place and grow up so quickly." Chu Yuntian bowed, "Thank you." Yi Fan felt a little embarrassed. "Don't be so solemn, I'm actually not that much older than you guys. Although we are not that different in age, we are very clear that you have experienced a life that we cannot imagine. We all worship you. Tomorrow, we will definitely do our best to be selected as the hidden dragon and live up to your expectations," Chu Yuntian said solemnly. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, "What expectations do I have for you? Isn't it just helping Chu Yunyao?" However, after Chu Yuntian said this, Yi Fan thought of a question that he had never considered before. He asked, "Yuntian, is it that important for you to be selected as a hidden dragon? Compared to those disciples of the ancient martial arts sects who need to stand out, a disciple of the Chu family like you, with a brother like Chu Yunqing, shouldn't be lacking in the title of hidden dragon." Chu Yuntian was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, "Does Mr. Yi think that I'm participating in the hidden dragon competition to stand out? Isn't that so?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Of course not." Chu Yuntian said seriously, "The hidden dragon army is stronger than the average dragon soul army. They secretly protect the ancient warriors of China. If you join the hidden dragon sect, you will be able to realize your ambition to protect the country. We martial artists, on a small scale, strengthen our bodies and protect ourselves and our families. But on a larger scale, isn't it to protect this land?" Fan Xian was stunned. He had never thought that this young man would actually have such ambitions, and that he would only participate in this selection with the determination to die. Chu Yuntian continued, "Even if I can't be selected as a hidden dragon this time, I will still work hard to enter the dragon's soul or join the army. Only then will I not waste the dozen or so spring and autumn that I have been training hard in martial arts since I was young." Yi Fan was silent. He had gone overseas since he was very young, and the 4 seas were his home. He ran around everywhere, not knowing the concept of a country or a nation. However, Chu Yuntian's words caused him to feel a little moved. It turned out that in this world, there really was such a simple belief, such a simple feeling. "Mr. Yi. Am I overestimating myself a little too much?" Chu Yuntian said apologetically, "I also know that my strength is not as good as some of the other geniuses, but many of my brothers and sisters in the family think the same way. We should do as much as we can." Yi Fan shook his head with emotion and smiled, "Don't misunderstand, I was just surprised. You have an amazing ambition. At least stronger than me. I've been wandering overseas since I was young, so I've never thought about it that much." Chu Yuntian said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yi? As long as the same bloodline flows in your body, you will have the same feelings. I heard from Big Sis that when you were on Luchun Island, you almost single-handedly protected our country's precious property and defeated the Delta team. You have already taken the lead and set an example. We must pay our respects to you." Yi Fan was at a loss. After being said by Chu Yuntian, he couldn't figure out what he was thinking. "Mr. Yi, I'll be going back to my room first. See you tomorrow." Chu Yuntian left, but Yi Fan stood in the corridor with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. He thought that in the Yin Kingdom, when the time of war came, their nobles would take the lead. Every time they fought, the nobles would suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, they had fiefdoms, titles, and all sorts of care from the royal family. In China, these famous families were also nobles that had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although it was said that the forest was big and there were all kinds of birds, there would always be some scum. However, for these famous families to be able to survive for so long, their family customs would definitely not be bad. It was precisely because they had nurtured generation after generation that disciples like Chu Yuntian and the others were able to survive until now. Yi Fan felt that he had been taught a lesson. He laughed self-deprecatingly and walked back to his room. That night, Yi Fan didn't rest either. He simply stayed in his room and practiced his mad demon dance. At first, Chu Yunyao felt that the man's actions were comical, but at the same time, she was also puzzled. How could such slow movements be so tiring? Thus, the woman followed suit and imitated him, but she didn't do much. Even if it wasn't very standard, Chu Yunyao was already too tired, so she took a bath and went to sleep. The next morning, the selection began at the largest training ground. After the Dragon King gave a short speech, the youths of the various famous sects and ancient martial arts sects entered the arena one after another. As for Yi Fan and the other people who accompanied him, they were on the viewing platforms around the arena. They were still 20 to 30 meters away from the edge of the arena, just to avoid being accidentally injured. Although everyone was encouraged to form cliques and find allies, there were very few who could truly trust each other. Therefore, most of them were in groups of 7 or 8 people. Very few of them were in groups of 10. Relatively speaking, the Chu family's team of 9 could be considered pretty good. Seeing this, Chu Yunyao said with satisfaction, "Not bad, I was worried before, the others are all 10 people, it seems that no one really believes in temporary allies." The main reason is that although the selection rules are team mode, the selection is still for individuals, not for teams. Moreover, the rules allow for temporary alliances and defections at any time, which makes many people unwilling to reveal who they are forming an alliance with from the start. There will definitely be more teams of 10. Yi Fan said. Right at this moment, a chubby white fatty carefully walked in front of Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao. That. Yi. Mr. Yi, can I ask you for something? Yi Fan had long noticed that this guy was walking over, but he didn't expect that he was really looking for him. He looked at him playfully. What, you want to secretly take a picture of my woman again? Chapter 868. 0868 Jiang Xiaobai was so scared that he waved his hands, his big pancake face turning green. I won't dare to do it again. Oh, then what is it? Yi Fan asked with a smile. I want to join your team and form a temporary alliance, Jiang Xiaobai said carefully, looking at Yi Fan's expression. Li Fan Xian looked into the distance. The Mount Shu sect's team was already on the way. Your sect seems to only have 7 or 8 people, and you are the one with the highest cultivation. Why aren't you with your own sect's people? Jiang Xiaobai said helplessly. They dislike me. Let me participate alone. Oh. Why do I despise you? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This was strange, he actually didn't want the one with the highest cultivation. Jiang Xiaobai's face was red as he rubbed his hands together, but he didn't dare to answer. Chu Yunyao coldly said, Why are you paying attention to him? Isn't it normal for a pervert to be despised by his sect members? Could it be that the Mount Shu sect really treated him as a pervert and didn't even want to bring him with them for such a big matter? Jiang Xiaobai smiled pitifully. Mr. Yi, please take me in. Li Fan Xian sighed with emotion. An ancient martial arts genius at the great perfection of the body refinement realm, Jiang Xiaobai could be considered to be capable, so he asked, Then what does your master mean? Master is fine with me, let me think of a way myself. I just want to join you, Mr. Yi, Jiang Xiaobai said with a shy face. Yi Fan asked, Why did you choose our side? Because I feel that the team taught by Mr. Yi must be very strong. Jiang Xiaobai flattered. Fan Xian rubbed his chin and said, All right then, you can go and meet up with our team. I'll greet them. When Jiang Xiaobai heard this, he immediately nodded happily. All right, thank you, Mr. Yi. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something. Jiang Xiaobai secretly took out a black cloth bag from his pocket. Mr. Yi, I have something on me. It's not convenient for me to leave it here for a while. Can you keep an eye on it for me? Li Fanxian was puzzled as to what this was. He directly took it and opened the cloth bag. Only then did he realize that there were actually a few magazines with erotic pictures inside. Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, also saw this and immediately became even more disdainful. He's hopeless. Jiang Xiaobai wanted to stop him, but he was afraid, so he said with a bitter face, I'm afraid of being discovered by Master, so I don't dare to put it in my residence. Can you help me look after it? These are the few books I collected with great difficulty, because I don't have many chances to go down the mountain. Yi Fan didn't laugh at him and nodded, no problem. Great. I'm going down. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and immediately ran down like a fat meatball. Just looking at his back, there was no way he could run away. The key was that this guy was only 1.7 meters tall. After Jiang Xiaobai ran over to Chu Yuntian's group and explained the situation, Chu Yuntian looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded his head, confirming it. The people of the Chu family naturally wouldn't have any objections. After all, Yi Fan had already said that this guy had the cultivation of the great perfection of the body refinement stage, so it was impossible for him to be a burden. Why did you agree to his request? This guy is a pervert. Chu Yunyao said with discontent. Li Fanxian smiled, put the magazine back into his pocket, and placed it under his seat, saying, Don't look at how wretched he is, how perverted he is, but he is still a virgin. Chu Yunyao was stunned, really? Yi Fan nodded, he's just lustful, he didn't commit any crimes. Since he was able to reach the great perfection of the body refinement stage at such a young age, then he has his own unique points. This person's heart isn't bad. He's lustful, but he admits it and doesn't hide it. There's no need for us to look at him with colored glasses. You say it so easily. I'm afraid it's because you're also very perverted yourself. Chu Yunyao thought back to what happened in the wild yesterday and wished she could step on a man's toes. Yi Fan smiled and reached out to touch the woman's hair. At the same time, he thoughtfully looked at the judge's seat over there. From the looks of it, everything seemed to be normal. There didn't seem to be any problems, and he didn't know what Ji Xianqing meant by telling him not to be impulsive. At 10 in the morning, on time, Yi Longyuan stood up and shouted loudly, directly spreading throughout the base. Selection, begin. When he gave the order, 300 to 400 young martial artists above the Xiantian realm began an incomparably chaotic elimination competition in the training ground the size of 2 football fields. For a time, all kinds of true energy surged in the entire arena, and all kinds of weapons and spears rang out. A fierce battle broke out. Originally, everyone had thought very well. With the team as the foundation, they would fight against some of the nearby targets together, stabilize their formation, and preserve their combat strength. However, when the fight really started, these youths realized that it wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Everyone's heart was not united, and their combat strength was not balanced. The opponents they faced were also of various kinds. For a time, most of the teams were directly scattered, forming a variety of one-on-one fighting. And in a situation where the overall strength difference between everyone was not too great, forming a team would naturally have an advantage. Not even a few minutes after the start, a few warriors of the Xiantian realm with average strength immediately appeared. Because they were alone, they were directly knocked to the ground or knocked out of the arena, disqualifying them. In the stands, the various instructors, sect leaders, and elders were all shouting loudly, but their commands were useless. On the judging panel, Yi Longyuan, Xiao Fengshan, Zhou Wei, and the other judges were all quietly watching. It was obvious that only when there were a few dozen people left at the end would the seedlings that they truly wanted to see be revealed. However, in this chaotic battle, there was a force that made everyone's eyes light up. It was a team of 9, with 3 people in a group, facing 3 directions. 1 person attacked, 1 person defended, and 1 person supported. When they moved, they would not be more than 3 meters away from each other. This team of 9 had been steadily defending a spot about 10 meters away from the edge, as sturdy as a fortress. In the stands, a few generals and leaders from the military were pointing at the team and nodding their heads. They were obviously quite satisfied. Look, those are the people from the Chu family and the Divine Flame cult, right? What kind of formation are they in? It seems like they really have trained before. This advance and retreat and mutual support are so timely. Isn't that fatty in the middle from the Mount Shu sect? Why did he join their team? Look at how he's hiding, what a coward. The Mount Shu sect is famous for its swordsmanship and advocates offense. How can they want a coward like him? This was the Chu family's team. Chu Yunyao, who was in the stands, also revealed an excited expression when she saw this scene. Fortunately, you sent them to Bahamut and learned the execution of a mercenary team. This time, it should be a certainty. Even if they can't all be selected, they can at least be selected. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Li Fanxian shook his head. It's still early, some of the experts don't have time to care about them. Let's wait until there are less than 50 people, then we'll see. That fatty has been hiding all this time. He hasn't even pulled out the sword on his back. No wonder the people from the Mount Shu sect don't want him. What's the difference between bringing him along and being a piece of trash? Chu Yunyao was only dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaobai. Li Fanxian had also been observing this fatty. Jiang Xiaobai didn't seem to be here to participate in the competition at all. He was clearly constantly dodging, relying on the matrix formed by Chu Yuntian and the others to make it easier for him to avoid all kinds of attacks. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice came from not far away, Zihan. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and eliminate that team from the Chu family. Chapter 869 0869 This Wang Luo Tian is really shameless, as if his son died unjustly. Chu Yunyao disdainful. Li Fanxian didn't say anything. He looked at the arena and quickly found Wang Han's figure. Actually, it wasn't hard to find, because Wang Han was really dazzling in such a selection. In terms of cultivation, Wang Han and Jiang Xiaobai were both the strongest young geniuses on the field. They were both at the great perfection of the body refinement realm. However, the performance of the two on the field was completely opposite. When Jiang Xiaobai was like a coward, relying on the Chu family's formation to hide and roll around, Wang Han, who was on the other side, was already killing in all directions. Wang Han represented the Wang family and the Azure Dragon School's team, but he didn't cooperate with anyone else at all. From the beginning, he was like a gust of wind, sweeping through the arena. As one of the 4 great sects, the Kunlun sect's internal martial arts, fist and palm techniques, as well as sword and saber techniques, were all absolute arts. Although Wang Han had a long sword on his back, it was not unsheathed. His body was like a swimming dragon as he walked back and forth in the crowd, as if there was no one there. Every time someone landed on the edge of the arena, he would go over and strike out with his palm. Without any effort, he would send those martial artists out of the arena. With Wang Zihan's cultivation, coupled with his speed, there were not many people present who could defend against his sudden palm strike. As a result, in the first few minutes, Wang Han had beaten out 30 to 40 martial artists by himself. Many people didn't even see who had beaten them up until they were eliminated. They pounded their feet and chests, feeling extremely vexed. Is Kunlun's Cloud Dragon movement technique and cloud-piercing steps these 2 martial arts? It should be, but how can he use it so fast? In the stands, some of the experts from the sects recognized Wang Han's movement technique, but they were all very curious. Logically speaking, these 2 movement techniques shouldn't be able to allow a martial artist to reach such a realm. In the stands of the Kunlun sect, a few elders were both proud and regretful. Zihan has improved again. He said that he is the third generation's chief disciple. This strength is already at the top of the second generation. What a pity. After all, he is a disciple of the Wang family. This time, he won't be able to bring glory to our Kunlun sect. Ha! No matter what, he is still a disciple of our Kunlun sect. To be able to display our Kunlun sect's secret art and defeat all the sects in the world, it is a great honor for us. As the discussions in the stands continued, this selection gradually became the stage for Wang Han, the fierce tiger, and the Chu family, the group of wolves. Although Wang Luotian was shouting on the stage, wanting Wang Han to deal with the Chu clan as soon as possible, Wang Han clearly had his own plans. The people of the Chu clan also fought steadily. Relying on their teamwork, they, Chen, Luotian, and as they said, as possible. As, the sect, Chen, sect, and as Wang as, the Chen as he could, as even though, he, the as, the Hans although, as, the, he however, because of Yi Fan's face, Mount Shu and the Taiji sect didn't really want to fight with the Chu clan. As a result, the Taiji sect directly went to find their old enemy, Shaolin, while Mount Shu went to find their old acquaintance, Kunlun. The four great sects started their own battles, and the remaining lone wolves also went to fight with the disciples of the other famous sections. In this situation, Wang Han's gaze finally fell on the people of the Chu clan. Chu Yuntian and the others also realized that their next opponents would be the remaining members of the Wang clan and the Azure Dragon School. All of them became even more vigilant. Wang Han glanced at the stands and exchanged glances with Yi Fan. Yi Fan could see a trace of helplessness in this young man's eyes, as well as some complicated things. Involuntarily, Yi Fan smiled, stood up and shouted at the Chu clan, "Listen up." Other than his speed and stamina, this Wang Zihan was no different from a body refinement realm martial artist. Don't think that he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He's just a stupid and petty hothead. If we kill him, the Wang clan and the Azure Dragon School will be defeated. When Chu Yuntian and the others heard Yi Fan's words, they were all filled with confidence and their morale soared. Wang Han, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Although he was ridiculed by Yi Fan, he didn't know why, but his heart felt more relaxed. On the other hand, Wang Luotian, who was in the stands, was so angry that his face flushed red. He roared for Wang Han to make a ruthless move. Wang Han shook his head, smiled in relief, and said happily, "Good. Let us fight to our heart's content." The moment his voice fell, Wang Han used the cloud-piercing steps, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Chu family's formation. He struck out with his palm, causing sand and rocks to fly, as if a flood dragon was roaring. Kunlun's 8 divine dragon palms were very powerful. As the person with the highest cultivation, Chu Yuntian was the first to step forward and push out a fire cloud palm. Although he was unable to block it, he took the opportunity to retreat. Jiang Xiaobai, who was hiding at the back, cried for his father and mother as he rolled twice, dodging the attack. Aya. Scared me to death. Charge at them, don't hit me. Jiang Xiaobai used both his hands and feet to distance himself from them. At the same time, Wu Jingyu, who was at the side, led her men to surround Wang Han and attack him. Just as he was about to attack Wang Han from both sides, he saw that Wang Han's body was like a graceful swan. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the encirclement and chased after Chu Yuntian once again. Crap! So fast! The few Chu family disciples felt their eyes blur. This speed was not on the same level as the martial artists they had met before. Wang Han clearly had a goal in mind as well. He knew that it would not be easy to break the formation, but by relying on his speed to forcefully chase after one person and destroy them one by one, he would be able to defeat the Chu family. For a time, Wang Han used his advantage in speed and cultivation to beat Chu Yuntian back. Even though Chu Yuntian had a ruthlessness that had been honed overseas and a strong battle awareness, in the end, he was still no match for powerful strength. The remaining people from the Wang family and the Azure Dragon School began to restrain them from behind, not allowing the Chu family to maintain their formation. Damn it! This Wang Han is so powerful, we won't be completely wiped out, right? There are only a few dozen people left. Chu Yunyao nervously pinched her skirt. Just as he was wondering why the man beside him didn't react, he saw Yi Fan suddenly stand up and walk to the edge of the field. Li Fan Xian saw Jiang Xiaobai clutching his chest, screaming in pain as he rolled around, planning to roll out of the field. "Ah! I can't take it anymore. It hurts. I'm going to die. Ah!" Chapter 870. 0870 Jiang Xiaobai's expression froze, and like a ball, he slowly rolled back inside. "Mr. Yi. I can still hold on for a while." Although he said that, the speed at which Jiang Xiaobai rolled back was as slow as a tortoise. Li Fan Xian asked curiously, "You don't have any fighting spirit, why do you have to appear? Do you think that just because you joined our team, you can just leave?" Jiang Xiaobai was about to cry. Green Bean looked at Yi Fan and said pitifully, My master said that if I don't get into the top 10, he will punish me by confining me at the Cliff of Reflection for a year. Then why did you come out? This isn't even in the top 10, Yi Fan said. Jiang Xiaobai said with a bitter face, thinking about it. It's better than being injured. That Wang Han is the third-generation chief disciple of Kunlun, he's too fierce. I'm afraid. Li Fan Xian thought for a moment and said, how about this, if you can defeat Wang Han, even if you just need to restrain him, when the selection is over, I'll take you to massage your feet and massage your back, how about it? When Jiang Xiaobai heard this, his small eyes immediately turned. He looked at Yi Fan with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Yi Fan, on the other hand, gave a thought-provoking smile and raised his eyebrows. Bro, you know, Jiang Xiaobai's face immediately lit up, as if he had eaten 1,000-year-old ginseng. He swallowed his saliva and said, But my master. He will beat me to death. Li Fan Xian waved his hand, with me here, your master won't dare to touch you. When Jiang Xiaobai heard this, it seemed to make sense. When he thought about the real battlefield that he yearned for even in his dreams, right in front of him, his entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and he immediately jumped up. When the surrounding people saw that this big white fatty, who seemed to be on the verge of death, was now bouncing up like a rubber ball, they were all shocked. What kind of stimulation was this? Yi. Mr. Yi, is it fine to restrain him? Jiang Xiaobai wanted to confirm again and again. Li Fan Xian nodded, just restrain him, I don't expect you to defeat him. All right. But I don't have any money. Huh? Yi Fan frowned, what do you mean? I don't have any money. That. Jiang Xiaobai said in a low voice. Fan Xian understood and generously said, don't worry, I'll take care of it all. It's definitely a high-end place. There are all kinds of places, fat and thin, you can choose whatever you want. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He immediately turned around and looked in the direction of Wang Zihan. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. At this moment, Chu Yuntian and Wu Jingyu could no longer block Wang Zihan. Both of them had suffered some minor injuries, but they gritted their teeth and persisted. Clearly, they did not have the strength to fight back. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was a famous genius of the Mount Shu sect in recent years. Even though this selection made everyone lose interest in him, his sudden appearance of wanting to fight seriously still attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Xiaobai shouted and pulled out the sword on his back. His sword was not bad. It looked like a broadsword. It was a little short, but it was made of black iron. Kill! Jiang Xiaobai emboldened himself and rushed towards Wang Zihan. After all, he was a body refinement great perfection. Although he had a lot of fat, he was not slow. Soon, he rushed to Wang Zihan's side. When Wang Zihan saw him coming, he frowned. He somersaulted in the air and kicked diagonally as fast as lightning. Bam! Wang Zihan's foot directly kicked Jiang Xiaobai's broadsword. Jiang Xiaobai was caught off guard. With a scream of "Aya," he directly tumbled backwards a few times. Everyone thought that they would be able to see a wonderful battle between the two geniuses, but who would have thought that this would happen? Immediately, the entire audience burst into laughter. This was because the feeling of disparity was simply too strong. Especially the Wang family's Wang Luotian. He was even more complacent as he looked towards Yi Fan with ridicule. Yi Fan was too lazy to care about the gazes of others and returned to his seat. Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, immediately grabbed Yi Fan's arm. What did you say to him? How did he have the guts to charge forward? Oh. Nothing, just give him a small reward. Yi Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. Chu Yunyao thought for a moment and roughly understood. She said angrily, pervert. But even if you reward him, he doesn't have the ability. Look at him, he's so clumsy, and was directly kicked away. What's the use of finding him? Yi Fan smiled mysteriously and said, is it useless? That might not be true. Just as he was speaking, Jiang Xiaobai got up from the ground again. He patted the dust off his clothes, and his mung bean-sized eyes looked at Wang Zihan, who was not far away. A sharp expression flashed across his face. Just as Wang Han was about to kick Chu Yuntian out of the arena, he felt a chill beside him. He suddenly jumped high into the air. Right at this instant, a crescent-shaped sword chi flashed beneath him. A deep ravine was drawn on the ground, sharply cutting through some of the rock layers. Feeling the sharpness of this sword chi, Wang Han, Chu Yuntian, and the others were all shocked. The broadsword in Jiang Xiaobai's hand was surrounded by strands of cyan sword chi. He took a few steps forward, and his fat body was as light as cotton as he flew towards Wang Han. Another sword thrust towards Wang Zihan. Wang Han displayed his extremely fast speed, planning to circle behind Jiang Xiaobai. However, Jiang Xiaobai directly swung his broadsword behind him, bringing with it a sword chi, forcing Wang Han to retreat. The change in attack and defense in the blink of an eye surprised many people. It seemed this fatty really did have some ability. The more everyone watched, the more fascinated they became. It was as if Jiang Xiaobai had changed into a different person. While looking for Wang Han to attack, he was also able to flexibly use his sword moves to defend against Wang Han's counterattack. Wang Han also knew that he was no match for Jiang Xiaobai in terms of swordsmanship, so he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he used the various agile palm techniques and movement techniques of the Kunlun sect to try and find a gap. However, Jiang Xiaobai looked very lazy, but he was proficient in almost all of Mount Shu's sword techniques. His moves were endless, and he didn't give Wang Han any chance. The two of them fought back and forth, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Chu Yunyao said happily, I didn't expect to be held back by him. Could it be that this fatty was pretending to be stupid all this time? Li Fan Xian lazily leaned back on his chair and said, he's just lazy, and he's more afraid of death and pain. And if he really didn't have any ability, it would be impossible for him to reach the great perfection of body refinement at this age. This guy was very clear about his own weakness, so after he measured Wang Han's speed at the beginning, he used the flexibility of the sword chi to make up for the lack of slowness in his movements. Although it's impossible for him to defeat Wang Han like this, Wang Han won't be able to deal with anyone else. When Wang Luotian, who was not far away, saw this scene, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He kept shouting, but there was nothing he could do. In the stands, the sect leader of Mount Shu, Ling Bai, stroked his beard in satisfaction. Previously, it had always been the people from the Kunlun sect showing off their prowess, so he couldn't stand it any longer. After nearly half an hour of fierce battle, there were less than 20 people left on the field. The Chu clan's people had also finally suffered some losses. Only Chu Yuntian and the other 4 were left, but they were already the team with the most people on the field. The battle between Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Han had attracted the attention of most people, but there was still no victor or loser. In the previous elections, the Hidden Dragons had only chosen about 5 people, so even if this was a team battle, they would at least have a chance of entering the top 10. At this moment, everyone was very nervous, wanting to know who would be able to enter the top 10. Chapter 871. 0871 Chapter Reverse Thinking 0871 Child. Child, what's wrong with you? An elder of the sect was supporting a disciple who had just been eliminated as he asked loudly. That disciple was vomiting in big mouthfuls. His face was green and he was in incomparable pain. Soon after, there were also some young disciples who had just retired. They vomited in discomfort or felt dizzy. There were even some who directly ran to the toilet, as if their abdomens couldn't take it anymore. In the stands, people began to shout loudly, alarming the upper echelons of the judging panel. Yi Longyuan frowned, while Yi Longting directly sent his bodyguards and ordered them to go down to see what was going on. There were a lot of ancient martial artists present, and there were also a lot of people who knew medicine. Immediately, an elder began to check the pulse of these disciples. Only after checking did he discover that all of these disciples had symptoms of poisoning. At this moment, many of the sect leaders and clan elders present could not bear it any longer. They all ran to the bottom of the judging panel with a common enemy. Just now, when I sent a disciple to the arena, because he was poisoned, his body became extremely uncomfortable and he lost. Someone must have secretly done something to this selection. These disciples of our family are vomiting and having diarrhea. They can't focus on fighting at all. Someone must have poisoned them. For a time, the scene was in complete chaos. The battle in the center of the arena had no choice but to pause. Many of the people present looked at each other in dismay. Because a portion of them didn't have any symptoms of poisoning, it was inconceivable to hear that someone else had been poisoned. Li Fan Xian looked at the sudden explosion and frowned. He had an ominous premonition. Chu Yunyao, on the other hand, was incomparably vexed. How could this be? It wasn't easy for me to get into the top 10, how could something like this happen? Silence. Facing the chaotic scene, Yi Longyuan suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. His voice was deafening, and he finally suppressed the sound waves. They are all famous sects and prestigious sects in the world. How can they be so disorderly when encountering such a chaotic situation? After being reprimanded by Yi Longyuan, many people at the scene fell silent in shame. At this time, Yi Longting stood up and shouted, "Everyone, please calm down. We will immediately send a medical team to treat you." At the same time, no one is allowed to leave the base without permission. In order to find out the truth as soon as possible, please cooperate with our soldiers and accept our investigation. If anyone is found to have poisoned or secretly interfered with the selection, we will punish them severely. With that, Yi Longting immediately gave the order for the base's army and special agents to conduct a carpet search for any suspicious drugs. With so many chiefs present and the dragon soul giving orders, no one dared to disobey and could only accept the interrogation. Thus, the selection ended. Soldiers walked around and searched everyone's belongings and clothes. Jiang Xiaobai ran back to the stands, his whole body was sweating, and he smiled excitedly. "Mr. Yi, I tried my best to hold back that Wang Zihan, I really can't continue." Yi Fan threw the black cloth bag back to him. "Got it, I'll keep my word." Jiang Xiaobai was immediately overjoyed, but then he thought about it and felt shy, covering his face and laughing to himself. After searching for more than half an hour, a few soldiers suddenly ran to the judging table. Report. Suspicious powder was found in the Chu family's room in Tan City. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately exploded. Hundreds of people immediately looked towards Yi Fan and the others. The people from the Chu family were all dumbfounded and confused. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a cold glint. If he still didn't know what was going on, then he would have wasted so many years. He didn't attack the Chu clan directly, but instead tried to frame them. It was both simple and vicious. Very quickly, an elder who understood pharmacology appraised the bottle of medicinal powder, indicating that it was indeed a chronic poison that had poisoned many people this time. There were refined ingredients of atractaloids and rhubarb. After mixing it with some poisonous herbs, it could cause people to vomit and have diarrhea. The Chu family's people, no wonder they are so brave this time. They really came prepared. When Wang Luotian of the Wang family heard this, he immediately sneered. The people from the other great clans and sects were also pointing and cursing mockingly. The Chu family's results this time were obvious, and it had already made people's eyes red. The sudden exposure of the Chu family poisoning was equivalent to giving everyone a reason to attack. On the judging platform, Yi Longting frowned. He felt that something was amiss, but the poison powder was found in the room of the Chu family disciples, so he couldn't help the Chu family. Yi Longyuan looked at Xiao Fengshan and the others beside him and said, "What do you think? The hidden dragon guards are under Brother Ye's command. Since something has happened in this election, of course Brother Yi will be the one to make the decision." Xiao Fengshan laughed. Zhou Wei, Ji Yutang, and the others all expressed that they would listen to Yi Longyuan and trust his judgment. Yi Longyuan thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "This medicine. Which disciple's cabinet was it found?" The soldier who was investigating immediately reporting, "It's the Chu family's Chu Yuntian." What? Hearing that, Chu Yuntian anxiously pleaded, "I didn't poison it. I didn't see that bottle at all." Yi Longyuan expressionlessly said, "Men, first lock Chu Yuntian up for trial. The other Chu family disciples will be interrogated together." After the group of soldiers received the order, they ran towards the Chu family's camp. Chu Yunyao immediately stopped. If she were to be arrested in front of everyone and become a suspect, then the future of the Chu family's group of youths would be ruined. Regardless of whether or not he could clear his name in the future, this matter would become a disgrace. Moreover, if he was really caught, only the heavens knew if he would continue to be framed for some crime. Wait! Chu Yunyao stood up and stood in front of the youths, saying, "No one is allowed to make a move." Looking at the cold expression on Chu Yunyao's face, the soldiers were a little hesitant. After all, Chu Yunyao's position in the military was not ordinary. Chu Yunyao said loudly, "Manager Yi, don't you think it strange? If our Chu family poisoned it, then why did they leave the evidence in their own room? Isn't this waiting for others to search?" On the judging platform, everyone seemed to be deep in thought. In fact, those who could think calmly could feel that something was amiss. However, the facts spoke louder than words. The most suspicious ones were still the people from the Chu family. Everyone, don't be fooled. This is the power of the Chu family. As the saying goes, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. What they play with is reverse thinking. The Chu family poisoned them and then left the evidence in their own rooms. Isn't it to make everyone think that they were framed? The one who spoke was Wang Luotian. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that it made sense, and for a moment, they felt that it was extremely possible. Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter what, we will first arrest all the related members of the Chu family. After the investigation, we, the Hidden Dragon clan, will give everyone a fair justice. I won't allow it. Could it be that wherever the bottle is placed is who it belongs to? Aren't you going to check the fingerprints on it first?" Chu Yunyao said angrily. Arrest all those who obstruct the investigation. Yi Longyuan ordered. After the soldiers heard the order, they didn't care who Chu Yunyao was and wanted to capture her. Chapter 872. 0872 Yi Fan expressionlessly looked at the group of soldiers. The aura emitted from his body and the chill in his eyes caused these soldiers to stiffen, not daring to move. Following which, Yi Fan looked at Yi Longyuan, who was on the stage. Their gazes met, as if thunderclouds were gathering. Give me an hour, I'll find the real culprit for you. Yi Fan's tone was very calm, but every word accurately fell into the ears of everyone present. Without waiting for Yi Longyuan to speak, Wang Luotian took the opportunity to point at him and scold, Yi Fan. Don't be too arrogant. Why should I listen to you? What right do you have to investigate? This is China. Even if you summon the wind and rain overseas, you still have to listen to the orders of the leaders here. It's because you, a ruthless person who kills people at every turn, is their teacher, that you can teach such a group of poisoned disciples. Yi Fan looked coldly at Wang Luotian. The personal grudge between me and your Wang family has nothing to do with this matter. If you wish to avenge the death of your eldest son, you may kill me openly, or you may kill me by treachery and intrigue. But if you want to use this matter to borrow the power of the country to deal with me and avenge your son, who deserves to die, you really think too highly of yourself. Wang Luotian's face flushed red as he said, You demon. Are you speaking human words? Do you have children? We, as parents, have endured hardships to raise our children for more than 20 years, but they were cruelly killed by you. Are you still in the right? Wang Luotian's shouts caused many people to feel pity for him. Many people didn't know Yi Fan's identity, but they understood the feelings of a parent. At this moment, Yi Fan sneered, Your son, Wang Zhuxiao, ran away in the face of battle, betraying his brother who had followed him for more than 10 years and trusted him at the critical moment of life and death. The people of the Azure Dragon School knew this the best. After that, in order to preserve his life, he gave up the things that countless soldiers had sworn to protect to the enemy. Everyone in the Jiangnan military district knew this. As a parent, you know how precious your child is. Don't tell me that the young warriors who followed him, those young soldiers who died on the battlefield, weren't they raised by their parents? Putting yourself in their shoes, shouldn't the parents of all the young people who were killed by your son also kill their way to your Wang family for revenge? Yes, I admit that I am a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I have regretted killing many people, but I have never regretted killing Wang Zhuxiao. His words, which were as loud as a bell, silenced everyone present. Many elders and military officers nodded in agreement. Chu Yunyao stood behind the man, staring blankly at him, a glimmer of light in her eyes. Wang Luotian's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, but he was unable to speak. As for the other members of the Wang clan and the Azure Dragon School, they all sighed. After Wang Zihan saw all of this, he lowered his head with a complicated gaze. On the judging panel, Yi Longyuan looked at Yi Fan with a deep look in his eyes. He had his hands behind his back, and his two hands were tightly gripping onto, Chief Judges, everyone present, I only ask for 1 hour. Let me investigate for an hour, and I will find the person who really poisoned you. Yi Fan said in a clear voice. Everyone on the stage looked at Yi Longyuan, waiting for his decision. Yi Longyuan thought for a moment, then said, There are no surveillance devices in the dormitory building, the bottle is very clean, there shouldn't be any fingerprints left. How do you plan to investigate in an hour's time? Yi Fan said, Although the dormitory building itself doesn't have any surveillance cameras, but there are windows in the room. That doesn't mean that the satellites in the sky can't see what's happening inside, satellite. This is too ridiculous. Unless it's the most advanced military satellite that happens to be able to detect this area, and it's also subject to many restrictions, how could it be able to monitor the movements in such a small room? An officer shook his head. Yi Fan calmly said, if I say it's possible, then it's possible. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Besides, I only need an hour, not a whole day. Everyone, wait here for me for an hour, and the truth will be revealed. It shouldn't be too much, right? Hearing this, the upper echelons on the stage began to exchange their opinions. After all, with Yi Fan's identity, they felt that it was too much to not even satisfy this little request. Ji Yutang waved his fan thoughtfully, while Yi Feng, who was at the side, was a little anxious. Originally, he thought that once this matter happened, Yi Fan would have a conflict with Yi Longyuan and the others. However, Yi Fan actually didn't make a move, but instead said that he wanted to investigate the truth. Finally, Yi Feng, who couldn't bear it any longer, stood up and said, if you say you want to investigate, then investigate. Maybe it was you, the head instructor, who ordered it. If I give you time, wouldn't it be to destroy the evidence? Yi Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, Judge Yi Feng, if you are so worried, why don't you follow me to investigate and let you watch the entire process? Yi Feng was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. General comment, I think. Yi Fan's suggestion is quite feasible. He does know quite a few powerful people, so he might be able to find out the truth. An hour is not long, we can just treat these poisoned youths. Yi Longting naturally didn't want to clash with Yi Fan. Yi Longyuan hesitated for a moment, then said, since that's the case, everyone in the Chu family is not allowed to leave the scene. I'll give you an hour. If you can't find conclusive evidence in an hour to prove who the culprit is, then everyone in the Chu family and you will have to be investigated. No problem. Yi Fan nodded, and then said with a gloomy expression, but if I find out who framed my students, what should I do with them? Yi Longyuan said in a serious voice, naturally, it will be dealt with according to military law and sent to the military court. In terms of crime, it should be life imprisonment. Yi Fan grinned and said, all right, I hope that Chief Yi can keep his promise. After explaining everything, Yi Fan turned around and said a few words to Chu Yunyao, telling them to be at ease. When it was time to leave, Yi Fan asked the people on the stage, if anyone is worried, they can come with me. I only need to confirm a few things and then I can take the surveillance video back. Judge Yi Feng, do you want to come with me? Yi Feng secretly glanced at Ji Yutang, but Ji Yutang quietly waved his hand. Yi Feng understood. He knew that even if they found out about the video, it would have nothing to do with him. There was no need to get involved in trouble, so he said, I don't think you would dare to escape. Let's see what tricks you can play. Yi Fan was too lazy to care about him and walked towards the dormitory. After Yi Fan left, Yi Longting let out a long sigh of relief and sighed, this kid is still quite clear-headed today. At least he isn't too rash. I was really worried that he would use force for the sake of the Chu family. Yi Longyuan coldly snorted, second brother, you have also been scared by those so-called experts from abroad these past few years. Chapter 873 0873 When Yi Longting heard his brother's words, he had a helpless smile on his face. The worry in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. At this time, Ji Yutang came over with a smile and said, brother-in-law, there's still an hour to wait. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have some tea? Yi Longting said indifferently, no need. If Yutang doesn't want to stay here, then feel free to do so. Since the two brothers are waiting here, of course I have to accompany them. Ji Yutang said, and then casually said, I heard that Yi Fan injured Fenger. He really doesn't put the power of our clan in his eyes. Yi Longting frowned, Yutang, this matter is not Yi Fan's fault alone. Fenger also has his own problems that he needs to reflect on. As his uncle, don't keep spoiling him. Longting, you and I have known each other for so many years, don't you know me? I'm a person who loves children and can't bear to see them bullied. Normally, you, the second uncle, would have to tell him those words to teach a child a lesson. I really can't open my mouth. Ji Yutang chuckled. A fist landed on the cotton ball, making it impossible for Yi Longting to say anything more. Although Yi Longting was a little dissatisfied, he could only say, in short, we can't argue with Yi Fan about what happened last time. After all, 500 years ago, our father revived our Yi clan by relying on reason and not using force to oppress others. Only then would he be able to convince the masses. If Feng'er wants to inherit the great cause in the future, he must change his current temper, or else he will always be a child. Ji Yutang nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, yes, yes. Longting is right. As his uncle, I only feel sorry for my child. Yi Long Yuan's eyes drooped as he silently looked at Yi Feng, who was standing beside him. Yi Feng's heart was beating like a drum. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the dormitory. Suddenly, he realized that his father was looking at him and couldn't help but tense up. Feng'er, Yi Longyuan said, come over here in front of me. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, walked in front of him, bowed and said, Father, what's the matter? Yi Longyuan placed a hand on his son's shoulder, stared straight at him, and said, what do you think about this matter of poisoning? Yi Feng glanced at Ji Yutang, his eyes dodging as he said, I feel that. The irrefutable evidence is like a mountain, it must have been Yi Fan who instructed the Chu family to do it. Do you really think so? Yi Longyuan asked in a deep voice. I believe that it must be so. Father must interrogate him strictly. This Yi Fan is an incomparably vicious murderous demon. If it weren't for second uncle's help, I would have been killed by him. Yi Feng said with a face filled with righteous indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, I only hate that I didn't completely awaken my bloodline. I don't have grandfather's talent when he was young. If I had already awakened it, then when I fought with Yi Fan last time, I wouldn't have embarrassed our Yi clan. Seeing Yi Feng's reddened eyes, Ji Yutang, who was at the side, stepped forward and gently patted his back. Feng'er, you are talented and your talent is extremely high. It is already very rare for you to be able to activate a trace of my clan's bloodline power at such a young age. After all, our clan's bloodline is the most difficult to awaken. Otherwise, a branch of the Yi family wouldn't have almost disappeared before your grandfather was born. So, don't blame yourself. Uncle believes that in a few years, the Yi Fan will not be your match at all. Ji Yutang said. Thank you for your trust, uncle. Yi Feng said with a proud face. Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes. Feng'er, father will ask you one last time. Do you really not have any other thoughts on the matter of being poisoned this time? Yi Feng's expression changed a few times, and in the end, he shook his head. Father. I've already finished speaking, I just feel that it was Yi Fan's doing. Is that so? Father understands. Yi Longyuan nodded. At the side, Yi Longting's eyes flashed as he frowned. At the same time, the members of the Chu clan in the stands also felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Big sister, I really haven't seen that bottle before. What's going on? Chu Yuntian was very puzzled. Chu Yunyao lightly said, what else can it be? Someone wants to frame us. Just as she was speaking, Chu Yunyao caught a glimpse of a fatty sneakily crawling away from below. Hey! Where do you want to go? Chu Yunyao shouted. Jiang Xiaobai raised his head and said timidly, I'm going back to my own sect. You're in the same team as us. Now that our Chu family has been framed, you want to take this opportunity to slip away. Chu Yunyao sneered, if something happens to us, you will have to accompany us to the trial. Ah! Jiang Xiaobai's face turned green. Miss Chu, I don't know anything. I don't care if you know or not. In short, if we die, we'll drag you down with us. Chu Yunyao said. Jiang Xiaobai was about to cry. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wanted to be lazy. He might as well have stayed in his own sect. Just as he was speaking, the sect leader of Mount Shu, Ling Bai, suddenly brought his men over and gave his disciple, who was lying on the ground, a kick. Get up. Crawling around in public like this, you don't want face, but your master still wants face. Jiang Xiaobai cried and shouted, hugging Ling Bai's thigh, Master. Disciple is afraid. Disciple doesn't want to go to jail. Crow's mouth. Who wants to go to jail? Didn't Yifan go to investigate? We are innocent, how could we go to jail? Chu Yunyao was angry when she heard this. Ling Bai pulled Jiang Xiaobai away, then cupped his hands towards Chu Yunyao and said, Miss Chu, no matter what others say, I, Ling, believe that Mr. Yi and his students would definitely not do such a thing. If Mr. Yi has any difficulties later, our Ling family and Chief Yi have some friendship. If there's anything we need, just say it. Chu Yunyao was a little surprised. I didn't expect sect leader Ling to know that Chief Yi, then I'll have to thank sect leader Ling, but I believe that Yifan will find evidence, he never boasted. Haha, of course. Since Mr. Yi dares to say that, he must have a plan in mind. Ling Bai laughed. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The poisoned disciples on the field also gradually recovered. After all, it wasn't a lethal poison, it was just a poison that made people feel uncomfortable. Just when everyone was wondering if Yifan had run away first and ignored the Chu family's people, they saw Yifan leisurely walking back from not too far away. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took me some time to find the video. Yifan smiled as he walked in front of Chu Yunyao and the others. Chu Yunyao saw the man's calm expression and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Yi Longting, who was on the stage, shouted, Yifan, have you found any evidence? Without saying anything further, Yifan took out his phone and threw it onto the stage, landing in Yi Longting's hands. Chapter 874 0874 Chapter Resonance 0874 Yi Longting and the other judges on the stage were all gathered together. Although the phone screen was small, with their eyesight, it was quite easy for them to see it clearly. After opening the video that Yifan had prepared, he discovered that it was a video of Chu Yuntian and the others' room from an oblique angle. From the looks of it, it was yesterday afternoon. In the video, the room was empty and there was no one in it. Then, a figure walked in, wearing gloves, took out a bottle, and stuffed it into Chu Yuntian's cabinet. Although the resolution of the video wasn't very high, it was enough to clearly see who this person was. How could this be? The faces of Yi Longting and the others all changed greatly as they turned to look at Yifeng. Yi Longyuan's face also darkened. He clenched his fists and his shoulders slightly trembled. Yifeng also had a face full of disbelief, because the person in this video was actually him. Xiao Fengshan, Zhou Wei, and the others had strange expressions on their faces as they remained silent. As for Ji Yutang, his eyes flickered as he took out 2 agarwood beads and quickly played with them. It's not me. This is not me. Yifeng shouted in panic, I've never been to their room. The person inside is a fake. With this shout, everyone present heard it clearly. Everyone understood that the person who framed them in the video was actually the youngest judge on the stage, Yifeng. Yifan grinned and said, if you say it's not, then it's not. This video of mine is what is called seeing is believing, and the evidence is irrefutable. And these students of mine, did any of you see them poison them? If such a video can't be used as evidence and you have to capture my students, then that's too unreasonable. Shut up. Yifan, shut up. Yifeng roared, you are slandering me. Yifan ignored him and continued to speak loudly, everyone might not know this, but this judge, Yi Feng, had previously spoken rudely and said that he wanted to take my wife away and make her his concubine. I once fought with him and taught him a lesson. I made him stay in the hospital of the Jiangnan military district for a few days. Everyone can go and investigate this matter. Because of personal reasons, this person wanted to take revenge on me, but he was no match for me, so he could only do such a despicable thing to frame my students. As soon as he said that, many people present naturally believed him. After all, there was reason and evidence, and the video was proof. In addition, when everyone saw Yi Fan handling this matter so calmly, they secretly admired him. Chu Yunyao's eyes shone brightly. She knew that this was a good opportunity, so she also stood up and said, "Our Tan City's Chu family has been around for 1,000 years, and is one of the few famous families with a family emblem." Was he going to give up his 1,000-year reputation just for a chance to enter the Hidden Dragon sect? Please make a fair decision. The hundreds of people present immediately nodded their heads. When Hu Lishan from the Taiji sect saw this, he immediately stood up and shouted, "My Taiji sect supports what Mr. Yi and Miss Chu have said. The Chu family of Tan City has 1,000 years of character. It's impossible for them to do such a despicable thing." Hu Lishan also didn't know about the clan, nor did he know about the relationship between Yi Feng and Yi Longyuan. In any case, if he could flatter Yi Fan, he would do it first. Most of the people present didn't know about the existence of the clan, so they naturally weren't afraid of Yi Feng and expressed their support. When Yi Feng saw that the people at the scene were all supporting Yi Fan, he was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes revealed a sinister look. "Shut up. You were all tricked by him. I didn't do it." However, the more exasperated he was, the more everyone felt that he was desperate and didn't trust him at all. Yi Fan said loudly, "My group of students came here for a very simple purpose. They came to select and join the Hidden Dragon sect not for the sake of luxurious clothes and luxurious food, nor for the sake of glory and wealth. They were filled with hot blood to serve the country, for the sake of peace and prosperity. Even if they couldn't join the Hidden Dragon sect, they would still try their best to enter the Dragon Soul, enter the army, and do their best. They were the same as all the other young people who were participating in the selection. They had been practicing martial arts non-stop since they were young, risking their lives to train. Could it be that he had poisoned them during the selection? Could it be that he had used despicable methods to achieve his lofty ambitions? My students have done everything they can. I will not allow anyone to insult their character and destroy their ideals." When these words were shouted out, countless people present were moved. There were even a large number of young disciples who felt their hearts surging with emotions. Among them, more or less, they had practiced martial arts since they were young. Even if there were many people who were practicing martial arts for their own selfish desires, those who came to participate in the Hidden Dragon selection were all young talents who were willing to hide behind the scenes and be nameless for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Yi Fan's words just happened to hit the tender spot in their hearts, causing a strong resonance, as if they had found a soulmate. Feeling the gazes on him, Yi Fan pointed towards the stage and continued, "Yi Feng. Just now, there was no conclusive evidence, yet you said that we were criminals. Now that you have evidence, you're twisting words and claiming that I'm slandering you. You can be a judge at such a young age. I don't know if you have any backing, nor do I know where you came from. However, no matter who is behind you, no matter what kind of power you have, I will not allow you to destroy the lives of so many young people because of your narrow-mindedness and viciousness." His speech was so powerful that none of the higher-ups on the stage could refute it. They originally wanted to suppress the matter and secretly think of a way to solve it, but Yi Fan didn't give them the chance. He led the emotions of the entire audience and raised the seriousness of this matter to the level of a country and a nation. Yi Longyuan's face was solemn, and Yi Longting also bitterly sighed in his heart. They had always thought that Yi Fan was only strong in ancient martial arts, but they didn't expect him to be so eloquent as well. After accurately grasping the mentality of everyone present, once guided, those who didn't know him also began to admire Yi Fan. If anyone spoke up for Yi Feng at this time, it would be equivalent to going against all the famous sects and sections. No matter how powerful the clan was, it was impossible for them to offend everyone for the sake of Yi Feng. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt the countless disdainful gazes on him, and felt the disgust in their eyes. He immediately collapsed. Ever since he was young, he had a noble status. Everyone flattered him, and no one dared to disobey him. He was also a genius, and his pride was terrifyingly strong. But now, he was like a street rat. How could he not go crazy? No. No. I didn't. Yi Feng could no longer take it. His face was ashen, like a stray dog. He pounced on Ji Yutong like a madman, grabbed Ji Yutong's hand and shouted, "Uncle! Uncle, say something. You know it's not mine." Chapter 875. I'll whisper to you. 0875 Yilong Yuan and Yilongting immediately realized that something was fishy about this matter, and looked at Ji Yutong with sharp eyes. As for Xiao Fengshan and the others from the other clans, they were waiting to watch a good show. He had never seen Ji Yutong before, so he should not have been present for the meeting yesterday. However, this man's strength could not be underestimated. However, since the clan could not marry and he was Yi Feng's uncle, why was his surname Ji? Could it be that there were people with different surnames in a clan? Yutong, what does Fenger mean by that? Yilong Yuan's tone was already very heavy. Ji Yutong's expression had already become very natural. Brother-in-law, don't misunderstand. Fenger was wronged, that's why he asked me, his uncle, for help. He didn't mean anything else. Right? Fenger. Seeing Ji Yutong's kind smile, Yi Feng realized that his words might have harmed his uncle as well. Ever since he was young, every time he made a mistake, his uncle would always think of a solution for him. If something were to happen to him this time, his uncle was the most likely person to help him, so he absolutely could not let anything happen to his uncle. Thus, Yi Feng nervously dodged his gaze and nodded while trembling, yes. Yes. I just want to say, I am wronged. Yilong Yuan narrowed his eyes and did not pursue Ji Yutong any further. Instead, he reprimanded Yi Feng, you can't even speak clearly. Hemming and hawing. Since you say that you're innocent, what evidence do you have? Yi Feng looked at his father pleadingly, Father. Don't you believe me? This is the army. There are no fathers and sons, only superiors and subordinates. Since you don't have any evidence, I have to arrest you for interrogation. Yilong Yuan said seriously. Yi Feng's face revealed a look of despair, followed by unwillingness and anger. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Yilongting was anxious. Although it was necessary to put justice before family, otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the masses, but after all, he was his nephew. If he really captured Yi Feng and sent him to prison, it would be too damaging to the young man's future. Fenger. Do you have something that you can't say? Hurry up and say it clearly. How can you prove that the person in this video isn't you? Yilongting asked. Yi Feng kept shaking his head, I didn't do it. He had never done it before. That damned Yi Fan slandered me, and you actually believed an outsider like him, but not me. When many of the people present heard this, they suddenly realized that Yi Feng and Yilong Yuan were actually a family. This time, even more people were dissatisfied. After all, someone with connections had entered the judging panel. Of course, Fan Xian wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He revealed a look of understanding and said, no wonder both of you are surnamed Yi. So it turns out that you are from the same family. I believe that with Chief Ye's status, you won't cheat or be biased, right? As soon as Yi Longyuan said that, all the people present stared at him. Yi Feng shouted in exasperation, Yi Fan. You despicable, shameless villain. How dare you threaten us with our father-son relationship? Who is despicable and who is vicious? Don't tell me you don't know. Yi Fan asked. Enough. Yi Longyuan roared. He looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze, took a deep breath, and said, Men, capture Yi Feng and wait for interrogation. A few soldiers immediately obeyed the order and went up the stage to capture Yi Feng. But how could Yi Feng accept being caught in front of so many people? He shouted, No one is allowed to touch me. I can walk by myself. After saying that, Yi Feng glared fiercely at Yi Fan, turned around, and walked off the stage. As Yi Feng was brought into the temporary prison, this selection could only be put on hold halfway. Yi Longyuan said in public that he would give an explanation to the various clans and sects, and then let everyone disperse. Li Fan Xian and Chu Yunyao returned to their lodgings with the Chu family. When no one else was around, Chu Yunyao asked, How did you make that video? Li Fan Xian was lying on the bed, thinking about something. Hearing the woman's question, he smiled and said, What do you mean by coming out? It's a satellite recording. Come on, others will be fooled by you, and you still want to lie to me. The angle of the window in the dormitory made it impossible for the satellite to detect the cabinet. Moreover, at the time of the recording, there was someone in the room, so it was impossible for them to just watch Yi Feng come in and put something down. Chu Yunyao said. Li Fan Xian smiled awkwardly. Luckily they aren't as smart as my little Yao Yao, otherwise I would be in trouble. Tell me, how did you do it? Chu Yunyao was very curious. Yi Fan sat up and waved at Chu Yunyao. Come, sit with me, I'll tell you in secret. The woman walked over and was about to sit beside the man when Yi Fan hugged her and sat on his thigh. Yi Fan held the woman's waist with one hand and placed the other on her thigh. He moved closer to her ear in an ambiguous manner and said, I contacted Princess Ai and gave her the photo. I asked her to recreate the dormitory in the photo through particle remodeling. At the same time, I retrieved the video that was recorded when Yi Feng was in Hua Hai and went to the embroidery film company. Princess Ai turned into Yi Feng and acted by herself. Once the video is done by our Inferno's professional technical team, it will naturally be more or less the same. Chu Yunyao finally understood. She really didn't expect that she could use such a method to forge evidence. However, this was also based on the fact that Yi Fan already knew who was behind this. Yi Feng's performance after seeing the video had already confirmed his crime. Even if it wasn't done by him, it was still related to him. I didn't expect you to be able to calmly think of such a method today. I had thought that you would fight. As Chu Yunyao spoke, her breathing became a little unstable because of the man's hand on her body. Ji Xianqing's figure appeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes and he smiled. Even if I kill Yi Feng, I still can't prove our innocence. I don't care, but it's unfair to those young people. What do you mean by those young people? You're just a little man, you're not that much older than them. Chu Yunyao pressed down on Yi Fan's hand that was moving around, and you're still so perverted. After doing such a beautiful thing, the reward shouldn't be too much, right? Yi Fan smiled evilly, hugged the woman tightly, and kissed her. Woo woo. Chu Yunyao hit him a few times, then let him be. However, not long after, the door to the room rang. Yi Fan. I'm coming in. Yi Longteng was rather anxious as he directly pushed open the door and entered. This shocked Chu Yunyao, who was sitting on Yi Fan's thigh. The woman hurriedly pushed the man away, stood up, wiped her red lips, and combed her hair. Yi Longteng was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and said, Looks like I've disturbed your good fortune. Chapter 876 0876 inch. Although I don't know who did this, I understand Fenger's personality. Even if he knew about this, he wouldn't have come over and put the bottle down himself. That video of yours will be proven to be fake sooner or later. I'm sure you know this, Yi Longting said. Li Fanxian stood up with a smile and calmly said, that's right, the video is fake, but you should know better, Yi Feng. He can't get away with it, Li Longting admitted. Yes, Fenger is confused, but you must be able to tell that someone else is secretly instigating this matter. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes. That Ji Yutong? Yi Longting looked at Chu Yunyao, seemingly hesitating. I'll go out and see Yun Tian and the others. You guys can chat. Chu Yunyao was also very tactful. She knew that there were some things that she couldn't control, and she wasn't very interested in them, so she went out. When only the two of them were left in the room, Yi Longting lowered his voice and said, Ji Yutong's elder sister is my sister-in-law, and also Fenger's mother. Because my big brother was busy back then, he didn't have time to teach Fenger, so as his uncle, he saw Fenger more often. Fenger has been very close to Ji Yutong since he was young, and Ji Yutong is an extremely slick person who treats everyone with courtesy, so he looks almost flawless. No one is perfect. The more perfect it is, the more it means that he will hide. Yi Fan muttered. That's right. Actually, Big Brother and I both feel that there's a problem with Ji Yutong, but he has a noble status and is the eldest son of the Ji clan. His strength is on par with my big brother's. In addition, we are relatives. If we stop Ji Yutong and Fenger from contacting each other for no reason, not only will the people in the clan have an opinion, but Fenger will also not agree. Yi Longting regretfully said, after a long time, Fenger has become more and more inseparable from this uncle. That's why something like this happened today, Li Fanxian asked with some doubt. Isn't it impossible to mess up the bloodline between the clans? Why would your Yi clan marry into the Ji clan? Ha ha. You should understand. Yi Longting smiled and explained, a clan is not distinguished by surnames. A clan has different surnames. For example, the Shao clan, who possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, was actually a Phoenix clan. Not only did they have the surname Shao, but they also had the surname Huang and Liang. In the history of every surname in the Phoenix clan, there had been people who had awakened the Phoenix bloodline. However, in the past 100 years, only the Shao clan has produced Shao Axioner, who has truly awakened the Phoenix bloodline. Thus, the Shao clan has become the core of the Phoenix clan. Yi Fan suddenly understood, so that was what was going on. The history of the clan was so long that even though everyone's ancestors were of the same bloodline, they had different surnames as time went by. However, as long as they had the same ancestor, even if they had different surnames, they could still unite by marriage. Then what clan do your surnames Yi and Ji belong to? Yi Fan had always been curious about this. Yi Longting smiled mysteriously. Do you know about the ancient divine descendants? Yi Fan didn't hide anything and said, I know, it's the great clans that the war god has united with to form an organization to contend against the power of the Apocalypse King. I've heard of it. That's right. Then do you know, who is the martial god to me? The war god is related to you. Yi Fan was stunned. You guys are family? Li Longting proudly said, the war god is my biological father. Li Fanxian was stunned. After a long silence, he couldn't help but bitterly smile and say, your Yi family really does have a big backer. In other words, I beat up the grandson of the war god last time. Don't worry, my father isn't such an unreasonable person. Last time, it was Fenger who was in the wrong. Even if my father was there, he wouldn't cause trouble for you. Yi Longting sighed and said, in fact, in my father's eyes, this little thing is nothing at all. Li Fanxian still had a lingering fear in his heart. After all, that was the war god. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew how terrifying an epic stage expert was. If the war god said that he wanted to cause trouble for him, then he could only accept his fate. No wonder that Yi Feng is so unbridled. Having an epic stage grandfather is indeed impressive. However, what does this have to do with what clan you are from? Yi Fan was puzzled. LoveLore said, the bloodline passed down from ancient times has a special characteristic. The stronger it is, the harder it is to awaken. Before my father appeared, no one in our Yi clan had truly awakened our bloodline for hundreds of years, so there were very few people and we were in a very decline. We were almost unable to stay in the clan. Until my father appeared. He was a genius in the martial way, and at such a young age, he had already awakened his bloodline. It's just that in terms of martial arts, Xiao Axioner still can't compare to my father. She still relies on the power of her bloodline. One must know that when my father was younger than you, he pierced through the dragon blood armor worn by the dragon knights. That battle also caused the Western experts to tremble in fear at the mention of my father's name. Li Fan Xian was incomparably astonished. What? 500 years ago, the swordsman who broke through the dragon blood armor. It was the war god. Oh. So you also know about what happened 500 years ago? Yi Longting smiled and said, that's right, it's my father. Li Fan Xian felt that his head wasn't enough. He held his forehead and said, wait. If the war god lived for more than 500 years. Then how old are you? LoveLore laughed and said, it's very simple, because my father didn't get to know our mother until he was more than 400 years old. Before that, his mind was completely focused on the development of the Yi clan and he had no interest in getting married and having children. Hearing these words, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He knew that an epic ranker had to be an expert who had lived for more than a century. However, hearing that the war god had lived for more than 500 years still had a huge impact on him. The key point was that he only got married and had children at the age of 400. This meant that the war god's body had not aged at all. What kind of martial arts realm was this? At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a martial artist of the spirit condensation realm. Even in theory, once one reached the Xiantian realm, their lifespan would increase. It was possible for them to live up to 200 years in the spirit condensation realm, but how many martial artists could actually live that long? Theory, it was just a theory. Fighting against the heavens and fighting for longevity with one's life was not a joke. The war god. It is indeed worthy of admiration. Yi Fan said sincerely, but you still haven't told me what bloodline you have. LoveLore lowered his head and smiled, sighing with emotion, I've already said a lot of clues. The stronger one is, the harder it is to awaken, and the bloodline that my father awakened allowed him to become a war god of his generation, allowing him to shake all the great clans and form the ancient god's descendants. You have to know that the Phoenix bloodline is already one of the highest bloodlines, rarely seen in 100 years. Chapter 877 0877-inch Dragon. Although Yi Fan already had such a thought in his mind, at this moment, he was already sure of it. That's right. Yi Longting smiled and said, in our Divine Dragon clan, the largest branch is the Ji clan. This is also the reason why I said that Ji Yutong's status is not ordinary. Secondly, in the past 500 years, the Yi clan had relied on my father to rebuild its strength. Although my father only had me and my elder brother when he was more than 400 years old, thanks to my father's influence, the other clansmen produced many descendants. In addition, there are also the Yao clan and other clans with relatively small numbers. As for the Ling Yu Wei that you know, the Ling clan that she belongs to is also a member of our Divine Dragon clan. However, the Ling clan had not had any disciples who had awakened their bloodline for hundreds of years, so they no longer had any status in the clan. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yu Wei was chosen as Feng Er's fiancé that the Ling father and son attached great importance to. They treated this as a life-saving straw for the Ling clan to continue staying in the clan. Yi Fan took a deep breath. This amount of information was simply too much. He had seen Shao Xian'er's rebirth from the flames, so he didn't know what kind of terrifying power a dragon's bloodline, which was no weaker than a phoenix's, would possess. The war god's talent in martial arts was already extremely high. Coupled with such a heaven-defying bloodline, it would be difficult for him not to reach the epic level. Dragon King. You told me so much. Are you trying to tell me that going against your Yi clan is overestimating my own abilities? Do you want me to not care about Yi Feng's matter? Yi Fan organized his thoughts and asked indifferently. Yi Longting helplessly smiled bitterly and said, Yi Fan. If it was just for this matter, would there be a need for me to tell you so many clan secrets? Is there a need to explain things in such detail? Yi Fan was also puzzled. Why did Yi Longting tell him so much about the clan? Then why are you doing this? After taking a deep breath, Yi Longting seemed to have made up his mind and said, actually, it's because you. Second brother. Without waiting for Yi Longting to finish speaking, a voice shouted from outside the door. After that, Yi Longyuan walked into the room with a sullen face. Seeing his brother, Yi Longting frowned. Big brother, why are you here? Where's Fenger? I've already locked that unfilial son of mine in a cell. I've sent people to keep an eye on him. This time, I'll make sure he reflects on himself. Yi Longyuan said, then looked at Yi Fan and said, I have already sent someone to appraise that video of yours. It's fake. But because this matter really has nothing to do with you, I will let you off the hook and not blame you for this deception. However, what happens next will be handled by us, the Hidden Dragon sect. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, that depends on whether or not you guys are really impartial in enforcing the law. This time, the poison was only vomiting and diarrhea. Next time, if he wants someone to poison him again, it might not be so simple. Don't worry, our Yi family will not cover up and indulge our own people. He will receive the punishment he deserves. But we will not allow anyone to use conspiracies to add crimes to our people. What Yi Longyuan was talking about was naturally the matter of Yi Fan mobilizing the emotions of the people at the scene and putting pressure on them. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't do what you don't want to do to others. I'm just giving a tooth for a tooth. What a good tooth for a tooth. Young man, there are many things that you can't even imagine. Restrain yourself. Yi Longyuan warned, then glanced at Yi Longting, second brother, let's go. Li Longting helplessly nodded his head, and the two brothers left the room. Even after the two of them disappeared, Yi Fan was still standing there, his mind filled with doubts. This Yi Longyuan's words sounded like a threat, but it also seemed like he was telling him something. It was ambiguous. As for Yi Longting, he seemed to have something important that he didn't explain clearly. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't have a clue. On the other side, the Yi brothers, who had arrived outside the dormitory, slowly walked towards the office building of the base. Second brother, let me warn you one last time. He is not a member of our Yi clan, so you are not allowed to mention those things to him. Yi Longyuan said in a deep voice. Yi Longting furrowed his brows and said, brother, you saw it too. This child's performance today was both brave and resourceful. He was exactly the same as you back then. All these years, we all thought that he didn't exist at all, but no matter what went wrong back then, he was indeed standing right in front of us. He drifted outside by himself. Who knows how much suffering he had to endure in order to achieve his current achievements. Don't you feel happy at all? That's your flesh and blood. Yi Longyuan stood still, clenched his fists, and said with a complicated look in his eyes, when I decided to let that woman abort the child and expel her from the Yi clan. He was no longer my child. No matter what, if this child survives, he has nothing to do with me anymore. Do you understand? Big brother. You. Yi Longting was heartbroken. You are my big brother, I have to listen to you. But I don't know what you're thinking, but you're becoming less and less like the brother I admire in my memories. Finished speaking, Yilongting walked away dejectedly. Second brother, where are you going? Are you not present to interrogate Feng'er? Interrogation my ass. Do I still need to guess how you will deal with Feng'er? Yilongting said without turning his head, I'm going to drink a few cups. Yilongyuan stood on the spot, quietly standing there for a long time. He looked back in the direction of the dormitory building, then turned around and left. The prison of the base was not made of iron bars, because most of the people imprisoned here were ancient warriors. Even metal could not stop them. Therefore, it was said to be a prison, but it was actually a small independent room. After being locked up, one was not allowed to leave at will. At this moment, a door was pushed open. Ji Xianqing carefully walked in, carrying a multi-layered insulated box. Cousin, looking at Yifeng, who was sitting on the bed with his arms around his knees and a terrifyingly gloomy expression, Ji Xianqing weakly called out, her eyes filled with heartache. Yifeng glanced at the girl, what are you doing here? Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Ji Xianqing hurriedly shook her head, no. No. I know the food here is bad, so I went to the kitchen and made you some of your favorite dishes. You'll feel better if you eat something. As she spoke, the girl opened the insulated lunchbox and took out 3 exquisite dishes. She took out the bowl and chopsticks and put them away. Just as he was about to hand the chopsticks over to Yifeng, he saw Yifeng suddenly stand up and strike out with his palm. Bam! A wave of spiritual energy directly smashed the fragile wooden table into pieces, and the dishes on the table were scattered all over the ground. Ji Xianqing was shocked. Her pretty face turned pale as she looked at Yifeng with a pitiful gaze. Then, she turned around and looked at the vegetables on the ground sadly, cousin. You. Why? Yifeng walked in front of the girl with a dark face and asked while gnashing his teeth, I still can't figure it out before. Uncle's plan has never gone wrong. Logically speaking, it should be enough for that arrogant fellow to make a move. What exactly was it that made him so calm? Chapter 878. Marriage 0878. Ji Xianqing's big eyes were filled with panic and fear. She bit her lips and shook her head, I didn't tell him the plan. Your expression. It doesn't seem like it doesn't exist. Yifeng's eyes were cold. Ji Xianqing took a deep breath and nodded, yes, I did say that, but I only told him not to be too impulsive. Pa. Yifeng slapped Ji Xianqing, causing her to crash into the wall and fall to the ground. Blood seeped out of the corner of the girl's mouth. She felt dizzy and tears flowed down her face. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Cousin. You. Why are you doing this to me? Ji Xianqing sobbed. Yifeng grabbed the girl's collar, his eyes like a man-eating beast. You still have the face to ask me. You bitch, how dare you betray me and my uncle? You ugly bastard, your own parents left you in the wilderness and relied on your uncle to raise you, yet you betrayed him. A woman like you deserves to die. I'm not betraying you. Ji Xianqing choked with sobs as she shook her head, I don't think that's right. Shut up. Yifeng threw the girl to the ground, I must tell uncle and let him know what kind of white-eyed wolf he raised. At this moment, a figure walked to the door. It was Ji Yutang, who was playing with the agarwood pearl in his hand. There's no need to tell me, I already know. Ji Yutang looked coldly at Ji Xianqing. Uncle. Uncle, are you here to save me? Yifeng said excitedly. Father. Ji Xianqing knelt on the ground and kowtowed, I didn't want to betray father. Really? Ji Yutang stepped forward and patted Yifeng's shoulder. He said earnestly, child, I've made you suffer. It's uncle's fault, I've let this stinky girl drag you down. How can I blame uncle for this? I trusted the wrong person and brought her here. Yifeng hurriedly said. Ji Yutang looked at the girl and reprimanded, go home immediately. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave. Ji Xianqing sobbed and stood up. With a sorrowful expression, she said, thank you, father, for your kindness. Cousin. I'm sorry. I'll be leaving first. The girl wiped the blood on her cheeks and ran out. This smelly girl, Fenger better not bother with her in the future. She will only drag you down. Ji Yutang said. Don't worry, uncle. I won't trust her anymore. I'm just disappointed for you. You've raised her for so long, but she's an ingrate, siding with outsiders. Ji Yutang sighed and said, you also know that your uncle is a soft-hearted person. Seeing that she is pitiful, I can't bear to abandon her. After all, I've raised her for 20 years, so there's some father-daughter bond between us. Uncle, you really are a good person. If I had a good father like you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yifeng said with a sullen heart. Ji Yutang comforted him, don't worry, Fenger. You are the eldest grandson of the Yi family, the only heir. No matter what your father does, he will not punish you heavily. After all, you're the martial god's successor. When your father arrives, just apologize properly. But uncle, that video, uncle has already found the flaw in that video and proved that it was fake. So, since you didn't do it, then it's not a big mistake. You won't be punished too heavily. Ji Yutang laughed. Yifeng was overjoyed and said gratefully, uncle is still capable. I knew uncle would definitely help me get out of trouble. At this moment, Ji Yutang stretched out his hand, signaling Yifeng not to speak. Then, he took a few steps back and arrived outside the cell. Not long after, Yi Longyuan walked in. Although Yifeng was unwilling, he could only quickly bow. Seeing Ji Yutang, Yi Longyuan expressionlessly said, you sure came fast. Brother-in-law, I can't bear to see Fenger suffer. Ji Yutang said with a smile. What's going on the ground? Yi Longyuan saw the broken wood and vegetables on the ground. Oh, it was just a small accident. I accidentally knocked it over, Ji Yutang explained. Yi Longyuan looked at Yifeng, is that so? Yifeng nodded, yes, I was careless for a moment. I don't think it's carelessness, it's just that you're not convinced. Yi Longyuan let out a long sigh and said, you have suffered too little, just a little setback, let's see what kind of person you will be forced into. Today, on the stage, I wish I could give you 2 slaps in the face, so that you won't embarrass yourself there. Yifeng gritted his teeth and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, but when he thought of Ji Yutang's words, he still said, I know I was wrong. Father, please consider this as my first offense and give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you really want to repent, I will give you a chance, but I won't allow you to take revenge on that Yi fan. Do you understand? Yi Longyuan said with a burning gaze. Yifeng frowned and secretly glanced at Ji Yutang, who was behind him. Seeing Ji Yutang nod his head, he said, I understand. Yi Longyuan sighed, all right, I'll believe you this once more. This time, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Father, please speak. In the past 2 years, the underground world has been very chaotic. There have been endless battles at home and abroad, and the pressure on the dragon soul is extremely great. From today onwards, go to your second uncle's place and listen to your second uncle's instructions. As an ancient martial artist of the dragon soul, serve the country well. Yi Longyuan said. What? Yifeng frowned and said, Father, I am a martial artist of the spirit condensation realm. Isn't going to the dragon soul a waste of talent? Why don't you let me join you in the hidden dragon sect to fight against the power of the Apocalypse King? Shut up. The dragon soul is our country's first line of defense. Back then, my father was also a special agent of the dragon soul, then rose to the Dragon King, and finally came to the Hidden Dragon sect. Do you think that the dragon soul is inferior? Look at Xiao Axionur of the Xiao family. Her phoenix bloodline has awakened and she hasn't left the dragon soul. Could it be that you are stronger than Xiao Axionur? Yi Feng lowered his head. I don't dare to say that. Yi Longyuan continued to lecture. You are so ambitious and not down to earth, that's why you have such a temper. Go to your second uncle's place and change your bad temper. If we, the Hidden Dragon sect, do not move. Once we move, it will be a life and death battle. With your current temper, even if you join the Hidden Dragon sect, you will only drag the entire army down. If you truly want to take over the position of patriarch of the Yi clan, then you have to start from the dragon's soul and train yourself well. Take over your second uncle's position first. Hearing that he had taken over the position of Dragon King and Patriarch, Yi Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. He respectfully said, Father, I understand. I will definitely not disappoint you. Yi Longyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. You stay here first. Wait until the selection is over before you go out, so as to avoid being gossiped about. Got it, Father. Yi Feng didn't care about a day or two. Hee, Fenger, you see that? Your father still loves you very much. Ji Yutang said with a smile. Yutang, it's not that I'm being petty, but you're spoiling Fenger too much. In the future, don't speak up for him. Yi Longyuan said. Ji Yutang hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, I naturally hope that Fenger will become a talent. Right, there's something that brother-in-law should consider. Oh. What is it? Chapter 879. 0879 Chapter Method 0879 Yi Longyuan did not expect this suggestion. After thinking about it, it seemed to be a good way to make his son mature, so he looked at Yi Feng and asked, Are you willing to get married? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. In his mind, he thought of Ling Yuwei's beautiful face, tall and plump, and outstanding figure like a Western woman. His heart was on fire. Because he was in the clan and had an extraordinary status, he had never had the chance to touch any woman. Of course, it was also related to his fiancée, Ling Yuwei. With such an outstanding fiancée, he wasn't very interested in other women. When he thought about marrying that arrogant Ling Yuwei, completely conquering her on their wedding night and turning her into his own woman, Yi Feng was incomparably excited. I'm willing. Yi Feng was overjoyed as he said, I have long wanted to get married. It has been like this since ancient times. The corner of Yi Longyuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. No matter what else this son of his was, at least his own son was going to get married. As a father, he would still be happy. All right, you are indeed at the age to get married. It just so happens that your Uncle Ling is also here this time. I will look for him in private and discuss the marriage. I will hold a wedding for you in the clan as soon as possible. Yi Longyuan said. Thank you, father. Yi Feng smiled and looked at Ji Yutang with a grateful smile. Ji Yutang said with a face full of blessings, Fenger is about to get married. Brother-in-law, we are really old, hee. I really hope that these two children will become a couple as soon as possible. Yi Longyuan nodded and said with a sigh, I only hope that with a wife, I can mature and steady as soon as possible. In the evening, the jury of the Hidden Dragon selection, after some discussion, publicly announced that they would not be selecting again. Although some of the martial artists had slight symptoms of poisoning along the way, they had already fought to the point where there were only a few dozen people left, and the ones who were poisoned were also a small number. Thus, the entire selection could already see the strength of the young people. It seemed that in order to expand the Hidden Dragon clan and add more fresh blood, the Hidden Dragon clan had directly chosen more than 30 new members. This was an unprecedented number of people. The Chu clan had become the biggest beneficiary. Chu Yuntian, Wu Jingyu, and the other 3 martial artists, the 5 of them had been selected. Wang Zihan of the Wang family was also selected, which was reasonable. However, Jiang Xiaobai of the Mount Shu sect, even if he was on par with Wang Zihan, was still not selected. The reason was obvious to everyone. This guy had no intention of serving the country, so it was pointless to choose him. However, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to have come back to life. His face was glowing, and he finally didn't have to worry about being brought into the Hidden Dragon sect. After Fan Xian found out about this decision, he had already fulfilled his promise to Chu Yunyao and could return to Huahai. However, when Yilongting mentioned the matter of the clan, Yi Fan thought of something else. Su Qingshua's grandfather, Zhou Xinjiang, was a member of the Zhou family. The representative sent by the Zhou clan this time was the judge called Zhou Wei. To be sent as a representative, he was definitely an important descendant of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be together with Yi Longyuan and the others. Since that was the case, perhaps he could directly look for Zhou Wei to discuss this matter and see if he could successfully reunite Su Qingxue with Zhou Xinjiang. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky hadn't darkened yet, Yi Fan found Zhou Wei at a pavilion with a good scenery on the north side of the base. Actually, it wasn't difficult to find people. After all, there were only so many people with high cultivation bases in the entire base. Yi Fan only needed to search for them one by one. However, what surprised Yi Fan was that in this pavilion that was a little old, there was also Yilongting and another judge wearing a white robe. The 3 of them sat there, drinking wine and eating small dishes, as if they were having a small gathering to discuss something. Yi Fan. Why are you here? Yilongting thought that he was here to look for him, so he asked, what happened? Yi Fan shook his head, I'm here to look for this judge, Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's appearance was ordinary, but he had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and a pair of deep and spirited eyes. Hearing that Yi Fan was looking for him, he let out an "oh" sound and playfully said, the King of Hell, whose name has shaken both at home and abroad, has come to look for me, Zhou. It's not a big deal. Yi Fan was not reserved at all. He very naturally sat on the empty stone bench, took a peanut, and as he peeled it, he said, it's my wife. Her grandfather is from the Zhou family village. As soon as these words were spoken, Yilongting, who was sitting at the side, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His face changed and his brows knitted together. Zhou Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what? You married a woman from our Zhou family. Which Zhou village? Our Zhou family has hundreds of villages in the whole of China. Some are big, some are small. You have to tell me which one it is. It's the one in the province that's especially big. The nearest town is Riverside Town. Yi Fan gave a rough description. Zhou Wei immediately nodded, I know, it's one of the largest villages. Your wife is from there. No, my wife's surname is not Zhou. My mother-in-law left the Zhou family village and married someone outside. I heard that the rules of your clan are that after marrying an outsider, you are not allowed to have any further dealings. Is that so? Yi Fan asked. That's right, there's nothing we can do about it. For the sake of the clan, it doesn't affect the ordinary people. Zhou Wei asked. Then can I ask this Judge Zhou to open the back door for me so that my wife and grandfather can reunite? I won't bring anyone else into the Zhou family village. Only our family members will meet in private. Yi Fan said. Zhou Wei frowned, This is a bit difficult. The rules of our clan have been passed down for thousands of years. Although I was born in the main family, and the clan elders below me would more or less give me face, but if I break the rules for your family, I'm afraid the elders will be very dissatisfied. Rules are dead and people are alive. Is there no other way? Grandfather is old, and he is unwilling to leave the village where he was born and raised. It's only human nature to miss his only granddaughter. Yi Fan said. Zhou Wei thought for a moment, then said, speaking of which. There really is a way. What method? Yi Fan knew that there was a chance. Zhou Wei said, according to the rules of our clan, other than the fact that different clans are not allowed to marry each other, ordinary people can only enter and not leave. In other words, it was possible to marry an outsider woman and marry an outsider man. If you are willing, I can apply to the Elders Guild to let your wife recognize her ancestors and change her surname to Zhou. Furthermore, you can also become a member of my Zhou family in the name of marrying into my family. This way, it would be in line with the rules, and if you want to see your grandfather, it will be smooth, no. Without waiting for Zhou Wei to finish speaking, Yi Longting, who was at the side, had already stopped him. Zhou Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Longting, why are you so excited? I am only proposing a feasible method. This method is not feasible. Yi Longting said in a deep voice. Why? Zhou Wei spread out his hands. I don't think little brother Yi Fan is dissatisfied. Chapter 880. 0880 Fan Xian shook his head. I won't agree either. I'm marrying a wife, and in the future, my children will have to follow my surname. This is a matter of principle. Hearing this, Yi Longting's gaze softened a little. Fan Xian continued, moreover, I heard that as long as you communicate with the clan elders, you can get married and have children outside. Do you have to be so strict? Zhou Wei sighed. Even if the clan elders of a village agree, they would still have to send people to investigate. What exactly is going on with the people outside? The reason why your wife isn't allowed to enter the village now is probably because her mother didn't follow the rules and made a decision on her own. In such a situation, there was no other way other than to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan. I'm only willing to open a back door for you because you're not an ordinary person. Zhou Wei, there's no need to mention this anymore. Our dragon's soul will not allow it. Yi Longting said decisively. Longting, why does this have anything to do with the dragon soul? Even if your Yi clan is the leader of the clan now, you can't just control everything, right? Zhou Wei helplessly smiled. The white-clothed man at the side took a sip of wine, and a rather evil smile appeared on his handsome face. Brother Zhou, oh Brother Zhou, you want to pull such an important figure from the underground world into the clan in front of the current Dragon King. Can they agree to it? Isn't this a mess? Zhou Wei smiled. How could it be a mess? Isn't this the power to strengthen our clan? Li Fan Xian stuffed a few peanuts into his mouth, shook his head and said, I'm just a private person. I want to see if I can make it convenient for my wife to see my grandfather from time to time. It's better not to recognize your ancestors and return to your clan. You're right to think that way. As a man, how can he easily marry into a family? Moreover, you're not some unknown person. Yi Longting drank a mouthful of wine in satisfaction. Hearing the two of them say this, Zhou Wei said, since that's the case, then I can't help you. After all, there are tens of thousands of people in the Zhou family, so I'm not the only one who has the final say. Li Fan Xian didn't care, because he still had a lot to consider. For example, Su Qingshua's special bloodline, that special cold Jin Qi. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it might be the awakening of the clan's bloodline. Once Madame Zhou found out that Su Qingxue had awakened her bloodline, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, so he didn't dare to rashly say it out. Therefore, it was a pity that he couldn't go back to the Zhou family village to see his grandfather, but compared to Su Qingshue's safety, he felt that it was nothing. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fan wanted to know more about the clan. Oh right, Dragon King. Yi Fan looked at Yi Longting and pretended to be nonchalant as he said, the three of you are sitting together drinking. Could it be that you are all from the Divine Dragon clan? Of course not. Yi Longting didn't mind telling Yi Fan about the clan, and pouted at Zhou Wei. The Zhou family is the leader of the Xianming tribe. The judge here, Bai Shuang, is the leader of the White Emperor clan, the Bai family. The three of us are about the same age and have worked together in the past, so our relationship is quite good. That's why I invited them out for a drink today. Yi Longting, you have the nerve to say that. Back then, when we worked together, our cultivation levels were about the same. Right now, Yi Shuang and I can easily suppress you with one hand. Zhou Wei sipped his wine and shook his head. Yi Longting snorted heavily and said unhappily, the two of you only need to concentrate on practicing martial arts. I have always been working for the Dragon Soul, so how can I have so much time to practice? Talent is talent. Look at your brother, Big Brother Long Yuan. No matter how busy he was back then, didn't he break through to the spirit condensation realm a long time ago? Bai Yi Shuang said with a smile without giving him any face. Yi Longting also had nothing to say, compared to my big brother. I really can't compare. Xian Ming. Yi Fan muttered to himself about the Zhou family's bloodline and said, is it the god of the north, the water god Yu Chang? Or is it the legendary four-spirit divine beast, the black tortoise? In Yi Fan's memories, it seemed that Xian Ming was not only the name of the water god and the winter god, but also another name for the black tortoise divine beast. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wei also shook his head and said, we don't know either. In fact, our clan's inheritance has been around for too long, and we have encountered many natural and man-made disasters, causing us to lose a large amount of ancient information. Although the bloodlines of the various clans knew the general origin, there was no way to know where it started. Our Zhou family worships the god of the north, serves the black tortoise divine beast, and even worships the Greed Star Lord, but as for which one is our ancestor, the one who gave us the dark nether bloodline, I'm not sure. Li Fan Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He felt that even the disciples of the clan didn't know their origins. Just like the phoenix bloodline, who had ever seen a phoenix? However, the innate talent of rebirth from the flames proved the existence of the phoenix. The vermilion bird, the azure swan, and the other divine birds that were similar to the phoenix might also exist. Because of their bloodline, they believed that they had extraordinary ancestors. Even if they had never seen who they were, they still believed in them without a doubt. Since you are the descendants of the god of the north, then your bloodline talent should be related to water, right? Yi Fan said casually. Zhou Wei smiled, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Yi Longting's wine cup. A dark blue cold air instantly froze the white wine inside. Yi Fan's entire body quivered. As expected. It was this cold air. What surprised Yi Fan even more was that with Zhou Wei's great perfection stage strength, the nether spirit chi that he displayed didn't seem to be as cold as the cold air that Su Qingxue had displayed back then. Of course, to be able to freeze this white wine, it had to be at least a few dozen degrees below zero, which was already a very low temperature. However, Su Qingxue's cold air was indeed a bit colder. It was impossible to guarantee that a woman's bloodline would awaken even more thoroughly. Zhou, why did you freeze my wine? Yi Longting frowned. Zhou Wei smiled, and with another point, he absorbed the cold air and melted the wine. It's better than freezing you, right? Li Fan Xian came back to his senses and said, it really is powerful. Ordinary ice-type Jin Qi can't freeze the wine, and those Western magic can't do it either. Ha! Of course, those ice magic from the West only rely on external natural elements. How can they be compared to our dark nether bloodline? Zhou Wei was rather complacent. Yi Longting laughed. Yi Fan, don't listen to his bragging. In front of the bloodline of our divine dragon clan, they are nothing. Li Fan Xian muttered in his heart, I don't have your bloodline. What do you mean by, we? Yi Longting, don't use such words to fool outsiders. Are you bullying me because I don't understand? Your divine dragon clan's bloodline is indeed powerful, but it also depends on how much you raise your bloodline. Chapter 881. 0881 Inch. Even if it's the most ordinary dragon blood awakening, it's more than enough to deal with you guys. Yi Longting argued. For someone like you who hasn't awakened his bloodline, don't tell us about this. Zhou Wei said again. Li Fanxian looked at these two men and started arguing like this. It was as if they were two children arguing about whose family's adult was stronger. It was truly a bit amusing. Bai Yi Shuang knocked on the table. You guys have enough, aren't you just letting this little brother Yi see a joke? Only then did Yi Longting stop arguing with Zhou Wei. He seemed to have realized that it was a bit embarrassing, so he drank to cover up his awkwardness. That's right. Yi Fan thought of something that had been hidden in his heart for a long time and asked, the last time I was in the Zhou family village, I saw a colorful black stone on the walking stick of the clan elder. I wonder what kind of material it is it also a treasure unique to your clan? When Zhou Wei heard this, he and Bai Yi Shuang looked at each other and laughed out loud. Little brother Yi, you really have a good observation, but that's not a treasure, Zhou Wei said with a smile. Bai Yi Shuang said, that's just a qi nurturing stone. It's a good thing that has been passed down since ancient times, but this kind of stone is just like some beautiful jade. It can be beneficial to the human body, so it can't be considered a precious thing. It's just that other than our clan, outsiders don't know much about this kind of stone, so only our clan will mine it and give it to some elders. Li Fanxian felt that it was a little strange. The last time he let the owl particle disintegrate, he clearly saw that there was a powerful energy in the stone. Could it be that the people from the clan didn't notice? Or could it be that the two types of stones only looked similar? This Judge Bai is from the White Emperor clan. I wonder which ancient god's bloodline does he have? Li Fanxian discovered that although this Bai Yi Shuang looked demonic and had tender skin, his actions were that of a man. Bai Yi Shuang said with a smile, Little brother Yi, the selection is over. You can call me Uncle Bai or Brother Bai. There's no problem with that. However, I suddenly realized that you seem to be very interested in the information about our clan. Is there any special reason? Bai Yi Shuang was obviously even more vigilant as he looked at Yi Fan meaningfully. Since Bai Yi Shuang didn't reveal his clan background, Yi Longting and Zhou Wei naturally wouldn't say anything. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. Oh, I forgot. This is a secret of your clan, so I won't ask anymore. Anyway, I'm just here to ask about visiting my family on behalf of my wife. Since there's no good way to do this, it's about time I return to Hua Hai. Saying that, Yi Fan stood up and prepared. Seeing this, Yi Longting said, Yi Fan, are you really going to marry Miss Su? Fan Xian turned his head in bewilderment and said, We've already received our certificate. We've been together for almost a year. What's your problem? Yi Long of with E of, in, with Yi with Yi, he with Yi Longting nodded his head with a complicated look in his eyes. I know, I just want to ask. You can go now. If fate wills it, we'll meet again next time. Just as Yi Fan was about to return to his residence and leave the base, he saw one of Yi Longting's personal guards rushing to the pavilion, as if he had something urgent to discuss with the Dragon King. Reporting to Chief, the Sky Eye has sent a representative. I hope to see you. Heaven's Eye. Just as Yi Fan was about to walk away, when he heard this, he stood on the spot and his gaze immediately sharpened. Yi Longting, who was in the pavilion, asked in bewilderment, The heavens, I can actually find this place. Didn't that heavens I destroy the clan's information after being taught a lesson by the war god a few hundred years ago and not dare to investigate our clan's matters? Why would he still dare to follow you here? Bai Yi Shuang asked. It seems like there's something important going on. Otherwise, the heavens I wouldn't have come here to find you so rashly, Zhou Wei said. Li Longting stood up. put on his coat and said, "Then I'll leave first. I'll go see what they mean." At the same time, Yi Fan had already silently walked back to the base. The battle on Purgatory Island was already a blood feud. Yi Fan had no intention of letting the Zhuge family go. However, even though he had the information on the Ghost Valley, he didn't know if it was real or fake, so he needed to investigate it himself. Secondly, Chu Yunya had already agreed to the matter on her side and couldn't get away, so she could only take care of the matter on her side first. Yi Fan also wanted to discuss a plan with Su Qingxue after he returned this time. After settling down the women, he would settle the grudge with the Ghost Valley, but now, it seemed that Zhuge Tianming, this scholar, was also secretly sending people to action. However, the Ghost Valley had actually been taught a lesson by the war god back then, so he had very little information about the clan. When he found the Dragon King, he didn't expect that he, Yi Fan, would also be at the base for the hidden dragon selection. In a reception room at the base, there were no longer any idlers outside. It was a secret meeting. Yi Longting walked into the room and saw 3 people waiting there. "Greetings, Dragon King." A young man stood up and bowed. This junior is the eldest disciple of the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, Zhuge Xiang. These two are Elder Yang and Elder Zhang of the Ghost Valley's Elders Guild. They have come with me to pay their respects to the Dragon King on my master's orders. The 2 elders behind him also respectfully smiled and bowed. As soon as they arrived at the base, they discovered that there were many experts here, and their expressions were very reserved. Yi Longting frowned and said, "Who allowed the people of your Ghost Valley to come here without permission?" Zhuge Xiang hurriedly explained, "Dragon King, please calm your anger. We know that we were reckless this time. However, this time, because it concerns the internal stability of our China, the lives and property of countless ordinary people, and also the life and death of our Ghost Valley, therefore, my master had no choice but to come here and deliver something to you, Dragon King, even though he knew that he had offended you." "Oh." Yi Longting's eyes revealed a look of doubt. "Is it that serious?" "What is it?" Zhuge Xiang's face was solemn as he took out a silk scroll with a jade handle and handed it over with both hands. Yi Longting was even more astonished. Zhuge Tianming had actually written a silk scroll to him. What kind of important decision was this to use such precious materials to write a letter? After he took it, he opened it. It was written in regular script with a brush, and it was filled with solemn and dense words. After a few seconds, Yi Longting revealed a serious expression. There was some hesitation and thought in his eyes. "Zhuge Tianming. How dare you?" Yi Longting took a deep breath, and said with a bright light in his eyes. Zhuge Xiang said solemnly, "My master wholeheartedly wants to maintain the stability of the divine continent. However, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. The Ghost Valley was now in a period of need for change. If they were to follow the old path and remain stagnant, sooner or later, they would destroy the 1,000-year foundation of their ancestors. My master had no choice but to come up with such a mutually beneficial and win-win method. I hope that the Dragon King will understand." Before he could finish, a voice came from outside. "Oh, it sounds so nice. What method is it?" Hearing this voice, the expressions of Zhuge Xiang and the 2 elders changed drastically, and they even panicked a little. Chapter 882. 0882 inch as expected. Zhuge Tianming, it seems like he still has some self-awareness. He knows that I won't let him off, and he's starting to want to hug the country's thigh. There were a lot of words on the silk book. It analyzed the various situations and the impact on China if they were to start a war with Inferno. However, to put it bluntly, the country had to stand up and help the Ghost Valley block Yi Fan. Otherwise, if the Ghost Valley were to suffer, the country would not be at peace. Yi Fan smiled evilly, looked at the Dragon King and said, "Now you know what it means to be in trouble. With such a monster in your own home, can you all be at ease?" Yi Longting frowned. He was also a little angry in his heart, but he had to weigh the pros and cons and think more comprehensively. If he helped the Ghost Valley, it would be equivalent to opposing Yi Fan's group. He really couldn't guarantee that Yi Fan would do something crazy. And if he did not help the Ghost Valley, then Zhuge Tianming would harden his heart and cause trouble for you, and it would be hard to control. Although the Ghost Valley did not have much information on the clan, there was still a large amount of information on the upper echelons of China. What's more, it was information that could affect the national security of China. Once this information was leaked to the public and overseas, it would create a monstrous wave for China. What was the safest way? Your Excellency Dragon King, our Ghost Valley Celestial Master Zhuge hopes to serve the country better, that's why we thought of this alliance. Combining the intelligence network of the Ghost Valley with the Dragon Soul is something that none of the previous Celestial Masters have been able to do. Only our Celestial Master Zhuge has the courage to do so. Elder Yang said. Spirit. I think you're scared out of your wits, right? Yi Fan mocked, you didn't even manage to kill me while researching the gene poison. Now that you're at your wits' end, you're begging the country to step in. Another elder Zhang said loudly, Lucifer, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. When has our heavenly master ever used genetic poison to harm you? Do you have any proof? If we really want to deal with you, with our Ghost Valley's intelligence network, what can you do if we capture everyone around you? Yi Fan laughed out loud and said, you're already at this stage, yet you still refuse to admit it. Everyone knows in their hearts whether or not you were the ones behind the Purgatory Island incident. As for capturing the people around me, I think you guys have been wanting to do this for a long time. But you should also understand that as long as I am alive, if you dare to touch anyone around me, I will kill your entire family. You're just afraid of me. You don't even dare to touch the people around me. Isn't that right? The faces of the two elders alternated between red and white, gnashing their teeth in anger. Indeed, they had suggested to Zhuge Tianming that they might as well capture all the women around Yi Fan so that Yi Fan could not harm them. However, after much consideration, Gu did not dare to do so. Firstly, he might not be able to capture all of them. After all, some of the women around Yi Fan had some strength and status, and were protected by others. Secondly, they had already seen the crazy side of Yi Fan. If they were to capture a woman, not only would they not be able to threaten Yi Fan, but they would also make Yi Fan even crazier to take revenge. In the end, protecting their own lives and protecting the Ghost Valley was the most important thing. Even if they killed the woman beside Yi Fan, they would still have to die. What was the point? Therefore, Zhuge Tianming decided to take out some benefits to form an alliance with the Dragon Soul, stand with the country, and borrow the country's hand to suppress Yi Fan. However, he never would have thought that the matter of secretly communicating with the Dragon King would be broken by Yi Fan. Dragon King, if you still have any backbone, you should tear this silk book apart. How is this an alliance? This is simply threatening you. No individual can override the country. Isn't that the principle you should abide by? Yi Fan said with a smile. Yi Longting narrowed his eyes. Yi Fan, is there really no way around the matter between you and the Ghost Valley? Wrong, it's not with the Ghost Valley, it's with the Zhuge family and his minions. A blood feud, a blood debt between brothers and sisters, where did it come from? Yi Fan's eyes were cold and resolute. Yi Longting's eyes flickered as he said, give me some time. This matter is of great importance. I need to have a meeting with the leaders, and I even need to talk to the Hidden Dragon Sect's people before I can make a decision. Are you stupid? An organization from the underground world has directly provoked the country. You, the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul, still need a meeting to decide how to deal with it. Yi Fan felt that it was laughable. Yi Longting said unhappily, a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. We have to follow the rules here. When you guys finish the process, the the Ghost Valley will have already figured out your lifelines. Right now, they must be frantically sorting out the information that they can use to threaten you. Yi Fan was speechless. Zhuge Xiang panicked, and immediately cupped his hands and said, "Dragon King. Don't listen to his nonsense. My master only wants to focus on the overall situation, he definitely doesn't." Bam! A bright red mist of blood exploded. Shattered flesh and blood, red and white objects, splattered onto the faces of Elder Yang and Elder Zhang. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan didn't know how he moved, but his speed and strength were so great that he suddenly appeared beside Zhuge Xiang. With a backhand slap, Zhuge Xiang's head disappeared. Yi Fan's face was gloomy as he lightly shook off the blood on his hand. "Zhuge Tianming's disciple, it's fine if you don't run for your life when you see me, but you don't have the right to speak here, Lucifer. You. How dare you?" Elder Yang's face turned green. He trembled as he angrily and fearfully pointed at Yi Fan, unable to say a complete sentence. After Yi Longting reacted, he shouted, "Yi Fan. What are you doing? Who allowed you to kill people here?" If Zhuge Tianming were to find out about this, he would definitely think that the dragon's soul had rejected their request. If a dog were to jump over the wall in desperation, the country would be in chaos. Of course, Yi Longting was anxious. Yi Fan unceremoniously pushed down Zhuge Xiang's headless corpse. Yi Fan, kill people. I never need approval." After saying that, Yi Fan attacked again. He turned around and sent a palm strike towards the nearest Elder Yang. Yi Fan's current ancient martial arts realm was even more advanced than the last time he fought with Zhuge Tianming. Moreover, during this period of time, he had been training hard, and his physical fitness had become even more abnormal. This palm strike seemed ordinary, but in reality, it gave Elder Yang a huge sense of oppression, as if a mountain had collapsed. Elder Yang gathered all of his spiritual energy and channeled all of his Qinquan energy. A ball of air shot straight towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid at all. With such a direct palm strike, he forcefully shattered the Qinquan energy. Boom! The explosion of the astral energy caused the room to emit a violent muffled sound. Yi Fan's body was not affected in the slightest. His tyrannical physique was like a hot knife through butter as his palm struck Elder Yang's chest. Pfft. Chapter 883. 0883. This directly scared the remaining Elder Zhang to the point that his face turned pale. Yi Fan's fighting strength had already exceeded his imagination. He didn't even have the time to help Elder Yang before he was gone. A man who didn't even have Jinqi was charging around like a primitive man. He relied on his physical body to kill a martial artist at the spirit condensation realm with a single palm strike. This was already beyond reason. Humans were always especially afraid of the unknown. The Yi Fan in front of them was like a monster, causing people to tremble in fear. When Yi Longting saw Yi Fan's terrifying physical fitness once again, the emotions in his eyes became even more complicated. Dragon King. Did you see that? He was the tyrant of hell. Murderous devil. Elder Zhang hurriedly ran behind Yi Longting, not daring to retaliate against Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he continued to walk towards Elder Zhang. Enough. Yi Fan. This is not your purgatory island, not a place to casually kill people. Yi Longting stretched out his hand and stopped him. Yi Fan lightly asked, I still owe you dragon souls one thing. Are you planning to use that opportunity to save the guy behind you? Of course not. Leaf. Just as Yi Longting was about to say something, Yi Fan in front of him once again moved at high speed. It was like a snake-shaped bolt of lightning, instantly circling behind Yi Longting. Although Elder Zhang didn't see Yi Fan's movements clearly, he subconsciously knew that he was going to escape. However, before he could rush out of the door, a hand grabbed his throat. Ugh! Elder Zhang, who had entered the spirit condensation realm, originally had a sliver of ability to resist. However, because of fear, he had already forgotten how to use his ancient martial arts. Yi Fan only used his grappling hands to grab onto his life gate. If the Ghost Valley is filled with trash like you, then provoking me is simply courting death. Li Fan Xian was too lazy to waste words. He exerted force with his hand and directly crushed Elder Zhang's neck. Throwing the lifeless corpse on the ground, Yi Fan looked at Yi Longting, who was trembling in anger, and spread out his hands. What's wrong? Didn't you not want to use up that chance? Then I didn't say that you can kill him as you please. Yi Longting shouted. Fan Xian grinned and said, don't forget, what did I do back then? As long as it was a target that I had my eyes on, not a single one of them wouldn't die. No one could stop me back then, and even more so now. What arrogance! At that moment, a thunderous voice came from outside. Not long after, a few men walked in. The one who spoke was impressively Yi Longyuan. Behind him were Xiao Fengshan, Zhou Wei, and the other representatives of the clan. When everyone saw the three corpses on the ground, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Longyuan frowned, looked at Yi Fan sternly, and said, you killed them all. Could it be that the Dragon King has the ability to kill the three of them? Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. Why did you kill him? Yi Longyuan asked. Without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, Yi Longting handed the silk book to him. Take a look at this. Yi Longyuan opened the silk book. The people behind him also glanced at it and immediately knew the general situation. Ha ha. This is not good. The messenger was killed just like that. I'm afraid the Ghost Valley won't just sit still and wait for death. Zhou Wei said. Yi Longyuan threw the silk book away and questioned Yi Fan. Before you killed them, didn't you think about how big of an impact this would have? I know very well what I should do. On the other hand, you guys seem to be eager to be led by the nose by the Ghost Valley. With that, Yi Fan was about to leave the reception room. Where are you going? Yi Longyuan's body flashed, and with a dignified expression, he blocked Yi Fan. Yi Fan impatiently said, do you still need to ask? Once the Ghost Valley found out that the messenger they sent had been killed, they would definitely raise their guard. They might even jump over the wall and bite people everywhere. Don't you want to take advantage of the situation to take care of the Ghost Valley? Could it be that you want to wait for them to discover that something is wrong before making a move? Yi Longting frowned and said, if they don't send any news back to the Ghost Valley within a day, Zhuge Tianming will immediately suspect them. Do you want to gather your men and march into the Ghost Valley in one day? Even if your men can do it, do you think the Ghost Valley won't be able to detect it? Yi Fan turned around and asked in bewilderment, who told you that I'm going to gather my men? You. You're not going to gather your Inferno troops? Yi Longting asked in astonishment. Yi Fan calmly said, exterminate the Ghost Valley, I alone am enough. Ridiculous. Arrogant. Yi Longyuan sternly reprimanded, do you really think that just because you have some achievements overseas, you can be so unbridled in China? Not to mention the Dream Cloud Mountain where the Ghost Valley was located, it was filled with Chiman Dunjia. Even if you wanted to find it, it would be a big problem for you to enter. Do you know how many hidden elders are hidden in the Ghost Valley's Elders Guild? Do you think that if they join hands, you alone will be able to resist them? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. If the Ghost Valley is really that impenetrable, why would Zhuge Tianming ask you guys to suppress me? It's because of your cowardice that old scoundrel Zhuge dared to play this kind of crafty plot without any scruples. Back then, on Purgatory Island, the Ghost Valley teamed up with the people of my nation to encircle and annihilate me. Next time, they might leak the national defense information of China to the people of my nation. Do you really think they can't do it? Yi Longyuan said, no matter what you say, this matter is not a child's play. As the person in charge of the Hidden Dragon sect, I cannot allow you to start a war with the Ghost Valley without permission. Humph. Yifan sneered, that depends on whether you can block it or not. After Yifan finished speaking, he was too lazy to care about them and continued to walk out. Halt. I won't allow you to leave the base. Yi Longyuan was furious. With a loud shout, he directly reached out his hand to grab Yifan's shoulder. This grab and grab were actually very powerful. The techniques of the ancient martial arts had already reached the point of perfection. This was the first time Yifan had seen someone in the ancient martial arts realm who was on par with him, so he was especially serious when dodging. At the same time, he lowered his shoulder and tilted his body, dodging the grab. However, Yi Longyuan immediately followed up. His 3 fingers formed into claws, which looked like the dragon claw hand. However, compared with the dragon claw hand, it was more simple and unpretentious. It was fierce and swift. Every move of his was like a thunderbolt, creating a strong wind. Yi Longyuan attacked, Yifan retreated. The two of them were in the corridor, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Several times, the astral winds from Yi Longyuan's hand had left behind claw marks on the wall beside him. When Yifan was fighting with Yifeng, he had already seen the ancient martial arts of the clan. Now that he saw Yi Longyuan again, he realized that Yifeng's training was quite ordinary. Yi Longyuan was already able to restrain the power of the ancient martial arts very meticulously. All of his strength was used correctly, which made his attacks seem to be small, but in reality, they were shockingly powerful. When Yilongting saw the two of them fighting, he was anxious, but he didn't know whether he should dissuade them or not. Chapter 884. 088 For the fight in the corridor was like a flash of lightning. Seeing that he did not hit Yifan after more than 10 moves, Yi Longyuan did not seem to be in a hurry. Suddenly, his footwork changed, and after his body quickly closed in, the speed of his hands suddenly increased. Damn it! Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He was unable to adapt to Yi Longyuan's change in rhythm, so he was unable to dodge the next palm strike. He simply retracted his left arm and forcefully blocked this heavy punch. With a muffled bang sound, Yifan's back smashed into the wall at the back, and he simply jumped down from the 2nd floor. Yi Longyuan also jumped down the stairs, and said with a sullen face, "What, you don't have the ability to fight back? Didn't you say that you would flatten the Ghost Valley by yourself?" Yifan dusted off the dust on his body. "I just want to see how many tricks your Yi family's martial arts can play." Humph. You overestimate yourself. Yi Longyuan activated a wave of golden spiritual energy, giving people a sudden increase in pressure, but Yifan did not feel much of it. Yi Longyuan's body moved, bringing with it an afterimage. He had already arrived in front of Yifan. For a time, the fists were like a violent storm, flying towards Yifan. From Yifan's point of view, it was as if thousands of hands had instantly appeared in front of him and were attacking him. Although it could be said that there were many punches, they were not random punches. Every punch, the lines of the arm muscles were very particular, coinciding with the various fist intents of straight punches, hooks, and jabs. From a certain point of view, Yi Longyuan had also grasped the concept of fist and palm, but it was a little different from Yifan's. After all, everyone had a different understanding of ancient martial arts. This caused Yifan's spirit to rise. For a long time, none of the opponents he had met had a strong physique like Yi Longyuan. Their speed and explosive power were all so close to his. It seemed that he was not the only one who paid attention to body cultivation. Yi Longyuan had also put in a lot of effort into his body. What was even more valuable was that he had finally encountered an ancient martial arts fist and palm technique with a concept. Of course, it could also be that the bloodline of the Divine Dragon clan had given Yi Longyuan a certain amount of help. After all, Yilongting's body was also quite strong. The spirit energy of the great perfection of the spirit condensation stage, coupled with a strong physique, was truly earth-shattering. Not only did Yi Fan not dodge, he was like a child who had encountered a toy he liked. His fighting spirit rose, and his eyes revealed a bright light as he welcomed Yi Longyuan's fists and punched back. Fist intent versus fist intent. Bang 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 bang. The continuous sounds of fists colliding against each other were as dense as the beating of war drums and as explosive as spring thunder. Under the night sky, if it weren't for the fact that no one present was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be able to see what they were doing. Their speed was simply too fast. Neither of them moved much. They just stood in a small area and fought with their bodies and paleo martial arts. It seemed like their fists only made contact 3 or 4 times a second, but because there were too many collisions, the sounds were mixed together. Gradually, the cement floor beneath Yi Fan and Yi Longyuan's feet had already cracked and collapsed. As the power was transmitted down, the ground could no longer hold on. This Yi Fan's external martial arts are really amazing. To actually be able to compete with Brother Long Yuan's body. Zhou Wei frowned. It's not just amazing, it should be inconceivable. Long Yuan has already awakened the first stage of his dragon blood. Logically speaking, his physical fitness is already beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. This Yi Fan. How did he train? Could it be that he can train his body to be better than a dragon? Xiao Fengshan had a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. At this time, Long Teng was also very nervous. He discovered that there were some ancient warriors in the distance who had discovered the fight and were trying to approach. He immediately ordered the soldiers beside him, immediately seal off this area. No one is allowed to approach. After the few soldiers heard the order, they quickly spread out, trying to dissuade the ancient warriors from leaving. If someone were to find out that Yi Longyuan and Yi Fan were to fight, then the matter would definitely blow up. If the matter of the Ghost Valley wasn't hidden and the news leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. 3 minutes later, Yi Fan's blood was boiling. He felt that he could be faster and more ferocious, and that he wouldn't disrupt his fist path. Thus, his muscles bulged and he continued to speed up. Yi Longyuan didn't seem to have expected that Yi Fan hadn't reached his limit yet. When he encountered the sudden increase in speed, he made a mistake and revealed a sliver of an opening. Bam! Yi Fan's fist directly smashed onto Yi Longyuan's chest, causing him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps. A head-on clash of fists resulted in the final victory. This kind of iron-blooded competition between men caused Yi Fan to roar in excitement and heavily pat his chest. Come on! If you don't accept it, then fight again. This roar and the power it emitted caused Yi Longting, Xiao Fengshan, and the others to feel their blood rush to their heads. They could feel the obsession in Yi Fan's heart towards the ancient martial arts and the fanaticism towards battle. This young man, who seemed to be a sloppy person, was born with the heart of a martial artist that refused to admit defeat. In Yi Longyuan's eyes, there was a trace of surprise, a trace of anger, a trace of excitement, a trace of joy, and a trace of mixed feelings. He took a deep breath, and his body emitted a faint golden light. This was different from the golden light emitted by the spiritual energy before. It was more like a type of power being released from his body. This golden color was more like a dense, lingering mist, and also like fine golden threads that flowed continuously on his body. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he was fighting with Yi Feng, he only saw Yi Feng release a golden spiritual energy, but this kind of light golden energy did not appear. However, this power. Yi Fan actually felt that it was quite familiar, and quite familiar. When Yi Fan saw Yi Longyuan's eyes, he couldn't help but be startled for a moment. He saw that there seemed to be a golden flame dancing in Yi Longyuan's eyes. How could this be? Yi Fan's heart was beating violently, his breathing was rapid, his hands were tightly clenched into fists, trembling. Brother Longyuan was actually forced to use the power of his bloodline. How rare! Bai Yi Shuang, who was present, narrowed his eyes and said, There's nothing we can do about it. This little brother Ye's strength is quite outrageous. Zhou Wei sighed and said, he is worthy of the title of the King of Hell. Why is he distracted? Xiao Fengshan noticed that something was amiss. Sure enough, when Yi Longyuan rushed in front of Yi Fan at a speed faster than before, Yi Fan did not react. Bam! Yi Longyuan unceremoniously punched Yi Fan's stomach. Yi Fan was sent flying and crashed into a tree more than 10 meters behind him. Clang! After a sound of impact, Yi Fan fell to the ground, his stomach churning. Cough! Ugh! Cough cough! Yi Fan held his stomach in pain. He was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. He stood up. He raised his head, looked at Yi Longyuan who was not far away with a cold face, and grinned, damn it. In the past 3 years, this is the first time I've met someone with such great strength. The divine dragon bloodline is indeed powerful. Everyone at the scene shook their heads and smiled bitterly. In their opinion, Yi Fan being able to block this punch was truly amazing. An ordinary person would have been pierced through long ago. Didn't you want to go to the Ghost Extermination Valley? Why can't I do that? If you can't even get past me, I'll carry your head to the Ghost Valley and quell this disaster.